Good morning, Madam Mayor.
Good morning, thank you. You ready?
We are all set.
Is everything working?
Everything's working.
Okay, good morning, everyone. It's Wednesday, August 13th. We are now going to start the meeting. Before we do that, we are going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. We have some guests here. We have some friends from Daytona Beach. They are here with INGUS, right? Correct? Which is the United States National Guard. And I think, are there 1,300 of you here right now? I think it's a big group. I was there a couple days ago, and so welcome. But so we have a Commissioner Cantu and Manager Fiacher. Is that how I pronounce it? Okay. Fiacher. Okay. So I would love for you to lead us in the pledge. Good morning.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, great job. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it to you to call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Calling roll for Wednesday, August 13th, Reno City Council meeting. Vice Mayor Taylor. Here. Councilmember Dorr.
Here.
Martinez.
Here.
Ebert.
Here.
Reese.
Here.
Anderson. Mayor Sheevy.
Here.
You do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
All right, I'm going to send it right back to you for public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Give me just a second. All right, our first item today is public comment. Members of the public may hear, observe, and provide public comment virtually by registering through the following link, which can be found on reno.gov/meetings. https://Reno.gov/L-I-N-K-S:/Gov/COUN08-13. It should be noted for those in attendance that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you're called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. For those participating in chambers in accordance with Council Rules 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from audience members like clapping, yelling, whistling, etc., which impede the meeting, may result in a warning issued by the presiding officer. If this behavior continues, you may be removed from chambers. If you're an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Our first public commenters today are Commissioner Cantu and City Manager Fiacher, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Donna Clontz.
That was perfect. I had practice with his name, and I did not do a good job. Great job.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioner, Councilman, Council, okay. All different. My name is Stacy Cantu, Daytona Beach Commissioner. We are pleased to be in your city for the National Guard Convention, which we will be hosting in Daytona Beach next year.
Congratulations.
So this is actually helping us to see what you guys are doing in your city. On behalf of the mayor and the city commissioners, we would like to give you our 150 anniversary challenge coin, which our 150 anniversary is next year, starting in January. And we challenge you guys to come to Daytona next
I love
year
it.
and visit us.
I love
And I'm going
it.
to turn it over to our city manager.
Truly, we are grateful for this opportunity to really be here at this commission meeting to city manager and someone who's lived in the Florida area from Ward 2. It is an exciting time for us that we were chosen out of all of the different cities in Florida to host this conference next year. When you think about what we have, we're home to Jackie Robinson, the
Yeah.
barrier breaking for Major League Baseball, for integrated baseball game. We're home to Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune, home to NASCAR.
Yeah.
And so we are excited to be in your community, and we've been enjoying ourselves these past 2 days, and we look forward to the opportunity whenever you want to come to our area.
Oh, we
It
love
may
that.
not be for the conference, but if you ever want to be in our area and come and see what we call the world famous Daytona Beach, we're more than welcome to host you all in our community. And so we'll pass the coins over probably to the city clerk. And you all can pass it around. But I know Commissioner Cantu has stated she would get a picture that we actually did come to a city commission meeting. And so if it's possible, if you all could stand and we can
Yeah,
take
love that.
take a picture,
Love
that would be
it.
appreciative.
That's fantastic.
And hopefully the citizens will not throw anything out, taking more than 3 minutes. It's hard being on this side. We have 3 minutes all the time as well. So,
And it's actually, we have 6 zones as well.
Oh, do
So,
you?
Yeah, you're kind of really similar to
Yeah.
what we do.
Wow,
So-
that's fascinating.
Come on through that
Come on.
barrier
Okay.
there. And then our city,
What is the population of Daytona Beach?
So the Daytona Beach population is 90,000 residents, but what's unique about us is individuals don't know, we have 6 colleges and universities within 3 miles of each other, about 44,000 students in one little area. You very seldom find a place like Daytona Beach. You can go from a pre-K to a PhD or a MD and never leave within 3 miles of each other because of the university system that's set up right there. So it is a very unique situation to have that many students, and sometimes it's problematic when you've got Bike Week,
Oh,
Jeep Beach, the races, and you still have that population of students who are wanting to have fun but also get an education. And so we continue to grow as a community, but it's been great for us.
Wow, that's fantastic. It's fascinating. I had no idea. What, how many people attend the Daytona race?
So you have about 100,000 individuals that are there race. But we have Rockville, that's about 300,000 people for 5 days of rock and roll music. And I'm telling you,
That seems like the week to go.
And Bike Week.
And Bike Week.
well, I
Bike
went
Week.
to one of the events and I had on shorts, t-shirts. I normally wear a bow tie to work every day, and all the police officers kept going, "Are you really our city manager?"
I love it. Okay, here we go.
you're getting closer here.
Even more.
Yeah.
On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3.
You got it? Okay, great. Thank you. So nice meeting you. Thanks for coming. Thank you so much. Say hi to Cammy. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That was kind of you to come.
Did you live there?
I live right near there.
Right near there. Oh, but it's small world, huh? It's fun. I love that. Okay,
Terry.
Madam Clerk, back
Thank
to
you. Terry Brooks, followed by Donna Clance, followed by Stephen White.
Terry, good morning.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks, again. And today I'd like to share with you my thoughts on nutrition and retirement and what seniors go through. After working for a few decades, while your meals were based on your work schedule, and then suddenly you decide to retire, there goes your 3-meal schedule. People are usually hungry for breakfast as soon as they wake up. And when they were working, their alarm usually woke them up. But when you're retired, you don't need an alarm, and you might just wake up at any time, which means you might eat your breakfast at just about any time. And the later you eat breakfast, the later you might eat your lunch. Or you might eat less earlier and just call it brunch. Now that you are retired, you must eat whenever you want. You just eat whenever you want. And you might eat at home, or you might go to a restaurant. Being retired, you may spend a lot more time at home and be closer to that large stockpile of food that you store at home. And the closer you are to food, the more you're likely to eat, especially when you notice something that's your favorite sweet treat. So when you're retired and less active but bored, you may find that you eat more, which could result in you weighing a little more. But some seniors lack their sense of smell, which decreases their appetite, and some seniors take medications that decrease their appetite. And some seniors wind up lacking forms of transportation, which could then lead to a lack of grocery shopping or nutrition. Some seniors depend on others to provide them with meals, such as visitors, services, or senior centers, or maybe Meals on Wheels. Food is a necessity. Without it, we cannot live. So some seniors wind up depending on what other people are willing to give. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back if I've had enough to eat that day. Thank you.
Good job.
Donna Clance, followed by Stephen White, followed by John Valetto.
Hello.
Hello, good morning, council and city manager. My name's Donna Clance. I live in Ward 5, and I'm here to talk about a couple of things today as a senior myself and as one who served 14 years as a volunteer for the city of Reno on your NAB and on your senior advisory board. I wanted to talk about that first. I know that, and I appreciate the staff has really gone through a lot of work to talk to a lot of people, to give some suggestions about streamlining the way that the boards and commissions work. And I think that having a template that makes a lot of sense. However, I'm really concerned about the NABs and the idea that they should only become basically a development advisory board, even with a little small window now to allow for more topics. As a former chair of a board and a member of a NAB board, we were able to talk about all kinds of things that we as neighbors thought were important. We were able to talk about things that were going on at City Hall that had nothing to do with development. We could talk about streets, lights, safety, weather-related things like snow removal or floods or fire issues, and having those kinds of topics available to that board are really, really important. The voices of the community should be able to come through those NABs, whatever the topic may be. So I'm urging you not to use that wording that basically makes them a development board. A little bit of history, Washoe County tried it that way, and they killed their cabs for several years by making them totally development boards. They've gone back to the old way of making them available and open to all the topics that are on the minds of the community that you all represent. So those are my words for that part. I also wanted to kind of echo what I saw in Alicia Barber's brief this week about coming up with a one source e-letter that would allow all of us who are out there in the community know what's going on at City Hall, because we've got about 30 of them, and I'm on many of those lists, and I get them from NABs and other kinds of places. So a template that would show the coming week of what's going on with City of Reno public meetings, a link to the highlights from past meetings, activities for events, links to those things. It's in her current brief, and I can send that to everybody. Partnering events, a link to the city manager's most recent On the Agenda podcast, open online surveys that the city wants to get input from, current job openings. A lot of cities do that, and I'm urging City of Reno to come up with one that pulls all those things together so that we who are also busy in our lives can keep up with what's going on and get involved and come here or write you notes or send you texts and then come out and participate in the things that you need.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you, and your
Thanks for all your
luck,
work.
because our comms department has been working on it for a couple of months, so
know.
we're going to have a new rollout for you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Donna.
Stephen White, followed by John Valetto, followed by Mac Rossi.
Good morning.
Good
Mayor.
morning, my friend.
Good morning, council members. Feeling a little bit better today than last time I was here. Brought a picture of one of my paintings. You folks have never seen any of my paintings.
Oh, I
I've
have.
got over 12,000 works of original artwork hanging all over the country. Spent 54 years as a working artist, spent over 40 years on the road in an RV painting my way around America. I should have told you my name is Stephen White. I'm a notorious defender of the arts and artistic freedom in our country. Love the art show going on out here in the lobby right now. Black Americans and Native American people, indigenous people. I got a question for you. Is anybody, any of the members here, going to make sure that every one of those artists gets a copy of the invitation that I wrote to you for you, that explain the rules and invite all those artists to go out and to share their artwork with the public in the public parks? Somebody needs to make sure that that's happening, you know? I mean, you got all these talented artists, and nobody's telling them anything about their right to be able to go out in the parks and display and sell their artwork for profit without a license or a permit from anybody. It's state law and it's federal law. And these laws have been violated by cities all across the country for a long time. And it's destroyed artistic freedom and it's destroyed community participation in the fine arts in our communities. You know, when you open the door for kids, for young people, to be able to share their artwork, their God-given gift of their artwork with the community in our public parks, it's life-changing. It builds self-esteem, it builds self-confidence. You know, you take a high school kid out there and let him sell one of his paintings, oh my God, you just changed his whole life. You open doors of opportunity that they had no idea about. When we don't do that, we are robbing the entire community of all the beauty and all the inspiration and talent that we could all be enjoying from all these artists in our community, you know? We need to be doing this. We need art in their public parks. Mayor, is there any reason why we can't have you put out a proclamation declaring this month of September as Art in the Park Month? And get the whole city behind literally encouraging artists to be out in the public parks. I've given you the rules and all. The city attorney agrees with what I wrote to you. And it explains to artists what the rules are and what you can do. So I hope you'll do that. You know, for far too long, the arts have been ignored here in this city. Artists have been, you know, walked on, basically. God bless you all and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you,
We'll
Mayor.
make it happen, September.
John Valetto, followed by Mac Rossi, followed by Donald Crum.
Good morning. It's another lovely day here in wonderful city of Reno. I just had a wonderful morning at the Grand Sierra. Thank you all for getting the stadium deal done with Alex Marullo. That will help Reno basketball a lot, and we'll have a lot of better concerts. I think that was a wonderful idea. Thank you for getting that done. I'm here to talk about a more serious issue, though. What I'm here to talk about today is the old adage of getting what you pay for. Despite being 34th in wealth, the state of Nevada is 49th in educational spending. And correspondingly, we are 49th in educational achievement. In the eyes of God, that's criminal. That's criminal what we're doing to our kids. Just yesterday at St. Thomas Aquinas, Father Chuck's sermon was about the millstone placed around the neck of those who lead children astray. And, we have no middle school sports for our kids. It's horrible, the situation here, and it is very easily remedied. We could remedy this situation very easily over a 10-year period with a slight increase in the corporate tax and by passing a lottery ticket bill. Lottery tickets and a slight increase in the corporate tax could adequately fund our education system. And in 10 years, we wouldn't be so far behind. The only state worse than us is Mississippi. Mississippi is a very impoverished place. It's an embarrassment that people like us with as much money as we have are 49th in achievement. The way to fix that is to send responsible, enlightened, and electable people to Carson City, and that's you, Ms. Sheevy. We can get this done. It really is a crime what we're doing to our kids. Thank you for your time.
Mac Rossi, followed by Donald Crum, followed by Paula McDonough.
Good morning. My name is Mac Rossi. Good morning to the council as a whole. I am glad to see that the NAB is back up and going. I wanted to address one portion of it, and that's developments. What happens at a NAB is a developer will come in and present their proposal. The NAB get an opportunity to submit their concerns and send it to the Planning Commission. There has been times when there's concerns on the NAB, and you just follow this all the way to the Planning Commission and find out, is this the same project that was addressed here? I have been on the NAB, and I've had the county come over with their proposal, and it was implemented a couple of years ago, where everybody has to be on the same page before that development goes on. It has been presented by the gentleman from the county that created the program and gives everybody an opportunity and get all on the same page. It has been presented to the NAB twice over the last 4 years, and it's going on deaf ears. I think the city has got to get on the ball and get it where everybody gets an opportunity to give their opinion and all get together. City of Reno, please get on the ball. Thank you.
Thank you, Mac, and you need no introduction, my friend.
Donald Crum, followed by Paula McDonough, followed by Austin Daly.
Good morning, council. I'm here to speak in opposition of the request of the abandonment of the alley requested by Reno Housing Authority. I'm the owner of 410 Reno Avenue, immediately adjacent to one of the parcels owned now by Reno Housing Authority. Mine is a single-family home, one story. It is not a rental unit. I purchased in this neighborhood because it was established and completely built out, with most of the residents maintaining the charm of old Reno. It was my dream to live in Midtown, despite Holy Child Daycare being 2 doors down and at times very active. The alleyway, the public alleyway, has provided me some buffer and made it tolerable. The public alleyway has provided daylight and room to breathe and a nice walkway away from the traffic of Arlington Avenue. Alleyways in this area of town are an integral part of the character of the neighborhood. They provide access routes for deliveries, waste management, and utility access. I understand that Reno Housing Authority now owns all the parcels bordering the alley. I believe they strategically did this so they could control the alley, but they don't own it. The city and the taxpayers own it. They want the city to essentially give them this land for free. And why do they need the abandonment? Because it would give them the necessary space to proceed with their proposed project of the construction of a 3-story, 45-unit, low-income housing project. Right next to my home, right down the alleyway, completely dividing the block. My buffer would be destroyed. I strongly oppose the alley abandonment and the proposed project of this size in an already congested neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Paula McDonough, followed by Austin Daly, followed by Beth Dory via Zoom.
Good morning. My name is, whoops. I always mistake this for the
Hi,
mic.
Paula.
Never fails. Oh, anyway, I'd like to make a comment about something that has happened to me a few times. I'd like you to address the issue, an issue on the northeast corner of North Virginia and Maple Street, which is the site of the parking lot into the Walgreens. And I think the ramp there may be ADA non-compliant. Almost all sidewalk corners slope down to a no curb section. And at the corner I mentioned, this does not happen in the usual way. Excuse me, because there's a light pole right on that corner, there is a slope cut into the sidewalk that is not very obvious, not to mention unexpected. And I often don't see it when I walk up to Walgreens. I live downtown in Arlington Towers, and have often fallen as a result. So I'd like to suggest that this ramp be, that the sides of this ramp be painted a bright yellow so it's more obvious, or that a little fence be put up so that you don't walk across it that way, that you have to walk the other ways. Because this last time I fell, after I leave here, I'm going to the doctor's. I fell about 4 days ago, and I'm starting
No.
to have some,
So sorry.
yeah. So anyway, I just, as I say, I don't know if that corner's ADA compliant. in the strictest sense of the word.
Paula, will you make sure, because I need to understand exactly the area you're talking about.
Uh-huh.
Can you,
Draw a map? Sure.
yeah, could you give it to the clerk so we can send someone out there immediately?
And take a look at it, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I walk everywhere because I don't own a car, and that's the only corner I've noticed like that,
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Did you bring your baby today?
right there.
Right there. Well, we will get on that.
All right, I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Make sure we have your phone number too.
Yes.
Okay.
Austin Daly, followed by Beth Dory via Zoom.
Twice in 1 week, Austin.
Hello.
Nice to see you.
Hi. Yes, my name is Austin Daly. I'm the Manager of Government Affairs at the University of Nevada, Reno, and we're trying something new, trying to do once a month, coming by City Hall to talk about some of the updates at the University of Nevada, Reno, and talk about some of the events that we're hosting. So just wanted to start off by talking about some of the things that the university hosted over the summer, some different community events. We're very proud to host Art Town on the Quad during the month of July, every Tuesday during July, including jazz performances, and the Northern Nevada International Expo with over 40 countries represented. We just hosted Hot August Nights on campus last week for the first time in almost 40 years, offering live music, vintage vehicles, food trucks. That was from August 1st to August 10th. Building a good relationship with Hot August Nights and hoping to continue doing this in years going forward. So hope you all or anybody else had an opportunity to stop by last week. We're also excited for the John Tulloch Business Building to finally open in a few weeks here. You've probably all seen the construction from the freeway or from Virginia Street. That will be wrapping up soon, and we're excited for our students to have a brand-new 300-seat auditorium, cafe, stock trading lab, and help to serve more than 3,500 students as part of the university's Mathewson Gateway project, connecting downtown Reno to the university. Next phase of that, we're still working with the Board of Regents to get approval on a new hotel, a small hotel that would go there on the west side of that new business building lot. So more to come soon on that. And also wanted to highlight that this Saturday is the opening ceremony for the university, this Saturday at 7 p.m. Would love for any of you to be able to attend if you're available. I know it's short notice, but excited to kick off the new 2025-2026 academic year. ASUN, our Associated Students of the University of Nevada, is also holding a block party on the Quad on Sunday, August 17th from 6 to 8 p.m. as well. And first men's Wolfpack football game is September 6th. It's going to be the university versus Sacramento State on campus at 2 p.m. on Saturday. So, yeah, we're very excited for the academic year to kick off and hoping to do more of this every month at least or so with some students too. So thank you for.
How are we
letting me
looking?
speak.
Are we going to take a win?
I hope so. I think we're looking good.
That's great. You have a lot on your plate. That's fantastic. Tell us a little bit about the kickoff of the semester. How do people get involved? How can we participate?
Yeah, so this, starting tomorrow, Nevada Fit is kicking off. It's like a required one-week program for all freshman students. So there's going to be different events happening throughout the week for those freshmen. But the big thing really is this Saturday, the opening ceremony, and then the Sunday block party on the Quad.
And where are you doing the opening ceremony?
It'll be in Lawler Event Center.
Oh.
Probably. So, yeah, but I can reach out.
A big deal. Yes, will you
event
please
request
send
for-
us all an invite? That would be
will.
great.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good job.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, take care.
Our final public commenter is Beth Dory via Zoom. Beth, if you would unmute and begin speaking.
Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead and state your name for the record and begin speaking.
Thank you. My name is Beth Dory. Between wards 5 and 6, there are over 88,000 residents who have not, through their NABs, had the opportunity to review arguably the largest land use zoning change in the city's history. Last night, Ward 5 held their NAB meeting. However, the accessory dwelling unit amendment was stunningly absent from the agenda. The Ward 6 NAB has never met and is not currently on the city's calendar to meet. While staff has provided an unreadable map with no streets listed and no postcard sent to affected property owners, staff states that there has been community outreach. I disagree. How can there be sufficient community outreach when clearly 1/3 of the population has not had a NAB meeting addressing this blanket upzoning, and there has been no mailed notices? The city will be doing a great disservice to the Ward 5 and 6 residents if they ratify this upzoning before their NABs have a chance to review the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment. For the record, we did receive 8 comments which were general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item prior to 4 p.m. Tuesday, August 12th. These comments were written correspondence received via our reno.gov online public comment form or by emails to our office. Copies of these have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on reno.gov/meetings. 8 letters of neutral or concern.
Hey, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to hand it over to City Manager Jackie Bryant for any updates on the agenda.
So yes, before we move into the approval of the agenda, I'd like to announce that we are going to pull off item B12, that's Boy 12, from the consent agenda. Secondly, we're going to change the order. The mayor's asked that we change the order to allow item D1, the RHA abandonment, to go after consent in order to protect the time of the individuals who were here waiting. Following that, we'll do items C1, C2, RSCVA guest presentation, and the CTAX presentation, and then we'll go in order. After lunch, we'll have items boards and commissions resolution and ordinances. C4 will go with items E1 and E8.
Okay, I apologize. I think I miscommunicated to you. Actually, we will have a presentation from the RSCVA first, and then we will go in to hear the RHA
So we'll do
presentation.
then consent,
Yes.
C1 RSCVA, D1 RHA abandonment, then C2 CTAX presentation.
Perfect.
Then we will go back in order.
Okay,
Madam
perfect.
Mayor, that would be my motion.
Okay, one second before we do that. I'm just going to encourage everyone that's here in the audience to make sure that you check in with the clerk, because that's how we sort of look at our agenda, and I want to make sure that we're using our time wisely and yours. I don't want you to sit here for hours and hours and hours waiting for your item. So if you're here on different items, please make sure you let the clerk know so we can move those up. Okay. That being said, I have a motion from Councilman Reese. I have a second from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right.
I was an aye, sorry. I wasn't quick enough.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Ebert, I sometimes forget that you're in the air, so if you need to speak, please let the clerk know so I don't forget you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
I have no items, Madam Mayor, for my
Okay.
consent.
All right, so we're going to
Sorry,
approval
can we
of the
do
minutes.
item A5, approval of the minutes first?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we're going to head into pulling consent items. I'm going to start with Councilwoman Anderson.
I have nothing.
Nothing? Okay, Councilman Martinez. Councilwoman Taylor.
Nothing, thank you.
Councilman Reese.
Nothing, Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Dewar.
You know, I do have a couple. I had a very detailed agenda briefing, but I think some are worth discussing.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Item B6, which is about the citywide school zone beacon project, really awesome.
Good.
B9, which is also awesome about the basketball rehab, but I have a question for our manager. B12, this is, you just said is pulled, so I was going to have a question on that.
Correct, B12 has been pulled.
Okay, thank you. So that does not, and then, I think there was one or two more. Let's see, and B21, again, awesome work, and B25.
Okay, so you
And-
want 21 and 25?
Yeah, just one second. Oh, and B27.
21,
sorry.
25, and 27?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You want me to go over them? 6,
I have
9.
6, 9, 21, 25, and 27.
Yes.
Okay, great. Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, I have B14 and B26.
14 and 26?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
May I get a motion to approve all other items on consent?
So moved.
I have a motion. I
Second.
have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. We are now heading into, I believe, the RCVA.
We're on item C1.
Where is this? Hold on. 'Cause
When
it
do you
says
wanna
on
take
my
the pulled
agenda,
items?
hold on. Go to, we're sort of skipping around here a little bit.
So Mayor, I guess, do you want to go through, they pulled 7 items, do you want to hold
Oh,
those
we're going to
until
hold
after?
those. We're going to hold all consent until the very end.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So with that being said, we're going to head into item C1. I'm going to send it back to our clerk and ask if she has any public comment on this item.
We do not have any public comment on item C1.
All right. So we have two people here, the CEO and the wonderful, I don't know what we call you, the Director of Amazing Marketing at RSCVA. We have Mike Larragetta and Christina Ernie with us today, and we are excited for this presentation because this sort of piggybacks on one of the presentations we had at the RSCVA, and I think there's some information that council members and the entire city will be surprised. And I just have to commend you guys, and I'm not going to mention other places and their names, but I am very happy and a proud mama that our tourism numbers are looking great and they're strong and we're coming out on top. And so it's a good place to be in. So I always have to sort of brag because you know how competitive I am. And we're paying close attention where other places may have some struggling numbers, but ours are looking great. So the floor is yours, Mr. Larragetta, take it away.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, Council Member, City Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. Mike Larragetta, RCVA. I am joined today by the almighty marketing guru, Vice President of Marketing Christina Ernie, as the mayor teed up, and also from Future Partners, Alex Mullen, who is out of San Francisco, but I must note is a graduate of the University of Nevada. So today we will be giving you an update. In the essence of time, we will go very quickly through the slides, but we're going to talk a little bit about the overview of the RSCVA. We'll jump into convention sales, tourism sales, venue management, marketing research by Christina, community engagement, and then, of course, to the mayor's point, we want to share with the council some of our work that has been accomplished this past year in terms of our production across the board in all elements of room tax. So we have a 9-person board chaired by Mayor Hilashiri. Our vice chair is Courtney Young, and our secretary treasurer is Mr. Stephen Esquaga, represented by the Nevada Resort Association. Our history, we were established in 1959 as the Washoe County Fair and Recreation Board. We are a marketing organization for Washoe County. Our vision is to be the preferred outdoor gaming and event destination, and our mission is to attract overnight visitors to Reno Tahoe while supporting the sustainable growth of our communities. We are a sales and marketing organization. A little bit about the makeup of our sales team. So we have 7 remote offices located throughout the country. We have offices in Northern California, the San Jose region, Los Angeles, Dallas, Texas, St. Louis, Missouri, Dayton, Ohio, Washington, D.C., and Atlanta, Georgia. These 7 individual regional directors of sales are responsible for soliciting, attracting, and pursuing convention, corporate, and association business to bring to Washoe County. Each one of these individuals has a goal anywhere from 18 to 27,000 room nights on an annual basis to book for future dates. We also have a 3-person sports team led by Shelley Fine. This team, sports is critical to the success of our region, and this team is accountable for anywhere between 120 and 150,000 room nights per year. To kind of put things into perspective of what this team in whole represents, our goal on an annual basis varies between 275 to 300,000 room nights per year. When you look at the overall production for Washoe County on an annual basis in convention and sports room nights, our city will generate anywhere between 550 to 600,000 room nights per year. The RSCVA team is responsible for 50 to over 50% on an annual basis. That is a complete anomaly in the hospitality industry and just kind of emphasizes the importance of the success of our sales team at the RSCVA. You may ask, why is there such an onus of responsibility on this team? One of the reasons is because of the lack of true large flags in our region. When I say flags, that's your Hiltons, your Hyatts, your Lowe's, hotels like that, what we call flag hotels. And so we are truly an extension of our stakeholders, whether that's the GSR, the Putnam Atlantis, Renaissance, Whitney Peak, the Row, whatever it may be. We are truly an extension of their sales department. The tourism team is led by Mr. Art Jimenez, 25-plus years in the industry. This team is responsible for overseeing all relations as it relates to travel agents, global distribution systems, receptive operators, wholesalers, what we call online travel agencies, better known as the Expedias of the world. This team is responsible for over 600,000 room nights on an annual basis. They handle co-op marketing and relationships with all the hotels throughout the region. Two key signature programs I want to talk about very briefly today that really is a difference maker and puts our region in a complete competitive advantage. One, in December of 2024, after the board approved in June of 2023, we announced and broke ground and ribbon cutting of the Mondo Indoor Track, which is stationed in Hall 4 of the Convention Center. This track literally was built in Italy and is a world certified union track. And this is some of the room nights that were produced in the first year. We held 8 meets, 12,000 room nights, 5,000 athletes with an economic impact of $6 million. In year 2, starting this December, and track season runs between December and March. And what was so attractive about bringing indoor track to the region is because of the seasonality, which piggybacks and aligns with a time of year, which is we declare as our shoulder and soft season in the region. In year 2, we are forecasting for the room nights to almost double at 22,000 room nights. We're going from 8 meets to 12 meets. It is a partnership with the University of Nevada. They will host 6 of those 8 meets. And I'm happy to announce for the first time in the history of Northern Nevada, and for those of you that have been around a while, we used to have a track back in the day. We are hosting the Mountain West Men's and Women's Conference Championship in February, and we're also hosting the Mountain Pacific Sports Federation Conference Championships, men's and women's, actually on the same weekend. So we will have track Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday in February. In terms of forecasting and what this track will produce in the upcoming years, again, 12,000 year 1 consumed, 22,000 forecasted for year 2, and then we are forecasting significant growth in year 3 of 40 and 47 and 51,000 by year 5. Our other signature event, which I know this council is very familiar with, is the United States Bowling Congress, hosted at the National Bowling Stadium. This conference has been in Reno in Northern Nevada for decades. In 2026, we will host the Open Championship from March 14th to July 4. We have over 10,300 teams currently signed up, representing north of 50,000 bowlers. This slide says 75,800 room nights. Based on information that I received yesterday from USBC, we're anticipating this room night to grow closer to 90 to 95,000 room nights, with an economic impact obviously north of 79 million based on the increase in room nights. So we've really done an excellent job with our hotels and our partners at the Row of really getting in front of the bowler and bringing them back to Reno in numbers that we experienced in the past. In terms of future tournaments, as I said, 26 is happening right around the corner. We have contracts in 28 for the Women's Championship, 29, 32, 33, and 35 with an Open Championship. And we're currently in negotiations with USBC and hope to have an announcement in a few months of an extension of 3 additional years, which is vital for Northern Nevada. We also, as you know, manage 4 properties in venue management. The Reno Sparks Convention Center, 6,000 square foot venue, the National Bowling Stadium, the Reno Sparks Livestock Event Center, and the Reno Event Center. I'll talk a little bit about activation and focus and what we're doing downtown as it relates to facility activation a little further in my presentation. One of the things we have done as it relates to activation is we have done our best to open up the stadium to get the general public into the venue, because for years, most of the public had never really been inside the National Bowling Stadium. So we started public bowling days a little over a year ago. We partnered with various charities throughout the region, majority of them local, and we basically, once we cover all overhead costs, all proceeds go to those charities. In the first year, we've had over 12 events, 2,800 bowlers, and $15,000 in proceeds to charities. It's been a huge success, and we get a lot of repeat locals that just love the opportunity to bowl in the National Bowling Stadium. Ms. Ernie.
Thank you so much, Christina Ernie. I'm going to try to keep up his speed because he was talking quick. Okay, first I'm going to start off with, but I'm not going to go into too much detail. All of our marketing efforts are very much rooted in research. We are joined here today by our research partners at Future Partners, and they will go into more detail, but a few key callouts that she will talk about and more is, one, our average age is remaining steady around 46, which has been down our key marketing efforts have been working on targeting this older millennial. We have seen year-over-year increase in household income, and we also are seeing some steady family visitation. You can see all of our research studies on our website, rscva.com. This includes our visitor profile study, our resident effectiveness study, our resident sentiment study, and our brand effectiveness study. We also report on a monthly basis with our partners from Tourism Economics, some key snapshots of domestic visitor trends. You can see here California has been, results in 50% of our visitation, and this has been growing slightly year over year. We also report on an annual basis with our partners at Tourism Economics, the annual economic impact to our region. These numbers are from 2023. We should be anticipating the numbers for 2024 here in the next week or so, but we are waiting on finalized numbers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Going into our marketing efforts, we have launched a campaign called the No Limits campaign. We launched this almost 2 years ago now, and it's been resonating really well with our target audiences. We've taken this concept not only for our leisure visitor, but also for our meetings and conventions, our sports, and also air service development. You know, this really talks about our maverick spirit. There's not a lot of limits or red tape here in this destination. Your opportunities are endless, the diverse offerings of outdoors, culture, events. We really want to focus on, you know, that people can really live their maverick spirit here, not only for leisure travel, but also for your meetings and conventions, and elevate your event that way. Flying through our target audiences, most of our visitors, as I mentioned, come from California, over 50%, but also don't want to lose track of our secondary markets, most of them focusing on key nonstop markets, supporting our air service, and following California, the Pacific Northwest is typically our next strongest markets. A few of our marketing partnerships, we really try to diversify our partners. This is just a snapshot of a few of our partners we worked with over this past year, from travel brands to outdoor brands to sports teams. We really try to diversify all of our marketing avenues. One of our partners that we are most proud of is Leave No Trace, really emphasizing to our visitors to visit responsibly when you're visiting our region. Air service development, we have been working extremely closely with the airport over the past couple of years, walking hand in hand, and we've been working directly with airlines more frequently. So you can see on the screen, we've done advertising campaigns directly with airlines such as Delta, and working with other airlines to bring in influencers and really highlighting those nonstop markets to really show our investment and determination to continue air service development. I don't know if I can keep going, but I'll keep going. Our social media reach, over 50 million. This past year, our website had over 3.5 million sessions, and our email subscriber list, our active subscribers, I put here a little more detailed number, not just our overarching number. These are people who engage monthly with our content. We really try to give and provide valuable information to our audiences. We launched a new website about a year ago. It's really focused on personalization. The more you interact with our website, the more it gets to know you, and the more it'll show you content that thinks you will find interesting. If that's not personalized enough, we have an AI chatbot that we put on there a little over 2 years ago. We were one of the first destinations to integrate AI into our website. You can ask it specifically questions about what do you want to do with your family, providing the more detail, as many of you are probably familiar with, the better results you will get. Our PR efforts, our PR team has had some major wins over this last year, a couple of them highlighted here. And then lastly, our community partnerships are extremely important to us, whether it's working together on air service development, on regional marketing campaigns with our rural communities, destination stewardship, or with the University of Nevada. We are proud of all of our community partnerships. I'm going to pass it back over to
Wait, before you do that, Christina, one of the biggest reasons that I wanted to have you guys come and present, because it's been a long time, I need you to go back to that slide to show how much spend that visitors bring into the region. Why is that important to this council? The reason it's important to this council is because that's where our tax dollars come from. So when those drop, we get much less. So that's why it's super important to keep your eye on the prize here, especially since we are one of those destinations that absolutely relies on our tourism impact. So visitor spend is 3.3 billion visitor spend, 5.2 billion total economic impact. So, and it really does hurt locally when those numbers start to decline. I mean, every little bit. And if you're looking, you might want to take a look across Nevada at some of the headlines that are happening right now and seeing how actually it can make a huge impact if your numbers are not staying solid or steady. And so as council members, this is super, super critical for you to understand the utmost importance of tourism and getting them here. And then jobs created, look at this, 43,463. State and local tax generated 443.5 million, okay? So that's some impressive numbers. All right. I just wanted to make sure everyone understands the importance of tourism.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Christina.
Thanks so much.
Great segue into production, and I'll go through these very quickly, again, in the essence of time. So this is a snapshot of our estimated visitors. 25-26 is obviously our forecasted number, but what you'll find is a pattern is from 1920 was a tremendous year for our region. And of course, we had the COVID situation, and then you see us as we come out of the COVID situation, and we have either maintained or exceeded growth year over year, and we're anticipating actually a growth in visitor volume in 25-26. When you look at taxable room revenue, so you see, once again, 1920 was actually a pretty strong year. 2021 COVID really took a hit a little bit. I should have 1920 was start of COVID, my apologies. And then you see the tremendous ramp up, 22-23, an excellent year. And you may ask yourself, why is 25-26 going down a little bit? That's really being driven by ADR, which stands for average daily rate, which you'll see on the next slide. In terms of visitation, higher, occupancy, higher, ADR drives it down. Those are cash room nights, and that's why your total room revenue is showing off a little bit. And our budget for this fiscal year was, we went in a forecast of down 3.9%. And to the mayor's point, when you look at other cities in the state, their deficits to their budget for fiscal year 25-26 were significantly higher, and something to think about as we go through this fiscal year. When you look at, here again, average daily rate, again, when you look at 1920, 2021, our market consistently, and for years prior to this, was in that 115 to 125 range. Due to capital infusion from our partners to growth, economic development, you saw a tremendous growth in ADR, and what's enlightening is we've been able to maintain that ADR. Again, we're being a little bit conservative in 25-26 with everything that's happening on a national level and economic uncertainty, and obviously what's happening to our friends down south. We are being a little bit conservative. We hope we're in a situation as we go through the fiscal year that we'll be able to do a budget augmentation based on room tax returns, but right now we're kind of in that wait and see mode. Room inventory, again, very positive news. Significant growth year over year, not maintaining, not declining. And you say, well, I don't see any large new hotels, large casinos. Most of this growth is coming through the select service or limited service properties. Those are your Hyatt Places. Those are your economy suites. And what a lot of people don't realize, and I want to share with this council, when you look at overall room tax for Washoe County, nearly a third of the inventory and over a third of the room tax is represented by this segment. So we look at the big hotels and we think about the casinos and resorts, very important, obviously, vital to our success. But there's also a big segment that gets overlooked, and that's limited service, select service properties. Meetings and conventions, again, always in that 250 to 300,000 numbers, continue to grow. Another thing that I just want to point out in the blue box, those are leads. Those are companies that are looking at bringing their business to Reno. Again, consistent growth, especially 24, 25, and what we're anticipating in 25, 26, which means there is more demand for Washoe County to bring their conventions to our region. Tourism sales, Mr. Jimenez, again, their region, 696,000 room nights in this past year. Again, something very important to point out, every segment has gone up across the board. Just jumping into our facilities, these are very important numbers because this is one area where we actually struggled this past fiscal year. And the first one is the Reno Sparks Convention Center. You see a decline in overall revenue, but an increase in occupancy. That's basically less spend, even though more volume. Again, RSLEC, Reno Sparks Livestock Events Center, decline in revenue, increase when you factor in the food and beverage component, and increase in number of events. Reno Events Center, This is predominantly driven by the lack of concerts and events. Our board gave us approval this past year for the RSCBA to take risk in booking our own events and concerts with the ability for the CEO to approve up to $500,000 per event. We have 6 bids out for this fall. We anticipate at least 4 of those going to contract. And we really, as part of our facility activation program, is to bring concerts back into downtown Reno and the Reno Event Center. And then the National Bowling Stadium. These numbers, based on last year, have really been driven in comparison to 23-24 because we had a Women's Open Championship. So although you will see, as it goes back to activation, Mr. Peters has done a fabulous job at the bowling stadium and taking the event total from 71 to 105 year over year. So what's next? Events. Allocating funds into event spending is a priority at the RCBA. So we have 3 funds. We have a special event fund handled by the marketing department of $500,000. We have an event development fund of $500,000 that is focused on arts and culture, music festivals, food and beverage, and sports. And then we have $1 million allocated towards concerts and events at the Reno Event Center. And then we just completed our strategic plan, both our annual and our 3-year plan. And the reason why I bring this to the council's attention is this is not your cookie cutter plan. This isn't a plan that you just put on the shelf that could be cut and pasted into any CVB or DMO across the country. We really took over a year of planning out both the annual and the 3-year plan. We had a stakeholder meeting. We brought in community leaders, hoteliers, business partners, and we asked for their feedback in terms of what is important to you in a 3-year strategic plan. Then we met with our board one-on-ones with On Strategy, who wrote our 3-year and our 1-year plan. And then we took it to our board and senior staff. So complete collaboration. And when you see what the 4 priorities of our plan are, I think you'll understand why we went the direction we did. 1, urban core revitalization. Be a strong advocate to make a difference in our urban centers, creating vibrant spaces for visitors and our community to live, work, and play. Venue activate and event attraction. Reno Tahoe is known for hosting diverse events, including concerts and major festivals to maximizing visitor engagement. Number 3, visitor access, to ensure that visitors have easy access to local attractions and venues throughout Reno Tahoe. And 4, organizational sustainability and performance. RSCB is known for operational excellence, transparency, and community leadership. And with that, thank you for your time. I know we went over. Before I turn over to Alex, any questions we can answer from Christina and I?
No, we'll let Alex go, and then that might spark some more questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, good to see you again, Madam
Good to
Mayor.
see you too, Alex.
Yeah, my name is Alex Moline, Research Director at Future Partners. Future Partners is a market research firm shaping winning strategies for the travel and tourism industry. We've been partnering with the RSCBA for a few years now on their destination research program. What I'm going to show you today is findings from our 2024 visitor profile survey, as well as our 2024 resident sentiment survey. Before I jump into those findings, I think it's beneficial to provide some broader context around what's happening kind of at that national level. Future Partners, we actually have one of the longest standing studies that tracks traveler sentiment over time. We've been doing this study since 2006.
Would you mind moving closer to the mic? Thank you
Yes.
so much.
We've been conducting this study since 2006, and every month we collect responses from 4,000 American travelers, and we gauge their reactions to anything related to travel and trip planning. So what I'm going to show you on the next few slides is a slice of that data set, really focusing on travel and spending, given the current economic context that we are living in. So as you can see here, we are looking at how travelers feel now, whether it's a good time to be spending money on leisure. You can see kind of across these next slides, I'll show you strong, consistent, positive sentiment. In 2024, 2025 is showing a bit of that volatility. So you can see in the past few months, confidence that now is a good time to spend on leisure travel has improved, though July, our most recent data point, is showing a dip again. Looking at the near term, in the next 3 months, we asked our travelers how much you expect to spend, the amount they expect to spend on travel and making travel a priority in their spending. Again, that has been up and down in 2025. It dipped last month in July. Looking at the projected spending for the next 6 months, we can see that projected travel spending does remain relatively consistent and strong, and it's above that light blue line, our 43-month running average. Now, we also ask about recession fears. A statement of a level of agreement on the statement. I expect the U.S. will enter an economic recession in the next 6 months. 2024, we were doing great. We want to see that line going down. 2025, huge spike. Over the past few months, we have seen those recession fears easing, though this is a metric we are closely keeping our eyes on. And then looking forward, we are asking how our travelers are feeling about their financial outlook a year from now. And you can see that that was decreasing over the past few months, but as of July, we're showing a bit more steady increase. Also in that national study that we conduct, the State of the American Traveler, we ask residents to rate their brand health on a variety of different destinations. Those are domestic and international destinations. Reno, Nevada is one of the destinations we actually track in that study. So I just wanted to provide some broad level brand health metrics for the destination. So in terms of familiarity, we can see that 25%, a quarter of travelers are familiar with the things to see and do in Reno. Over half find Reno to be an appealing destination to visit. Over half find Reno to be a unique place, experiences that they can't get in other destinations. And almost half say that Reno is rising in popularity over the past few years. In terms of likelihood to visit, that number's at 25%. So that meaning a quarter of our travelers say they are likely to visit Reno in the next 2 years. We followed up why are you considering not visiting Reno? About 2 in 5 say that Reno is just not on their radar. Another third say they just don't know enough about what there is to do in Reno, and another third say they just prefer other destinations. On the meeting side, about 2 in 5 travelers find Reno an appealing place to visit for a convention, conference, or group meeting, and about a third say that they find Reno to be an appealing place to live. Okay, so just providing that high-level context, diving now into your 2024 findings, looking at your visitor profile. So the point of a visitor profile is to really understand who is coming to your area, how are they getting here, how long are they staying, where are they staying, what are they doing, how much are they spending. So in order to address these objectives, we conducted an online survey with 600 visitors who visited in calendar year 2024. Now, to be clear, these are visitors to the Reno Tahoe area, so that is Washoe County. So a few key takeaways. First, Reno Tahoe visitors are predominantly coming from California. They have a diverse demographic profile. We can see here over 50% are coming from within California. The largest shares are coming from San Francisco and Sacramento. Nevada, Texas, Oregon, those are your more larger feeder states. As Christina mentioned, really the Pacific Northwest, those are the states where people are coming from. In terms of demographics, visitors are equally likely to be male or female. Average age is 46.8 years. About 3 in 5 are married, and a third have children in the household. Most identify as white, although there are sizable portions who also identify as Asian and or Hispanic. And the average household income is $103,000. Now you might be asking, well, how does this compare to 2023? Well, you're pretty consistent in terms of your visitor profile, though they are leaning slightly more male in 2024, consistent age, and a thing of note is that the average household income increased from $97,000 to about $103,000, so getting that slightly more affluent visitor to Reno Tahoe. Second key finding, visitors typically travel to Reno Tahoe for leisure, to gamble, and to enjoy the lake. Their primary reason for visiting for vacation, followed distantly by visiting friends and family. Visitors are motivated to come to Reno Tahoe to gamble and to see the lake. Most visitors arrived by car, though 1 in 5 did arrive by airplane. And overnight visitors are staying on average 3.2 nights in market, and they are predominantly staying in a casino hotel, and this is more so among that boomer generation. Visitors are most commonly traveling with another companion, though the average travel party size is 2.6 person. That typical companion is the spouse or significant other, but I do want to point out a quarter of all your visitors last year were family travelers. They were traveling with children under the age of 18. In terms of the areas they visited, downtown Reno was the top, followed by Incline Village and Sand Harbor. And the top activities they did in market were gambling and visiting the lake and engaging in those outdoor activities, which really align with their primary motivations for visiting the area. And for your overnight visitors, the average daily spend per person was $273. That amount translates to $654 per party per day, accounting for 2.4 persons covered. Our third key finding here is visitors perceived Reno Tahoe as a vibrant, spirited, and outdoorsy destination. We asked our visitors to rate how well Reno Tahoe is exemplifying some brand statements. And what rises to the top here is that Reno Tahoe is a vibrant atmosphere, it's a great place to live life to the fullest, and has a spirit of independence. We also asked our visitors to rate a set of attributes according to how important those attributes are when selecting a vacation destination. And later, we asked them to rate Reno Tahoe on those same set of attributes. So what you're seeing here is Reno Tahoe's attribute ratings. And what rises to the top are all of those outdoor attributes. Winter sports, convenient access to the outdoors, outdoor recreation, water access, water activities, but also to note gambling and family-friendly activities also receive higher marks here. Now, this is a busy chart, but what I want to show you is we are looking at the percent of folks who are rating each attribute on their importance when selecting a vacation destination. That is that light blue line, and it's ordered from most to least important. And that wavy blue line, that is Reno Tahoe's attribute ratings. Thing to take away from here is that Reno Tahoe is overperforming on most attributes tested, and particularly on those outdoor attributes. Fourth key finding here, visitors typically planned or booked their trip shortly before their intended arrival. The average trip planning window was 1.2 months. And in terms of visitors booking travel arrangements, they did that on average 0.9 months ahead of their trip. Looking at outcomes, visitors have a positive Reno Tahoe experience and they're likely to return. Visitors report high satisfaction with their overall trip experience. And when we look at different satisfaction factors, quality of accommodations really rises to the top among those that are tested. 74% of visitors would recommend Reno Tahoe to others as a place to visit, and an even larger share say that they are likely to return to Reno Tahoe for vacation in the next few years. Turning our attention to the resident sentiment survey. Again, we predominantly ask this type of survey to understand perceptions that residents have of the local tourism industry and how it's impacting them personally. We conducted an online survey with 400 Washoe County residents and collected the results you'll see here. In terms of our key takeaways, residents have positive perceptions about the local tourism industry and how it impacts them personally. In general, residents feel that their quality of life has improved compared to last year, and they are even more optimistic about their future quality of life. And then when we turn to that impact of the tourism industry, they have positive perceptions about Washoe County's tourism industry and agree that it results in a better life for themselves and their family. And when we track these two metrics year over year, we can really see consistent sentiment over time. There's also positive sentiment about how tourism impacts jobs, and this has improved compared to last year. We can see here, we ask our residents to rate their level of agreement of how the local tourism industry is impacting jobs. About half say that Washoe County Tourism is providing ample job opportunities, but I do want to call out on the right side of the screen, only a quarter say that those jobs actually pay well. So this is really suggesting that while there might be readily available jobs, the perception of low wages may be preventing people from getting into the tourism industry. When we look at these over time, we can see, though, that the ample job opportunities and on the right, that the tourism jobs pay well, that sentiment has increased positively over time. Third takeaway, tourism is seen as important to Washoe County's economy. So again, we asked residents to rate their level of agreement of how the tourism industry is impacting the local economy. What we can see here is that most residents agree that the tourism industry is important to Washoe County's economy now and in the future, though I do want to call out about a third say that people feel Washoe County might be too dependent on tourism. And when we track this over time, we're seeing increases in terms of the sentiment that there is positive economic impact, yet there are concerns, again, that Washoe County may be too dependent is also increasing. Finally, we also look at the tourism's impact on the local community. And residents are kind of mixed here. They're expressing concerns about the impacts of the tourism industry on the local community, but they also acknowledge that it has many, many benefits. So again, this is a slew of statements we asked residents to rate their level of agreement on. What I do want to call out again is that residents believe tourism is positively and negatively impacting the community. Just to call out the two bars here, we see that 74% say that tourism helps brings festivals, arts and cultural experience, sporting events to the area, but a similar share also acknowledge that it's bringing crowds and traffic to the area as well. This sentiment is increasing on both the positive and negative impact side. So again, suggesting that there's really opportunity here to promote the benefits that the tourism industry has for the area while also helping to ease or minimize that level of concern. And with that, I will.
Thank you so
Get
much.
any questions?
I appreciate that.
Breezing
I
through.
think all of that is really important. What the biggest takeaway and why I thought it was so important for the council to see the number one place to visit is, drum roll, downtown Reno. Why is that important? It's important for the entire council to understand why we have to work together with the city when we plan events, and we plan them with the RSCVA, and also the presentation of downtown, the cleanliness, the safety. It is critical because that's what their perception is when they come here. Everyone was blown away when we saw that number, that the number one area that is visited is downtown Reno. And that goes back to my point that it doesn't matter where you stay. Whenever they get territorial in the space, our hoteliers, doesn't matter where you stay, people are still coming to downtown Reno to see what it looks like. I know when I go to any city, I want to see what's happening in downtown regardless of where I stay. So it's so important to continue to activate and provide ways in which our visitors are having a great experience. And why is that? It goes back to tax. And all of you up here and myself, we will have a lot less money to do the things in the city that we want to do for our community and our residents. So that's why I'm saying when we think about the things that are going to make the biggest impacts of the perception of tourism, and that's like keeping the river clean and so that people can enjoy all the amenities. You heard number one reason why we're killing it over other cities. Again, I'm not going to mention names in the cities in Nevada, but is the outdoor influence. That is your river, that is your winter sports, that is your running. That's why we invested in the track, because we play hard in the day and we play hard at night. And so I just thought it was really important so the council could understand the full dynamics of what your visitor looks like. They're traveling with families. They and also the impacts of the community. But you're traveling with families, so when you think about programming, what do those look like? It's more family friendly, or you see the age demographic. So if you want to keep your eye on the prize and keep those numbers, which is impressive, we've been national news now because Reno's numbers are up and others in the state are down. And we are competitive and we have kept our eye on the prize there, and we are not letting those numbers dip. Because we're taking advantage when others are. Right now, Reno Tahoe has been on the map nationally. And just to wrap it up, and then I'm going to ask any council members if they have questions. Christina is phenomenal, and she's actually known nationally when it comes to bringing influencers and creators here. She just did something called Creator Camp. It was phenomenal, and it was, how many creators came? It was, I felt like,
Creators and
yeah.
40 attendees.
Yeah, 40 attendees came, and all their mission was, and they were all super excited, and these are people that visit across the world, the best destinations. And they had the bucket list family, they had influencers that are they are famous with millions and millions and millions of followers. They couldn't have been more excited to be in this destination, but what we got out of it, they went out there and created content for days about ranting and raving about what the experience was here. And you guys, that put us on the map nationally. No one has ever done that in a CVB. So we are really at the forefront of innovation. You talked about AI, all those things where we can get advantages over other CVBs. It's impressive because this is an area that I study day in and day out because I find it fascinating what drives people here psychologically. Why do they choose Reno Tahoe? And bar none, I'm so proud when I visit other cities. Mayors say to me all the time, your CVB is amazing. So I just want to say thank you so much. So with that,
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. Councilwoman Dewar, 3 minutes, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. That was a phenomenal presentation, and thank you for bringing it, Mayor. Because I have not served on the board, I'm less familiar. Of course, as a resident, I'm pretty darn familiar about all the great things that our community has to offer. But I know your goal is to bring people in, right? But also to entertain and support the people that are here. And Mayor, I'll be honest, I can't think of anybody better to chair this group.
thank you.
No, I'm serious. I mean, this is your lane, this is your passion, and I think that you have helped them reach the next level. I mean, I'm not there, so I don't know the details, but I do know the synergy between you and them. All of that said, I like the new logos about, no limits, and I had not, but I'll be honest, you may be advertising to the world, I have not heard it. Okay, I've not heard the use of that. So you may want to broaden your messaging even locally. I only wanted to follow up with one question. One of your slides caught my attention and spoke about something about 92% with families. It was either repeat visits or they wanted to bring their family. Could someone, I think it was you, showed that slide. Can anyone just address that? I know we're focused on the conventions, which is usually not so much family, but would anyone like to address that?
I can try, and then I know you probably
Well, there was a slide,
is,
so.
Yeah, family travel has been, as we've been seeing the millennials growing older and having families, that average age of 46 is typically older millennials bringing their families now to this region. So they've come here over the years, now they have kids, now they're bringing their kids to do the outdoor activities, go to the events, and they're bringing them along to experience it all with them. So it's really, and it's also that trend with that millennial group of, it's always happened, but bringing the kids along for that ambitious adventure, and that's where I feel Reno Tahoe is a good fit, is we're all about ambition and no limits. And so we've been really leaning into some of those family partnerships the past couple of years. And I think 2 years ago, we've seen it pretty consistently the past couple of years. It's about a third to a fourth of our visitors are bringing families.
Okay. And Mr. Larraguetta, I wanted to mention that we, for a decade, tried to increase the tourism use of the bowling stadium. And I want to commend you because it looks like you've done it. With this particular focus on the nonprofits, I think is sort of genius. Instead of just sort of having open bowling nights with no sort of function or focus or purpose, you've actually expanded that. And, you're hitting two important milestones with that. You're expanding the use of the facility, so the per-use cost goes down. But you're also helping our community, which is so reliant on nonprofits. We don't believe in government gets it done. We believe in the whole community gets it done together, and you are helping that. So I just wanted to give a shout out on that.
Thank you, Councilman. We appreciate it. And that is just the start. We also, and I didn't touch on it today, but we have activated the theater upstairs.
Oh.
So we'll be starting selling packaging and movies into the theater. We have a tenant going into the museum downstairs, which will be announced here in the very near future. And we also are selling packages to the Stadium Club and the Kingpin. So it's all about just activating the stadium from a whole.
And I'll add just one thing, if I may. I keep working on the convention center. It's been in my ward forever. And keep working on the parking and shuttle options so that everybody doesn't have to park close to the door, but they can be dropped at the door with frequent shuttles. It's so important. People still drive so much. And they drive here. Your point, some of you made a point that most of the people are driving, not flying here. They've all got a place to park. And even if they're at a local hotel, they want to drive here. And we don't have great transportation. So if you can keep the eye on the ball of improving its appearance, interior and exterior, and expanding the use of those adjacent parking lots, which are north, south, east, and west, that'd be great, I think.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Larraguetta and your team, thank you so much for the presentation. Incredibly energetic, which I appreciate about the work that you do. I also appreciated sort of your thoughtfulness about the state of the economy and what it means and how we have to be able to be flexible, pivot, move, and also some conservative approach to how we forecast for what our RSCVA's revenue will be. Madam Mayor has been a gracious leader and a member of that board for many years, and we don't always get to see all of it. And so it's nice to be able to see it here when you do come for the presentations. For my part, two things. One is, as I traveled recently, both in San Francisco and Seattle, I did notice us advertising there. So on the subways and on the cars, I would look up and I would see, come to Reno Tahoe. That wasn't the slogan, but you get the idea. I appreciate that too, because obviously you're targeting drive markets, fly-in markets where there are direct flights, and I trust you to do your job in that area. So very good, and I was proud to see it and gave me a moment to smile and pause about being from here. The one question I have for you, Mr. Largetta, and I have raised this with you, of course, privately and want to share, is I continue to believe that in the winter months when we are able, that the convention center or any of our properties should be hopefully turned into pickleball venues. So you put up the slide about this incredible track, and wow, you had to take a lot of slings and arrows for people who said, why are you spending $5 million on this track? And now we know why. Very exciting. I talked to President Sandoval about and Stephanie Remp about that and how incredible it is. What can we do to encourage the growth of pickleball and the opportunity to be indoors? You know, we do not have indoor facilities for tennis or pickleball here. There are a couple of small private operators now, and that's great, and there may be soon a new one. And so tell me that there's a plan. I really want to see us being able to, Vice Mayor Taylor and I need to get out there and play pickleball against one another, and so we've got to get moving on it. What can you tell me about that?
First of all, thank you for the comments, positive comments, Councilor Reese, appreciate it. There's not, as I stand here today, there's not a concrete plan, right? And as we have had discussions off record, the challenge is the number of courts you can fit within the facilities and the time to put them down and take them up. So at the convention center, we had a tenant that was utilizing significant space during the winter months that allowed the public to come and play. It was very affordable, was very convenient, and it worked for everyone. The challenge we had is with that particular tenant, they were willing, and the prior owner, willing to tear the courts up and put them back down when we had other business come in that was room-generating business. The new owner is a little bit more resilient to do that just because of the cost and the labor associated with tearing down and putting the courts up. Now, I have been told that they are definitely looking at this winter of bringing pickleball back to the convention center, and we would love that. We would love that opportunity. It's really on the tenant themselves on whether they want to absorb the cost and whether it's profitable for them.
Well, and for my part, and Madam Mayor, if I may just go over by a little bit, you had a line item on one of the slides that talked about the dollars that you all are willing to invest. In some ways, it was $500,000 for certain events. There was a sports-related line item, I think, of $1 million. I guess for my part, I would encourage you to consider and would like your board to think about whether or not an appropriate use might be the purchase of some of those type of sports courts that are kind of like Legos, they go down. It is true that the operator who operated there, one, Matt Williams, of course, passed away, which is a very sad thing and a loss for our community. And he was very gracious, but he did have an army of volunteers who would go in and unhook all the Lego pieces and pull the floors up when you had other business in there. It may be that we have to subsidize the court purchases in order to get the exchange for thing, which might be the labor to unsnap it and put it back together. I will tell you at the Reno Tennis Center, there has been a phenomenal growth and investment by this body into the Reno Tennis Center, which has caused pickleball to be a tremendous growth opportunity. And of course, all of these slides point out the economic impact of the things we do. You're not doing it altruistically, although I do believe you have the right heart about it. It's because it will drive some room nights, it will drive economic vitality, people will spend their dollars in the adjacent businesses and all of that. I think if we will invest a little bit, there will be some greater community buy-in, and it will help us to keep people who would otherwise play outdoors during the summer months going so that they aren't having to rebuild their client base at the Reno Tennis Center every year. So something to think about, and something I know the mayor is also very passionate about and has been hearing me beseech her for it for several years. Thank you so much.
I think those are absolutely great comments, and we have to continue to do what we can. I get a little frustrated over there because they have their own way of doing things, which it works, and that's why they do what they do. But I'm with you whenever I say, hey, we need to get to yes and help subsidize some of those things that can really make an impact. But we do have a board just like this, and we vote up and we vote down, and some of that does not happen. And then you guys have to see me come here and be cranky. And so with that being said, I'm surprised that Vice Mayor Taylor has not opened her own chicken and pickle. She wanted to, I don't know, how many years ago?
3, 4? It was 3 or 4 years ago, I think. When was that? When you went to?
Yeah, it was about 3.
Yeah, 3 years ago. And so she's wanted one ever since. So I think she's going to have the same sentiment. So with that, I'm going to hand it back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Obviously, we have amazing leadership over at RSCVA with our mayor and with you and your team. Thank you for being here. I actually had the opportunity to play in the convention center with my daughter in preparation for beating Councilman Reese. We haven't, but,
She's practicing. You're in trouble.
and we had no idea what we were doing, and the team there was very fantastic. But I had the opportunity to look at your strategic plan, and I just wanted to call attention to the urban core revitalization as one of your goals, and that is very important to me, as Madam Mayor talked about, and to our entire council. So in one of the roadmap, you have an increase of 60% of visitors going to downtown over the next 2 years, which is fantastic and phenomenal. I'm extremely excited about that, and I'd like to probably schedule some time with you offline to see how we can get there. I did have some concerns with the bowling stadium and the event center and those numbers going down, but it sounds like with your presentation, you are bringing events there and you are thinking differently to get those spaces activated. So that's extremely important to me. One of the things that I wanted to ask you about, particularly with this presentation, is what is your role in the special events space? Because it seems like, we're all trying to bring people here and have special events, and the city of Reno is responsible for some stuff and you're responsible for some stuff. How does that work, and is there a way to streamline the process and make it more efficient for everybody involved?
So the special event process is twofold. One, there's an existing process that has been in play for, Christina, a decade, where marketing oversees a $500,000 special event fund. It requires anybody who's requesting sponsorship or financial support to go through the rigorous process of completing a form. Those forms have to meet certain criteria in order to qualify. Once they qualify, every one of those applications is vetted through a committee, and we literally sit in a room for a day and go through every single application from top to bottom to assess the request and determine whether we want to award funding, or if not the full amount, how much. I believe we had 56 or 57 applications last fiscal year, and we awarded all but one to some amount. And they vary. It can be from $500 to $15,000, let's say. And so that is the role on the special events side.
With that being said, I think the City of Reno, we also have a process for doing stuff like that, and I would be interested in learning how we maybe combine those processes and work together on that and pool resources. I think we're trying to streamline some of our stuff, but we can discuss that later. But thank you for being here and all the great work you're doing. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I should give a shout out to Ashley, because she meets with Mike regularly, so.
I think we have coffee next week, actually.
Yeah. So thank you so much, Ashley. So she's got her eye on it too. Go ahead, Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor, and thank you to you all for being here and providing us with some of that information. I'm so glad to see that about 3/4 of the people that visit our city are happy with their experience and are willing to come back. It seems like there is a lot of interest in terms of sports and maybe sport tourism. Just wondering if you can highlight, I know you talked about the track, but there are some movements maybe for flat fields, and just curious if there's any other spaces you all are looking at to expand to and look at when it comes to sports tourism.
We are, and we are incredibly passionate about sports. And that is just not, that is youth sports, adult sports, that is competitive sports, that is AU, that is professional, everything above board we are looking at. The challenge we have, and to your point, Councilman Martinez, is we have an inventory problem as it relates to fields and flat fields. We do not have an inventory in terms of where to house the attendees and the participants. And so we've been working with different entities. The RCVA has been very involved, and we definitely want to play our part in making that a reality. And so there have been different locations throughout the region that have been identified as possibilities. We're looking at some. We're working with a prior board member who is very passionate about flat fields, and we hope that becomes a reality in the near future, because we know if those flat fields are put in play, we will have, the demand is there. The demand is there for lacrosse, for soccer, for all kinds of flat field sports. And so we know that if we build it, they will come, and we have the room inventory to accommodate their needs.
That's the one thing when I do hear from families locally and visitors,
how under inventoried we are in that space and how disappointing it is. I hear that over and over again. So everyone focus on, that's going to be a massive generator if we can get that to happen.
Yeah, I know a lot of folks on the DICE are taking the charge and hoping to get that across the line. So maybe you and I can connect after and discuss more of a plan how to get that
Yeah,
across
anything
the
we can do
finish line.
assist, we'd love to
Mike,
be.
there's your champion right
Awesome.
there.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right.
Very good. Thank you.
Right there, Mr. Martinez. Okay, go
you.
ahead, Councilwoman Anderson.
Hi, thanks for the presentation and all the accolades for all the amazing people that are doing the great work. Just before I forget about the flat fields, are we looking at all at, like, I'm coming from the ballroom and the event center as fields? Like, are we looking at that as having collapsible indoor fields in those two facilities?
That has not been presented or discussed, just because there hasn't been really brought to our attention that there's a need for that, or whether that would be financially feasible to do that, and is the ROI there? Every conversation that I've been involved with as it relates to flat fields has been outdoor.
Yeah, but the challenge too, there are two challenges, is size, because the board has looked at it, but the other is the schedule. The hard part is the schedule of what's happening in there. You got to pull it up, put it down, pull it up, put it down. So you have to make sure that you're scheduling it in between what's already booked. And that's where we've ran into the biggest roadblocks. Is it's either not enough time, or, people are saying a week isn't enough of an investment, or 2 weeks. That's the biggest downside to anything, is the schedule of the events that are going in and out of there. So you have to be really strategic how you do it. And some years are better than others. So, because you might not have that conference that comes that year, and then they come the next year. So you're like, it's a very hard schedule to maintain, actually.
And to that point, most people that aren't in that business, whether it's on the convention side, the event side, or the flat field, or assembling a product can become a flat field, don't realize the lead time on the front end and the tear down on the back end. And so what we think is an easy process, just to put in a flat field and construct it. There's the labor on the front end and back end, and it's a process. It's to kind of put things in perspective. When we did our first run of building the portable track in Hall 4, it took us 6 weeks. Now that will go down as we become more experienced, but it's a process.
So one of the things, not that we're going to throw your strategy or your budget off track, that $1 million that the RSCBA is looking at booking, music downtown. We have a lot of music downtown. We don't have a lot of activation at those facilities when we don't have music or conventions. So I'm saying, if we have that $1 million budget, we might be able to redirect it in the future to leverage some of these youth sports, where we can drive up my next point, which is you guys have done amazing work increasing our visitors and our room nights, and we're seeing their average spend go down. So I'm asking you, is there something that we can do from the city of Reno, or any of the businesses and partners that we have in the city of Reno, to help the RSCBA move the needle on that one data point where average spending is going down, but we're getting more visitors here? Right. What can we do right now to help you with that data point? Are there packages? Are there, value adds that we could be throwing in to make the area more attractive to drive up spending?
Councilman Anderson, let me try and tackle that last question first. So I think when you look at average spend, that there's a direct correlation to the demographic of the clientele that's visiting our region, right? So when we look at the segmentation that we're going after, there is data that shows who is the most profitable segment, whether that is a conventioneer, an FIT, free and independent traveler, a gambler, a leisure customer, someone here is visiting family, whatever it may be, and we break all that down. And then Christina and her team, and Miles Partnership was their agency of record, they will market accordingly going after those segments. So when we see our average spend going down or ADR going down, I would attribute that primarily based on overall what's happening in the world and the economy and domestically, is people are just spending less, and they are being more frugal with their dollars in terms of their spend. But in terms of, yes, can we do a better job of marketing to segments that are more profitable and introducing them to more product where they'll spend more? Absolutely. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I was going to go to the next question.
I think we have an opportunity here right now where we don't have to change who we're bringing in, right? Is there an opportunity where we can enhance what we're offering to drive up the spending? That's what I'm wondering.
I think the answer is yes, of course, right? We try to do everything we can to introduce what there is to do in our region, right? Whether that is from an entertainment, gaming, restaurant, retail, beverage, outdoor, hiking, biking, golf, tennis, pickleball, whatever it may be, right? We're always trying to put that messaging out there about there is so much to do in our region, but we can always get better, sure.
Okay, we'll talk later about what we can do here in Reno to help you.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what
thank
I'm
you.
asking.
And then just to answer your question as it relates to the music, yes, we would be open to having those discussions. Obviously, our core responsibility is try and drive room nights, heads and beds, room tax, economic impact, and that's what that money was approved through for the board to allocate towards. But that being said, we also have, as the mayor knows, a program that we created a year ago. It's called an unsolicited request for sponsorship and funding. And we have a budget of $150,000 for anything that goes through senior staff above to the finance committee and possibly to the board for a request of above $10,000. And anything below $10,000 has another $50,000 line item that we can approve at senior staff. And we get those requests, and it's generally from the community, and it can be anything. We just did one the other day, and I think it was a $10,000 for a local event because we really felt that it was something that was important to the region. So we have that option as well.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I know there's a lot of work that you guys do, and it's great to have you come in and share a lot of that with the council and the community. I did want to ask about any kind of partnerships with the Stead Airport. Are there any kind of events we're working on bringing there? I know the air races, losing the air races was a huge loss for my community and also for Reno as a whole. It was a great event, and I know it also brought a lot of revenue for the hotels, casinos, restaurants, because it was a week-long event. People would come and stay here. And I know we really focus on the downtown area a lot, which is great. I think we need to revitalize it, but if anybody comes to an event at the Stead Airport, they're likely going to stay in downtown. We don't have any hotels in Ward 4. So just want to hear, like, if you guys have anything you're working on, any thoughts you have. Are you open to suggestions from the community? Just, kind of generally.
So yes, we, a little over a year ago, we hired an individual based out of Las Vegas, Valerie Segura, who's our Director of Event Development, and her focus is on new event development. It is on, with four key anchors: sports, arts and culture, food and beverage, and music. And so those are the four areas that she's really focused on. It's a process. I kind of relate it and compare it to convention sales, where the lead time is almost a year, if not 18 months,
Yeah.
where you have to visit, solicit, entertain, and host. And then you have to obviously identify the venue and then negotiate the terms. And then in most cases, I bring that back to my board for approval. So it has been, unfortunately, a longer timeline than we anticipated, but we're close. We're close to identifying new events.
And
Okay.
One thing I just want to point out to the council so you understand, because this is critical. This took me a while to figure out. But they do not put on events. They sponsor them. So if you have someone out in that area or you know of events or promoters that are doing certain events, that's where they should go because they can sponsor and they can promote those because they have a large audience. But just remember, because I used to say, why aren't we doing this? Why aren't we doing this? Why aren't we doing this? And they would say, we need a promoter. We need a promoter. Because remember, that's what they do, is they market and they brand and they promote. But they do not put on events. So just remember that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But in particular, there was a group, an organization that I was speaking with that was interested in doing some kind of festival at the Stead Airport. I don't know, like, if I should just connect them directly with
Please,
you.
yes,
There was
absolutely.
discussion about, having like maybe a bluegrass kind of event there and having people fly in, advertise it as, come to town for this weekend event or something like that.
We would
So,
love that. Yes,
okay,
please do.
okay. I do have a couple more things, but
I'm going to move on to
Yeah.
Councilman Reese and then Councilwoman Dewar. And then I'll go back to you unless I don't see anyone's green light over on this side. So Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll try to be brief. I want to just expand on a thought that my colleague, Mr. Martinez, talked about, and that is the concept of soccer-based recreational flat field tourism, whether it's lacrosse, flag football, whatever it is. You know, our vision for many years has been flat fields over on the east side of Reno, hopefully along the flood pathway, along the Truckee River, and that's being discussed and debated in other environments. I think what I want us to think about is the idea of like Soccer City USA, whether it's those fields, ones that might be built at Pembroke, the refurbishment of the Miraloma fields. You know, this is a way in which we could have national level soccer tournaments. So when you say we purchased the $5 million for the track, right, it seems to me that we should be able to figure out a way to spend RCVA dollars towards that kind of sports-based tourism. So I'm hopeful that as Ms. Dewar and Mr. Martinez advocate for those flat fields, that there'll be an opportunity for those advocacies to find their way to the RCVA so that we can really think about it. On top of that, Mr. Martinez was able to leverage some of our goodwill with Alex Morello in the GSR arena area to provide some additional dollars for sports-based youth programming. And so it's like a little piece here from the flood project, a little piece here from a development project, you, us, Councilmember Martinez and Ms. Dewar really pulling hard, because the issue is it's real easy to have an idea. It's very difficult to make it happen, right? And between that and, Richard J. and all the people that support all these tourism-based sports programming things, we should be able to get something done.
That's a great point, absolutely.
Well, I'm here to build on the same point, and I started back with Mr. Martinez and moved on. I want to talk about 3 points of sports-oriented and outdoor sports. So I want to commend both of my colleagues for bringing it up, and I want to add my voice to it. I think that it is prime for your involvement. It is demonstrated in communities throughout the country that bringing in these tourists, they're going to drive probably, bringing them in and being able to have those kind of tournaments, put them up at the hotel, spend money on the dinners, they're not bringing their own food. We need to really push hard on that. We have such great opportunities. So I too want to press you a little bit and say if we can do $5 million for the Mondo, we should be able to also do $5 million for the flat fields. The second thing I wanted to mention, since the focus on outdoor recreation, is that like we have the Rim Trail up at Tahoe, and it's a real draw, and people talk about it all the time for that segment, whether it's walking, biking, running, whatever. We have something similar right here in our area, and that is we have a trail network around Reno, similar to McCarran Road, but it's a walking, biking type trail. The missing piece is the Virginia Range. I started an ARPA project to do the planning to fill in this missing gap. But I can tell you, if we can finish the gap, and EDON understood this, they put in $75,000 a while back to develop the trail network, a map, information about it, but we are missing this piece, and we need to finish the planning. It's not going to directly turn into tourist dollars as soon as we finish the planning, but as each development comes in, we want them to be part of this. And so without the outline, without the drawing of where it goes, we're kind of dead in the water. I would like to reach out to you to consider that. And then finally, a number of years ago, I visited with RCVA about using, I believe it was the ballroom, for ice hockey tournament events, which apparently, and I partnered with Holly McLean. He's on the International Olympic Committee. He knows about the draw. Tremendous TV coverage, which is again a way to pull people in without spending our advertising dollars. We are advertising while these games are being transmitted, on media. And at the time, I brought the ice facility to you from Germany. I also presented it to Joel Grace down at the ice rink. Well, he grabbed onto it and he said, we're going to put it in. But our CVA still did not pick up on that. And I would love to have that conversation again, as again, another way to activate this in a downtime. That's not about music. That's not about, some nonprofit event. It's about utilizing the facility for something that will 100% get TV coverage here. So.
Yeah, I mean, that was, I think, prior to my regime.
It
but I'd love
was.
to
It
have
was
that
prior to
conversation.
you.
Because we have, going back to the bowling stadium, one of the things we are exploring is the screens above the lanes.
Yeah.
You have the ability to live stream.
Yes.
And so we're looking at opportunities as it relates to March Madness or Indy 500 or F1 of using that venue as a visual. So same concept.
Same
for REC.
concept.
Love
So,
it.
and it does take some to put it down, but apparently it's a really easy system, relatively speaking, not 6 weeks, but 2 days to put down and take up. So,
Love it.
okay.
Okay, and I'm so glad she brought up ice. One of the things, and I just want to put it on the council's radar, if you ever get the opportunity to bring ice back in any capacity, and even at the city level, we had people that came and they were partners, and unfortunately, I don't think that we were clear on what we wanted to see from them, and they did 1 year and then forgot it. And I really think that ice skating is such a sort of traditional winter sport, and we could have offered it more to our community. So I think it's one of the biggest regrets that I will have on council is that allowing someone else to sort of take that over and then dropping the ball instead of bringing it, to the community. It really is unfortunate. And no one has brought it back since. So I would just urge this council, if you ever get the opportunity to do it, it's a really good opportunity too, but.
Apparently, it's the hottest growing sport in the Olympics.
Disappointed that we, gave that equipment and it has not been brought back. And we were under the impression it would, and it's really unfortunate. Okay, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to kind of reiterate what some of my fellow council members said with regards to flat fields. It's just so important. When my kids were in soccer, we would have games at the North Valleys Regional Park, and there would be parents there from like south end of Reno. Like people are driving all over because there's just a shortage of fields. And if we could bring tournaments here, that would be wonderful for people to stay in the rooms and all of that too. So just wanted to kind of,
Yeah.
echo that as well.
Absolutely, and we are an advocate. We are in line. We would love to have that discussion about what that opportunity would look like. And because for us, we know there's an inventory problem, yet there's not an inventory problem on the room side,
Yeah.
the restaurant side. It's just a matter of having the fields available to host these tournaments.
Yeah, great.
Okay, and so to wrap this up and then let you guys go, there is no vote on this presentation, so you don't have to worry. But I am going to, two things I want to touch on. Again, stressing so much, why is this important to the council? You never hear about Las Vegas worrying about their budgets. Why? Because they have so much tourism and gaming that supports what they want to get done and accomplish. And not that we are Las Vegas, but I'm just saying this is why it's so critical to support your tourism core in every capacity, because once that dips, it's even more and more challenging to provide the services that council members and the city want to provide back to the community. So keep that in mind. It's one of the reasons why I was like, this is just, you got to keep this gold right here. Going back to Councilwoman Anderson's point, great point about how can you support this, and I even think for the media back there, one of the stories that you can tell is bring your conference home. Bring your conference home. All of you are in industries, whether it's architecture or city planning, or maybe you're on some curling congress, or it doesn't matter what it is. We want you to bring your conference home right here to Reno Tahoe. We're happy to host you. I brought the Conference of Mayors here because I know how important what that generates and the economic impact when we bring our conferences home. So every community member out there, if you want to help the city generate more revenue for the things that you love, from flowers on our streets to street cleaning, those types of things, like that all helps us pay for things like that. So if there's one thing I can stress, bring your conference home. And last but not least, I just want to say to you guys, and I think my entire council would totally agree, and I'd like to see more of it, and I don't think the board, and I should put it on the agenda so we can see where everyone's priorities are, river investment. River investment, keeping it clean, keeping it safe. It's one of the most coveted areas in the city. People are jealous that we have it. Mayor Goodman always said to me, if I could trade you that, I would. And so I can't stress enough, we should probably put it on an agenda, but we've never hashed out what that should really, really entail. We do the river rangers thanks to our city manager over here. And it's critical because our visitors are going there. Our community is going there. We need it safe. We need it healthy. We need it vibrant. And we need it ready for people to enjoy. So,
I'm just going to leave with that. So they know what's going to be next on the agenda. All right, you guys, thank you so much. I know it was long, but you haven't been here in a long time, and so I appreciate your time.
Thank you,
And I
Mayor.
just really felt it was important that everyone needs to know why tourism is critical, so.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for
everyone.
everything.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to hand it over to Vice Mayor. You are going to take us into this next item, correct?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we're going to move into item D1.
All right.
Let the record reflect that council is opening the public hearing on item D1. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Vice Mayor, proper notice was given on this item. We did receive I apologize. We did receive correspondence on this item as 3 letters of support, 11 letters of opposition, and 2 letters of neutral or concern.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any disclosures from the body? I don't see any. We'll move now into a presentation. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Jeff Foster, Associate Planner. Today I'm bringing you an abandonment request by the Reno Housing Authority. So the abandonment request is for an approximately 6,197 square foot alley between Reno Avenue and West Taylor Street. This is about 265 feet east of South Arlington Avenue and 250 feet west of Lander Street. You can see the abandonment, the alley here. And then this is north of Mount Rose Elementary School there. The proposed abandonment is to facilitate a more usable project area as the Reno Housing Authority considers housing opportunities for properties on both sides of the alley. So as we zoom in here, the parcels adjoining the western boundary of the proposed abandonment area are developed with a former early childhood education center, as you can see there, the big white building, and associated outdoor play equipment. The adjoining parcels to the east of the alley include two single-family residences on the north and the south that you can see here. One is occupied and one is vacant. And one parcel containing playground equipment for the now non-operational early childhood education center across the alley. The key issues that staff analyzed are the abandonment background as well as financial. So getting into the background, the alley was dedicated to the city by tract map. All 5 properties on both sides of the alley that are directly affected by the abandonment were purchased approximately a year ago from the Catholic Charities of Northern Nevada. There are no bus stops, city-owned trees, benches, or other public amenities in the alley. And last but not least, there are existing utilities within the abandonment area, including telephone and electric lines, a storm drain, and sanitary sewer. There are the 5 parcels that the RHA owns, circled in blue there. So continuing with background, if the abandonment goes through and the alley is abandoned, the abandonment area would be merged with the parcels on both sides. This would not have a negative impact on the adjacent street network or overall traffic circulation. Keep in mind that the applicant owns all parcels on both sides of the abandonment area and is the primary user of the existing alley. There are north-south streets with sufficient capacity on both sides, namely Lander and Arlington, and the alley does not continue across the next block to the south. RPD and RFD were both consulted, and neither has concerns with the proposed abandonment request. Moving into zoning, the adjacent parcels are zoned multifamily 30 and multifamily 14. When the abandonment goes through, if it's approved, the alley would be split at the center line and would revert to the parcels on both sides and take up the corresponding MF30 and MF14 zoning. Moving into financial, the right-of-way is held in easement only, not in fee title. If it's abandoned, the area would revert back to the adjacent properties on either side with no associated fee. The city would benefit from reduced liability and maintenance responsibilities associated with the alley, as the adjacent property owner, again RHA, would be responsible for all maintenance of the subject area. I wanted to turn to the finding. In approving any abandonment, the city council shall find that the public will not be materially injured by the proposed abandonment. That is the one and only finding that must be made in order to approve an abandonment. While there are many public comments, some positive, mostly negative, addressing the potential development of the site with affordable housing, that is not within the purview of today's proceedings. While many of the comments point out that affordable housing should be built elsewhere, i.e. Lemon Valley or the city of Sparks, again, that is not what we're looking at today. We're only looking at whether or not the proposed abandonment would have a material negative impact or injury to the public. Again, there are no bus stops, benches, trees, or other public amenities. There are no negative impacts on the adjacent street network. And RPD and RFD were both consulted and have no concerns. Therefore, staff is able to make the recommendation that the public will not be materially injured, and therefore we can support the proposed abandonment. Here's the recommended motion. I'm available for questions. The applicant is here. They will not be making a presentation, but they are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Appreciate your presentation. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do have public comment, Madam Vice Mayor. Our first public commenter today is Richard Hill, followed by Sherry Hill, followed by Matthew Ralston.
Good morning. My name is Richard Hill. I live directly across the street from this alley. I have lived there 45 years. We have seen huge changes in that part of the community. We've gone from an area that was exclusively rentals. It's all now owner occupied with the exception of the block that's at issue today. This project is going to dramatically and adversely change the neighborhood. Now, I understand what Mr. Foster said, that we're here today to focus on negative impacts on the public. Mr. Foster made a misstatement. He said there were no city assets to be taken here. That's not true. This alley is one of many in this area. If you look at a map, you will see that every city block in this area, from California to Mount Rose, from Plumas to Arlington, they are all bisected by alleys. The alleys are a critical part of these neighborhoods, and you're going to lose them. The city paid, I have no idea how much, to put all of those alleys into concrete. Some of them were just in horrible shape, and 4 or 5 years ago, the city came in and put all of them into concrete. The one message that you're getting here today is the access for this project is going to move. That's what they want the alley for, is so they can build on it. They wish to increase the density even further. Now, you heard from Dr. Crum this morning that he's losing a buffer. You're going to hear from another gentleman who is going to tell you that the statement by Reno Fire Department that they're not going to be using the alley for fire is a misstatement. His house is in the alley. He needs access. Waste Management uses these alleys. Well, I submit to you that you cannot do your duty in this case, because what are they going to do with it? We don't know. Give it to us, trust us, we know more than you do. That's what you're hearing, and there is no basis for you to be able to gauge adverse impact because you don't know what they're going to do with it. That neighborhood is a transition between the historic Newlands neighborhood and Midtown. And this project, we've been told by Reno Housing Authority, this is the only time this project is ever going to see any public hearing. And they've told us they think this is a slam dunk. Please don't do that to us. This project needs to be reined in. What are they going to
Thank
do
you,
with
Mr.
it?
Hill.
Thank
Our
you.
next public commenter is Sherry Hill, followed by Matthew Ralston.
Hello, my name is Sherry Hill. I do oppose this abandonment, but I don't wish to make any further statements at this. Thank you.
Matthew Ralston, followed by Nanette Fink Eaton, followed by Sam Gettle.
My name is Matthew Ralston. I live at 865 Lander Street. The back of my house is directly against where they're going to be building this, and I will be in the shadow of a 3-story building. Like they say, it is a historic Southwest neighborhood. Do we just keep building up? I just want to go on the record for opposing this alley to be abandonment. Thank you.
Nanette Fink Eaton, followed by Sam Gettle, followed by Carly O'Krent.
Thank you. Nanette Fink Eaton, Madam Chair, council members, thank you for letting us talk today. You know, I'm strongly opposed to this abandonment of the alley. This alley is far more than just a strip of pavement. It is an access that's very necessary, not just for the community at large, but you have children going through there quite often to the Mount Rose Elementary School. And as already mentioned, the alley is part of the characteristic of our district. We have alleys throughout this whole neighborhood, and it gives it that pleasantry that we like about the old world charm of Old Southwest. We also have a question, what about emergency responders? We all know the big pink elephant in the room is going to be this 44 plus or 40 plus, whatever it is. We don't know what it is, quite frankly, at this point, because they haven't told us definitively, because they haven't proposed a definitive plan. They're going to put in an apartment complex there. That is going to bring in a lot of traffic, and we're going to have cars. I don't care what level of socioeconomic status these individuals have, they need their cars. I need my car. You need your car. So parking is an issue with that whole aspect of it. Let's look at that, the actual abandonment of this alley. If we go back historically, in 1986, a clear precedent for handling this matter responsibly and respectfully to the neighborhood was the city of Reno. City of Reno granted an approval of the abandonment of this, predicated on a stipulation that 42 parking spaces must be put on site in order to feed the Holy Child daycare at that time. Why not implement that same rule as a respect and a mandate towards the Reno Housing Authority? I think it's very necessary. We're concerned. Yeah, we're concerned about the high density. Absolutely. Do they have a right to build on their property? Absolutely. But not at the detriment of those around them. So, as Mr. Foster had said, that there was no detriment. There is a detriment to the community there. We absolutely have a negative effect from this. And as Mr. Foster referred to my house at 450 Reno Avenue and 800 South Arlington as ground zero. Well, doggone it, I thought ground zero is where the bomb goes off. So I'm asking you to consider this, please. And Madam Chair, council members, what if this was your neighborhood? Wouldn't you want to preserve the historic charm and loveliness of your neighborhood? Yeah.
Sam Gettle, followed by Carly O'Krent, followed by Isaac Morrison.
Hi, I'm Sam Gettle. I was here before. I just wanted to bring back a couple. This is a picture of what ground zero I'm not saying it is, but it most likely will be. And this is the Renaissance Hotel. So I'm definitely against this, and after the meeting 2 weeks ago, I'm double downing on it. that no, this should not be done. They're confusing, trying to confuse you, that they're only taking into fact material fact as it stands now. As soon as you grant the easement, it becomes a huge material fact. And I'm going to refer, the most important point is I mentioned the name Dave A. Ozzie. He was a council person 20 years ago when the Renaissance Hotel, when the alley was abandoned on Mill Street. And now he's the director of the RCA. And so I will say, he's a wonderful person. He was a fabulous council member. But there was a message that I took away. He regretted voting for that, and the council really regretted it, because everything's changed. Everything will change once that's approved. You have no say. You have to have cause and effect. You can't just carte blanche, give this to people, and then everything changes. What if they never get financing? They're cutting financing back. What happens if you have an emergency report? Because when this project goes through, you're going to have an evacuation report from the schools. That's not here. Also, they didn't tell you that this alley was appraised at nearly $600,000. Are you going to give it away free? Where does that money go? These are all material effects. So the second you approve of it, this is probably what's going to happen. They say no, but they don't have financing. They don't have a plan. They have all these excuses. And Mr. Foster and others, I've spoken with him before, everybody thinks this is a done deal. They're just walking through it because you're going to automatically approve it.
I've heard this sentiment a couple of times. I'm just curious, like, where does this come from? Whenever, like, the gentleman before you mentioned, oh, they've heard it's a slam dunk, it's a done deal. I mean, really honestly, the council likes to hear entirety so that, because if they're giving you that perception.
That's what they were saying. This is from the second floor as well as the engineers. This is just a matter of rubber stamp. And they basically said that in that meeting. And the fact that they didn't disclose that this is a valuable alley, it's worth $600,000, it's like another lot. Like, who funds that? So it's not like we picked it out of the air. It was a huge part of their message that people got.
And I apologize for that, because that would be very inaccurate.
Right.
So thank you very much.
Because I know most of you, and you guys are very fair, and you analyze things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam.
Carly O'Krent, followed by Isaac Morrison.
Good morning. I'm Carly O'Krent. I live with my partner and our dog on Reno Avenue, directly across from the alley and the
This is you.
proposed RHJ site.
I
That's
just read that.
Yep, and I'm about to say exactly what that says.
Hey, go ahead.
But I think there's power in appearing, and I took the day off, and I'm appreciating being part of the process. So I'll continue. I didn't grow up here, but it's the kind of neighborhood I dreamed of. Homes with character, big trees, neighbors from all walks of life. We've made this our home for the past 8 years, making careful updates as time and budget have allowed. And this year, we planted 4 new trees we're excited to watch grow. I've spent almost 15 years in state government, usually on the other side of the dais, listening to public comment. This is my first time speaking. I'm here as a private resident. These are my views, not my employer's. But in my professional experience, the process exists to ensure the best outcome and to give neighbors like me a meaningful chance to participate before decisions are made. How this decision is made could very well shape everything that follows. For that reason, I'm asking the city to hold off on the abandonment request. A brief pause now until a more complete plan and its impacts are on the table will lead to a better, more transparent, and more defensible outcome for everyone. Right now, the project is still conceptual. Approving the abandonment now would grant the project thousands of additional feet of buildable area without clarity about the design or its impacts. If this were a private developer, the city of Reno would almost certainly wait for a full plan before giving up public right-of-way. The fact that RHA is a governmental entity shouldn't lower that bar. If anything, it should raise it. Public agencies may earn some special consideration because of that mission. But that status comes with a responsibility to serve the broader public interest, not just the residents of a single project. And right now, we simply don't know what RHA is going to do. That uncertainty is exactly why the abandonment decision should come after the full plan and its impacts are known. And because the site is directly next to a public elementary and middle school, traffic and safety should be part of the discussion before the alley is abandoned, not after. School drop-off and pickup already create congestion and heavy pedestrian activity. If this project significantly cuts on-site parking, it will add even more pressure to these streets. There's no reason to rush. RHA can keep designing without the alley, and the city can consider abandonment later, after a complete plan or at least a clear concept and its impacts are on the table. That approach keeps options open, avoids locking in a design too soon, and protects the integrity of the process. This isn't just about neighborhood impacts. It's about making a decision that's transparent, defensible, and aligned with the city's long-term goals and master plan. Please wait to decide until you have the full picture, so the result truly works for the neighborhood, for Reno, and for the people who will call this project home.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Isaac Morrison.
Good morning, Council, Mayor. My name is Isaac Morrison, AICP, Certified Land Use Planner. Worked on a few different master plan communities in the area. I know that this is about the alley abandonment. I definitely wanted to bring up the change that has happened in the zoning code. The density bonuses for affordable housing, basically a blanket density that gives us almost double the density. We could, previous to this new zoning code, I did the math, we could put in maybe 26 units there. Now we're up to, I think I got 50 or 48 because of that density bonus. I just want to paint that picture that suddenly a community, an old community of 100-year-old homes, mine's 98 years, I live 200 feet away from this project, now could be up to 45, 48 units instead of 26 on 1 acre. We're talking about 1 acre. What I would really like to discuss here is that this character of the neighborhood and the current problems that we already have, parking, congestion, the intersections. I walk my kids to school every morning. I understand what happens at these intersections and how hard that can be, and sometimes actually even dangerous. But what I would really like to do is describe that because of these blanket density bonuses, we as the residents suffer the consequence of them, but without reaping the benefits. We can't smash in all the units on our own property as well unless we go through the whole affordable housing. And I just want to point out, I think Reno Housing Authority does a fantastic job. They're awesome, they're great. I don't want to speak about them or even the affordable housing component of this. I just want to focus on the density bonus. With that being said, I hope that you guys can think about, if you're going to approve this, put a couple conditions. For one, do not allow the density to increase. It comes out to about 9 more units. I know on the grand scheme of things, pretty small. For our community, it's big. So cap their density at what they have now, so they can't use the alley area square footage to increase their density, their unit total. And then also, and I would hope that you could have at least 1 parking spot per unit. I know that some of these incentives decrease that requirement, but if you could put those conditions on, it would make this project a lot more tolerable for us to swallow. So. Can you repeat that again? Cap the density to what it is right now, because their acreage is like, I think it's 1.08, and it's split zoning, so you kind of got to do some complicated math. I came out with 45 units pre-abandonment. And I came out with 56 post. I could be off by a couple units, but I just
see
want
what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, and then the other one was, let's require at least 1 parking spot per unit. Because parking is an issue out there, especially during the school day, so.
Okay,
That's all I have.
thank you. Were you a planner here?
No, I do private work. I've worked on a few communities. I will leave those
Great, well-
unnamed.
All right, impressive. Good job.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Jeff, How do you feel? You doing fine? You're doing great? Sure. Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to bring it back to the body for questions. So make sure everyone has their lights on if they want to speak, okay? I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Dewar, it's your word.
Yeah, I don't want to start with questions. I've had some time to dive into the project a bit, tour the site with RHA, speak to our staff. What I wanted to do was really follow up on this last gentleman's comment, which was, how good is RHA? They are an amazing partner, and we have JD here today and Hillary Lopez not with us, but I've had the opportunity to work with her for almost a decade in different roles. So she's only been, I think, at RHA for 5 years or something. But she and her team do a tremendous job in trying to look out for the community, think through our needs, and really put packages together. The second person I wanted to compliment and thank is Kathleen Taylor, our vice mayor. She's currently chair of RHA, and again, I think she's been doing a phenomenal job. Look at the projects that RHA has been involved with and that have come to us, and even ones that haven't come to us. They have all been stellar projects. I also wanted to compliment Miguel Martinez. I had a chance to talk to him a little earlier today, and he obviously has a passion for affordable housing and getting people housed. All of that said, I just want to, again, I guess my next point was I really wanted to support the concept of affordable housing in all of our neighborhoods. I have one that's diagonally across from mine. While we may have larger lots in my development, across the street is essentially affordable apartments. I have sponsored them throughout Ward 2. Even sometimes we've had split votes on council, but I've continued to support because I know it is one of our most pressing needs. So I just wanted to thank RHA and the board members here for their leadership on this. We've heard from the public, and I wanted to commend RHA for having a public workshop that was not required to have it, but they held it, and I don't know who videoed it. It unfortunately was scheduled on the day of our council meeting, so I couldn't attend in person, but I was able to watch it online, and I heard a lot of very important commentary. And when I visited with RHA, I asked them, what is your plan for design? How do you incorporate the community? And they said that they've made a pledge to the community to continue coordinating, and that possibly as soon as December, they're hoping to have some kind of sketch or understanding of the project that they plan to build. I came into this thinking, well, maybe it's one large apartment complex, and it turns out they're thinking of maybe two smaller complexes. They're concerned about parking. They know how tight it is in these areas, so I'll be counting on them, assuming this project moves forward, to address those issues, to continue outreaching to the community. I'm not sure today what kind of permitting is going to be required by the city, and I think it's largely driven by the amount of units in each. Is this true, Jeff? The amount of units in each, and what is the cutoff? Is it 20, 40?
So anywhere between 20 and 99 units would require a minor conditional use
20.
permit, administrative staff level review.
Okay.
100 or more is a full conditional use permit with
So
review by the
minor
planning
would go
commission.
to the staff?
What's that?
Minor would go
Minor
to the
staff level,
staff?
yes. Mhm.
And today, those minor staff permits don't come to the NAB. I don't think it's anticipated that they would, and that's why I'm particularly appreciative of RHA continuing to hold public outreach. And then anything else that we can do to provide certainty to the community about what this would look like, what process would be followed, I think would be very valuable. So thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to go on record, kind of a initial position of where I'm at.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Foster, or maybe this is a question for our legal team. So I understand that our entire focus today is supposed to be about the alley abandonment. And of course, we try to wear the hat that we're tasked with and what's in front of us. So the hard part, of course, is that the alley abandonment has an impact to the overall parcel assemblage that's happening here. So I want to understand, if we agree today that there is no material impact and therefore agree with the abandonment, are we carte blanche saying that some unidentified and unknown project must be built there? What would the next steps be?
Jeff Foster, Associate Planner, definitely not must be built there, but certainly would be allowed to be built there in an easier fashion. In other words, right now you have 5 parcels bisected by an alley. So you've got parcel lines and things like that. You've got split zoning between MF30 and MF14. So if the alley was abandoned and that area was merged into the parcels, then you know you have more land. They would probably do some kind of a merger and or a merger process to make it one big parcel, maybe a couple of different parcels. But that way, it would be easier to kind of develop the site. Keep in mind that anything that's allowed under MF30 or MF14 zoning could be built today without the abandonment or with any kind of subsequent review process. So including multifamily, so they could build up to 19 units on that land by going straight to building permit. So it would skip the whole administrative review. They could just go straight to building permit with 19 units, 2 stories tall.
Well, and I understand all that. I'm not sure you've yet answered my question.
Okay.
You have neighbors who are concerned about a project. The first thing that they have to do, though, is they have to come here and express their concerns about the abandonment of an alley, right? And these are disconnected legally in our code, right? And so I'm trying to understand, when would the city council have the ability to weigh in on an ultimate project that would be built there? Not today, is that correct?
Not today, and you wouldn't unless the decision of the minor conditional use permit, assuming that they build 20 or more units, if that was appealed, it would come before council. Otherwise, you wouldn't see it again.
Understand. So the commenter who was a planner who said, let's condition something today, do we have the ability to condition things today on alley abandonments?
Yes, unlike a zone change, you do. And in fact, there are a handful of conditions that are in the staff report currently. You could further condition things like parking and whatnot.
Jeff, can you go through those conditions for us, please?
So I don't have so generally, the standard conditions for abandonments deal with things like maintenance of water rights, maintaining the utilities, or abandoning them to relocating them to the satisfaction of, NV Energy or whoever it is.
Sure.
It's just standard conditions in terms of timeframes. There's nothing specific to a subsequent development of the site.
And also, I'm just curious, and I'm not sure if Councilman Maurice was going there, but I was just curious because it made me think. So if you did the abandonment, let's say later on, someone else wanted to come in, let's say RHA didn't do the project. So does that abandonment run with what we do today?
So the abandonment has to be recorded within 12 months. That's condition number 2, I believe. So if it's not recorded, then it's not abandoned.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or I think I got you. But if it is, let's say RHA says, no, we're not going to do that. Someone else comes in, buys the land from them and says, we're going to do it. Would they have the abandonment then? I assume they would.
If it had been recorded, it would,
It would be
the alley would
anyone?
be- Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. That's what I wanted to know.
Yep.
Okay. All right. I'm going to send it to Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple questions. As the chair of RHA, I am very excited about the things that we are doing, and I appreciate the kudos. JD, can I ask you a couple quick questions?
JD Klippenstein, Deputy Executive Director with RHA, for the record.
Great. Thank you so much for being here. There was reference made to RHA saying that this was a done deal, or everything was, it was a done deal in the public comment. And I wasn't able to attend the public meeting, but I did see the deck and the presentation before that. And then I watched the meeting, and I don't think that I heard that. Is that something that you would be conveying?
No, I definitely not intentionally conveying that, and that's not our thought about the project either. In the community meeting, I believe the gentleman was referring to, we multiple times said pending approval from city council and also following all the codes, relevant codes for the project.
And I think from that meeting, we also took back some public comment with the intent, if you wanted to work with the neighbors and have more meetings moving forward. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct. We committed to having a meeting to discuss a conceptual design prior to submitting for any financing on the project. So
And why do
ideally
you
by
need
end of
the
this year.
alleyway at this time? Why do you need the alleyway abandonment at this time?
So there's a couple of reasons we're seeking it at this point. One, to know what we can feasibly design on the site. We wanted to pursue the abandonment primarily to increase on-site amenities like parking and to allow for a more flexible site plan. There is existing zoning that would allow us to build multifamily there. We think that ultimately there would be a better project that would meet the needs of the community and our residents if we had some more flexibility on that site. So that's primarily why we're doing that. Also, financing affordable housing is really difficult.
Sure.
So you want to have, you have a lot of due diligence from investor, for tax credits, for a lender, and
What-
having a set map is really critical for that.
What do delays do to the cost of the project?
Well, a delay would hold up, we'd have to hold off on starting, more formally starting design, which would make it difficult to meet the commitment we made to the community in terms of having a concept before the holidays. We have to procure an architect, we have to go through that process. So a delay would adversely impact that. And it makes it very difficult to start the kind of heavier.
And
lifts of the
ultimately, it makes the project cost go up. Nothing ever gets cheaper, we've
No,
said over
it's-
time.
Yeah, harder, more soft costs.
My last question is, we have to make a determination that the public will not be materially injured by this. How many people do we have on the RHA waiting list at this time?
Oh, 3,000?
It's actually 4,800. We have
4,800.
4,800 people on the waiting list for affordable housing in this community. 4,800. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Mr. Foster, I think my question's for you. In terms of zoning, if the alleyway were to be abandoned, does it, because it's surrounded by 14 and 30, what does it revert to?
So you can see that the portion of the alley that's surrounded by MF30, the northern portion, that would become MF30. The southern portion would become MF14, directly adjacent to those parcels.
Okay, I see what you're saying. And in terms of the process, I mean, there seems to be, not just today, but in the public meeting that the Reno Housing Authority held, there seemed to be some commentary about hiding information or not going through the normal processes. From your experience, is this process that was followed for this alleyway abandonment similar to other abandonments, or was there anything special about this process?
No, nothing special at all. It's a straightforward abandonment request. These do come forward prior to actual development plans on a fairly regular basis. They're not required to come in with any kind of specific development plan, so there were no specific allowances given to them to apply for the abandonment. It's a straightforward request as far as the timing goes.
And when we talk about material injury or damage to the public in terms of the alleyway abandonment, did you consider children walking and pedestrians going to Mount Rose Elementary School or using the alleyway as transportation? I know you had mentioned that there was Arlington and I think Lander Street on the other side. But just curious if you could expand a little bit more on that.
So, great question, thank you very much. So the material injury that staff typically looks at in abandonments are, the criteria are there public amenities, i.e., again, benches, trees, things like that, that would be lost? In this case, the answer is no. Would anyone on either side of that alley no longer have access to their property? Again, the answer is no, because every parcel on both sides of the alley are owned by the Reno Housing Authority, so no one loses access. And then we look at the ability of Reno Police and Reno Fire to respond to things in terms of emergencies, as one of the commenters brought up. Again, the answer was no impact, no. You've got north-south streets, Lander and Arlington within 200 feet. And so getting back to your very specific question about folks walking through the alley to get to Mount Rose Elementary School, did I do that? Okay. Certainly, I'm sure some folks walk through the alley. I don't have any data to suggest they do or they don't, but I suspect that they do. But then, as I would point out, as we can no longer see, you do have Lander and Arlington within a couple hundred feet of that north-south alley with sidewalks and everything else, right? So you still have complete means of egress or ingress or transport or walking ability to get to Mount Rose Elementary.
And when you're considering ingress and egress to the neighboring parcels, do you just look at frontage or do you look at maybe a side entrance or a back entrance when you look at those parcels?
All of the above. But in this case, again, the totality of the parcels on both sides are owned by the Reno Housing Authority, so no one owns a parcel that is abutting the alley other than the Reno Housing Authority.
Okay, I think I'm out of time, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Foster.
Miguel, you never go over time. I will always let you go over time. Anything you need. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you to my
The
colleagues.
other ones down here, these offenders, no, I'm just kidding.
For the smart questions. I just have one question about the utilities on the site. When I went and toured the site, I noticed that there were above-ground utilities going through that site, and somebody mentioned they may be underground, which I think would be, or put underground, which would be a huge improvement in terms of the safety of that neighborhood. We know that wind and the aging infrastructure in there can be very dangerous on the fire side. Is there a plan for that, or does this rezoning require that those utilities go underground?
So the conditions 3 and 4 on the abandonment deal with the utilities. Basically, they either need to be perpetuated, easements need to be perpetuated, or the utilities need to be relocated to the satisfaction of AT&T, for example. And AT&T is one of the commenters during the review process. They acknowledged or pointed out that they had lines in the alley, and they wanted to make sure that their lines would continue to either exist or be relocated. And again, conditions 3 and 4, as a part of the abandonment, ensure that they either continue to exist or that they are relocated. That would happen as a part of the development of the site. So there's not a specific plan in terms of undergrounding or anything like that. All of that would come out during the subsequent development of the site, whether it's a minor conditional use permit, the building permit review process, all of that would be handled at that time.
Okay, thanks. That's all I had. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead.
Me?
Yes, go
Okay.
ahead.
You know, Jeff, I'm very sensitive to trying to work with developers like RHA to ensure that they fit into the community. It's been a hallmark of my tenure here. What I'm wondering is if RHA was to build 2 separate buildings, which was one of the options they posed to me, would that trigger the need for a minor CUP?
So anything more than 20 units.
Whether it's in 2 buildings, 3 buildings, 4 buildings?
Right.
Is that because this is considered one site, or
Yes.
even though it has different zoning?
Because it would be being proposed as one project.
From one applicant? Okay.
Exactly.
Okay,
exactly.
and so that would, I mean, they've said they plan to build more than 20 units. And the site, even without a push, it would allow something like 25, 26 units, even without pushing it. So what's the process for public participation in a minor CUP? How would people who have written to us, who have spoken here today, how do they get you to consider, because you would be the one, right? You and only you would be the reviewer, I assume. How do they get their voices heard, and how do you balance those things?
Great question, thank you, Councilmember Dorr. So whether it was assigned to me or one of the other planners, the process for a minor conditional use permit is they submit the application. We send out our development review memo that goes to, various agencies. Anyone who actually wants to get the DRM can get it on a biweekly basis when we have our intake, including members of the public, not specifically representing any kind of agency. So they could be on that list, for example. But the reality is you have a 750-foot noticing radius from all points of that property. So our GIS system would extrapolate 750 feet out from every point of that property, and everyone within that 750-foot noticing radius would receive a public notification card, much like they did for the abandonment today.
Okay.
And when they receive that, they then can provide either written or verbal commentary to the planner who is processing the case. Aside from that, there's not a specific hearing or NAB meeting or anything like that. As you pointed out earlier, it would just be a staff level review complete within 30 days from when the application is submitted.
So let me ask you, we did have recently, we received 450 comments on a proposed Jiffy Lube, just to cement this in people's minds. And while it isn't scheduled to come to the NAB, I asked the developer if they would come to the NAB, because that's a way to notify people. It's more formal and official than an informal meeting held by a developer, in this case, RJ. And so we held that meeting here in this room. I mean, they agreed. We held the meeting here in this room. The room was filled up. the public got a chance to express, even though this permit was not going to planning commission or to council. Is that an option?
Absolutely, it's an option. Yes,
Okay.
it's just not part of the normal process, but absolutely, it is an option.
We have done it when we've heard significant concern. We want to make sure that those things are addressed.
Yes.
And it helped me certainly in hearing what the public had to say. It was recorded, so it helped any member of council that wanted to listen in. Like I just listened into the RHA meeting. They can listen into this meeting. So thank you.
Thank you so
I
much.
just wanted the public to know what the process is.
Yeah.
Should we approve this today?
Yeah.
When they can be heard, and even of special efforts we could make.
All right, thank you so much. Couple quick questions. I think the residents brought up some really, really good points. I will say, it is very, very difficult. I want people to understand how hard this is to balance what your residents want and then also what we have other residents who are experiencing housing shortages and extreme misfortune because it's incredibly hard every single day to see what's happening across the country, whether it's in our economies or just politically. There are people really, really struggling. And I will say that the RHA is one of the brightest shining stars in this community. It is not, I'm not kidding you. It made me so proud to be on that board, to see the heart and soul that they do and putting roofs over people's heads, especially if you understand anything about mental illness and the addiction crisis that we're facing. People are in serious, serious need. And I will tell you, the work that they do is just phenomenal, and people really don't see it to that level. But I would just say because, those are areas that we don't invest enough in. And sometimes just putting a roof over someone's head can change your life dramatically in more ways than one. But I also understand, when you live next to something that's going to be developed, there is a lot of anxiety. You don't know the outcome, the potential that could cause, right? Which causes harm to someone else's mental health. So it's a very tough balance. It is not easy. And especially when we approve projects, see, the city council, they're corrupt. That's all they do is they approve projects. It's very tough. Very tough. And then you see those people that are living and dying on streets and you think, gosh, if we could have gotten them before, could we have gotten a roof over their head and gotten them help and saved their lives? It's hard. It's not easy. I do think that you have brought up some great points today with the residents. I absolutely hear you, and I think it was so well said by all of you. JD, with that being, part of the concern, and I want the council to hear it because it is important. The RHA has a stellar reputation. You are not in the business to come and ruin it over a project. That is not how this works. I've never seen it before. But I will say, I'm grateful that you did community outreach. You're going to have to do a lot more. I am hearing 2 stories, 3 stories. I don't know what that is. Those poor residents, they do live in those areas for that historical significance, for those rare things, right, which make those neighborhoods super attractive to a lot of people. And I see it all the time where someone didn't have to come to council, just so everyone knows, there's something called functional obsolescence, where I drive down a neighborhood, it's charming, it's beautiful, and then you have this monstrosity that we had nothing to do with, and I love how people come back. Mayor Sheevy, how dare you? But I'm in charge of the weather too, so I get a flack for everything that I do. But it makes me a little understand how people that live in those neighborhoods could feel when they see a monstrosity sitting there in this charming neighborhood and it just doesn't conform. It's really hard to watch when I see that. And so I just want everyone to know the council, oftentimes that did not come to the council, but sometimes it does. And we also don't have a right, everyone should know this, we don't have a right to what it also looks like aesthetically. I would say though, I wish we did, because I do think in those areas, you need to continue with the same historical charm and think about things like that. But you need to kind of clarify, JD. I don't know, because I haven't heard, I don't know what outreach you've done with the council. I never seriously have to worry about RHA because you guys are such good partners. So I want
I wish I could stress this enough for everyone to understand in here today that has concerns. They will listen to every single thing, and if they don't, I will be on the phone, the first one to be on the phone, and they don't like the wrath of me over there. That's why they couldn't wait till I got off their board, I'm sure. But anyway, JD, talk a little bit about that, because I completely understand. I don't even know what it looks like. And I got to tell you, I'm really uncomfortable with giving an abandonment to someone down the line that they could go and do something else. RHA, I think, should absolutely, that's one thing. It's another thing for someone else to come in, because this could fall through. We know how projects go. And then at the end of the day, we're giving an abandonment to someone else that we don't know their intentions. So I really have concern there. I don't know what you can help me ease my fears of, but kind of talk a little bit about RHA, the reputation, but also what you guys are going to do to help mitigate this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. JD Klippenstein with the Reno Housing Authority, for the record. So there's a handful of things there. I'll try to go through.
I'm sorry.
No, one, I think an important detail to share in terms of this scenario where RHA doesn't pursue development there. We purchased this property in part through Homies Nevada funds, state ARPA funds that came through the state. And at that point of purchase, we recorded there's a deed restriction on the property that would live with the property in perpetuity I think for 50 years at least. It has to be developed to be affordable housing. So that deed restriction isn't just for RHA, it's recorded on the property itself. So
Okay.
future
So
use-
anyone coming in has to do
Yes, there's
affordable?
It would
No?
be.
He's saying no, so.
It,
No, okay.
it's, well,
Okay.
maybe we can look into that.
Okay.
I had to close on that, so
Okay.
I remember there being
Okay.
a recording, so we can
All
dig
right.
into
We'll get into that.
where that is recorded, but it is a stipulation of the funds that we purchased the property
Okay,
with.
got you.
In terms of height, understand the concern, and actually some of the helpful feedback we got from the community meeting was concerns about height. Someone had mentioned an overlay, so our planning consultant looked into it more. It does fall into what is the Plumas Corridor Planning Overlay, I believe is what it's called, which regardless of zoning restricts height to 25 feet. So 3 stories is actually not currently allowed on this site.
Okay, so everyone heard that. No 3 stories.
Yes, so we had, the feedback helped us look a little bit deeper into it. And yes, currently, unless we requested a major deviation, I believe, unless we requested a major deviation, which I believe would be another public process, we would be restricted to 2 stories. At the community meeting, we did say our concept was 2 to 3 stories. Since then, our concept currently is 2 stories. I imagine it will stay that way because we can build the project that we're looking for at 2 stories.
Okay.
And then in terms of some of the other things, we absolutely want to provide as much on-site parking as possible. It's an amenity that nearly every resident looks for. It is near a bus line and would qualify for a parking reduction with affordable housing, and it's, I think, less than a quarter mile from a bus line. That being said, we're not looking to maximize that, the parking reduction. The current concepts that we're throwing around, we're trying to figure out if we need one at all. Again, it's early on. We have no set concept plan. We have been in discussions with the planning consultant, and I would imagine that I'm hoping in December, when we have this conversation with the members and we have an actual plan for folks to take a look at, that there will be less concerns about parking.
Okay. I think that's really important. And how are you going to ensure that you're working with the residents and hearing them? I can't have, sort of the silo going on in Ward 2, whatever that looks like. I have got to have you guys at the table.
Absolutely.
Holding the hands every step of the way.
Yeah,
I mean, honestly.
Based on feedback, our executive director, Hilary Lopez, made a commitment to bring a conceptual design back to the residents for feedback prior to submitting for funding. And in order for us to actually meet that in a meaningful way, we moved up our formal design process. So we're in the process of developing the RFP for an architect for that site, a good 3 or 4 months earlier than we anticipated doing that, so that we would have a more tangible conceptual plan to bring to them in December. We're hoping to release that RFP by end of this month, early September. As a public agency, we have to go through a procurement process. And our hope is that we have a conceptual plan early to mid-November. That
Okay.
could then be discussed with the community in more detail come then.
Okay, perfect. Thanks so much. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar, and then we're going to.
One great thing is that we
go.
do
This is our last
have
round.
to RHA board members here. So not just relying on the staff and all their commitments, but I mean, both of you, Vice Mayor Taylor and Councilmember Martinez, have heard this discussion. And I think that we could count on them probably to basically hold our the staff's feet to the fire and addressing those things. And if they see a problem, to do course correction. Is that probably true? I mean, from Mr. Martinez or Ms. Taylor, I mean, you're in the catbird seat. You will see these plans and drawings. You will hear the issues.
I can't hear you. Go ahead. Are you
asking me a question?
I am.
sorry.
I'm saying I'm counting on you and to understand this dynamic, and it sounds like you will.
Of course.
Yeah.
You just weren't responding. I don't know if I could hear.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we have you over there, right? Is to help forward the council's viewpoints and concerns, and I'm very grateful to you both.
I am ready. Go ahead, Councilman Reese, and then I'm
Thank you,
going to make a
Mr.
motion.
Foster. I hate to bring you back up again, but
No problem.
and I asked you this question earlier about conditions. You said, yes, there can be conditions. So I pulled up the staff report, and the conditions are all about the abandonment. I was asking whether there could be conditions placed today on the project. And I don't know that I've gotten an answer from that. If you don't know the answer, I'll turn to our city attorney and ask for that. But you heard residents say, for example, and a planning resident, right, with some planning background, could we condition on density? I do not believe that I have the legal authority to make that condition today, even if I felt it was appropriate. So the conditions that you have in here are not related to an underlying project. They're related to the abandonment. Is that correct?
That is correct. The
Okay.
conditions all are specific.
And
to the
Mr. Shipman or Mr. Hall, can you confirm for us so that we as a body understand the guardrails for alley abandonments?
Yeah, so for the record, John Shipman, City Attorney's Office. Yeah, so what's in front of you today is you're looking at potentially the material damage to the public of abandoning that piece of land. You have codes for zoning and for building that would govern the development that are not in play today. You are just looking at just that piece of property today, whether if it were abandoned, and by abandoned, we're taking the public easement off the property, and then the land reverts to the property owners, that whether that is going to somehow impair or be a material injury to the public. And if the answer is no, and there's evidence in the record that shows otherwise, you just have to, that would be your decision point. If you think it does, then you would deny it. If you think that it wouldn't be a material damage, then you can approve it.
I think perhaps I am not asking the question in the way. Most lawyers, as I am, you know, Mr. Shipman, a lawyer, know the answer to the question before they get the answer, right? And so I'm trying to figure out, am I in a position today to condition density of an underlying project on an alley abandonment?
No, that is not.
I don't know why that was so hard to get to.
Well-
So I guess what I'm saying is I'm frustrated that we cannot get a straight answer. One of the commenters from the audience is a planner. He asked a very specific thing and wanted to know about conditions. And I want him to know why I cannot go with him, even if my heart says I would like to, right? So you've now answered the question. I appreciate that. What I want to come down to now is the item number 3. Item number 3 says the order of abandonment shall be recorded with the Washoe County Recorder within 12 months of the date of council approval. So now I have to understand this particular condition of approval, right? What I understand is that people are concerned, and I think Mr. Klippenstein has answered this from a factual issue, but I want to now answer it from a legal one, about what happens when we abandon a thing and we have let that thing go from now and all perpetuity into the future, right? This seems to suggest another path, and I'm trying to figure out if in that 12-month period, Mr. Klippenstein and RHA will come through this process and show what it is that they can build there, because they can't do it before the abandonment happens because they're trying to do it on a unified parcel. So what happens in that scenario?
If they do not get it recorded within 12 months?
Well, in that 12-month period, can they provide a more concrete conceptual drawing and rendering of what they want to build?
Yes.
So that we
yes.
have,
Yes, they can.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and if they do not do that and cannot record it, then the abandonment comes back to the city in that
That is
12-month
correct.
period. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, I'm going to try here, and it's probably not going to be very popular, and I disagree a little bit, maybe on the legal, and until we get challenged, I don't know if, I'm sure I have council members that would highly disagree with that. I would say, Jeff, for me, I absolutely think that we should be able to say the abandonment goes only with this possible project and nothing else. So I would love, I'm going to put that condition in there. And then also that you could cap the density, which seems like you could, so that it can't be more than what you have proposed now, JD, correct? So, do you see what I'm saying?
J.D. Klippenstein with the Housing Authority for the record.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, I just want to be clear, I'm not authorized to accept any conditions
Okay.
on behalf of the agency today.
Okay, thank
So
you.
I can just be here for what's on the agenda.
Thank you so much. And the one thing is, I would also commit that I will do whatever I can to work with the RHA and the residents, and I know Miguel will and Kathleen will, that's what we have them there for. But I do think making sure that everyone is living cohesively and respectfully of some of the issues, because I can certainly see both sides. And there's a balance there, and sometimes both sides walk away a little unhappy, and that's tough. I get it. But that's the way that I think we could easily get there, and we can all feel, maybe not 100% happy, but we all at least walked away with a little bit of something, and to ease some of the angst that is happening between both parties. We have seen this many times before. Some of my new council members over here to the right, we've seen many times, like in Verdi with some of the projects, how when we really stay connected to the community concerns with the development process and the design and the build, and I really believe with the parking, those things, we get pretty good outcomes. And matter of fact, they come back later and say, you know what, we worked with them, it was great, and we've had awesome outcomes. But that has to work both sides. So that's what I would ask. So I would, that would be my motion. Is there something that I'm missing since it's your word?
I would second it, but I want to make sure your
Okay.
main points, I heard only for this project, and I don't know how that works.
I would like to say the abandonment only goes with this project. If another project should come in, they should not be granted the abandonment. We don't know what that looks like. And someone else could have a completely different idea. And so I think that it poses a problem.
Okay, and then the second one, I heard you say cap density, but I wasn't sure, did you have a number or?
Well, I thought, what was?
To the current density?
Yes.
No, density bonus.
Bonus.
Gotcha. And then was there a third one? I didn't hear a third.
I don't think there was a third one.
Oh, fine. So you're saying it would only be for this project and it would cap density at the current density, no density bonus? Yeah, I can second that.
Okay. So I have a motion and a second. JD, do you have something you need to say? JD, is there a concern?
J.D. Klippenstein,
Yeah.
RHA for the record. I just wanted to understand, we're saying the current density, I'm just trying to make,
Yeah,
what is the city's opinion of what the
I
current
think
density
it's
is?
30 homes per, could you?
So, Jeff Foster, Associate Planner.
Whatever's required.
So as I understand this is all coming from the one comment from the gentleman who's an AICP.
Yeah.
Who said that the affordable housing density bonus. So what I'm understanding this discussion to be is a limit to what would be allowed based on the zoning and the acreage without any additional affordable housing density bonus.
Yes.
So that's
We don't know what that
MF30?
number is.
We don't
but
know it. Right,
it's just
exactly.
Without any density bonus.
So you're saying today you have MF30 and MF14, I think?
That's correct.
Okay. So if we add it, can we just add those and say that's 44, or there's a little more than an acre, so? Is that what you're saying?
So if I could,
Go ahead.
I just want to be clear that we're not changing zoning currently
No.
today.
No.
What you are looking at as a body is whether or not the public would be materially injured if that property that is currently a strip of land was given to the adjacent property owners and the public could no longer access it, that's it. And so what comes after that point is governed by your development code and by everything that you currently already have in place and would go through the normal process as you've already decided it is. So I just want to make that clear that there's some risk that if you start adding these conditions that do things like vary the zoning, change the zoning, that's not going to be upheld by a court.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm willing to take that risk.
But you're
So-
not changing the zoning. You're saying just go with the zoning.
Right, go with what we have. The zoning right there, go with what we have. I'm just saying that, you know, if someone wants to challenge it, go right ahead. We'll see.
Judy Cliftonson for the record, Housing Authority. I just want to get clarity. Is the condition that the density bonus currently available for affordable housing would not be available for this affordable housing project? I just want to flag that likely impacts the financial feasibility of the project as a whole.
Okay, and that's also really important to know. How much? Do you know?
I just don't understand why we would take away a affordable housing density bonus for affordable housing on an affordable housing
But it depends on what it
project.
looks like. Do you know
I
what
just
it
don't
is?
understand this conversation at all.
You don't have to understand. Do you know what it looks like?
Do I know what looks
Do you
like?
know what it looks like, what the bonus would be?
Well, it depends on the design and what they can get in there, but the property is deeded affordable housing for 50 years, so it qualifies
And
for
we're
an
not saying that it
affordable.
shouldn't have affordable housing. I want to know what
But we,
what it
as a
looks like.
council, we have said that we want affordable housing, we want housing, so we
Well,
provided
that's
a
what we-
density
that's
bonus for
What I just
housing.
motioned for, to abandon it for that reason.
Yeah, so am I understanding that to get rid of the affordable housing bonus, density bonus?
How much more is it? They can still do affordable housing, but there's a bonus
it won't
to add more
pencil.
to cap. Why don't you come up, sir? He's trying to
I don't
come.
want to sidetrack anything.
Yeah.
Again, Isaac Morrison, I think my original comment got a little bit misconstrued. My whole thing was, let's just not include the acreage of the alley.
Right.
The density bonuses are there, that's part of code.
Right.
But if you're gonna give
But
the alley
not additional,
back,
right.
and it comes out to a very small amount of
Right.
acreage. But again, it's about 9 units, more or less, if I did my calculations correct, with the density bonus. That was my point. I didn't want
Got
to
a
sidetrack,
different
try to get rid of density bonuses or anything, but just to clarify my
I want to
statement.
make sure that everyone is getting heard and we're being thoughtful. But here's the thing, the council is very supportive of affordable housing. We always have been. I've sat on RHA for a long time, so I understand completely. And I absolutely am grateful you're there and we have the same goal. I'm just trying to say that nothing more than part of that abandonment piece, correct? That's what I heard. And so then you do get the bonus in there if you need it, correct? You have the right to use that additional space. Jeff? Under the bonus.
If I could ask Jeff, Mr. Klippenstein, you met with me and you told me that you were planning to build around 44, 45 units. That is what you said you want to build. And so that is what the mayor's motion would get you. It's 44, 45 units. It's the same. So I want to ask you, are we missing something?
JD Klubenstein, RHA for the record. Councilman Maduro, that was directed to me, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I was just trying to clarify. You are correct. In our conversation, and our concept is 40 to 45 units. I do want to, a huge driver of this is the ability to finance the project.
Right. Sure.
So we're actually not, nor were we ever looking to maximize density
That's what
based
I
on
thought.
existing
Right,
bonuses.
right.
So there's
Right.
different math that says there's an up to number, and the other contributing factors, how much, based on the tools we use to finance it, we could actually construct.
I guess that's a better way to say it. Are you going over the 45?
I do not see a world in which we're going over the 45.
Okay, all right. I guess that was my point, to expand it, to not give that over that reach, I guess.
May I interject something?
So that you could do the project in what you envision, JD.
So, Jeff Foster, Associate Planner. I think part of what Mr. Shipman is indicating is that there is a process, there is a code that is in place that will kind of work with all of this without conditions of approval tied to the abandonment for the subsequent development of the project, because we have a code that's in place that will ensure things. We also have a specific site size. So however big it is, times the zoning, with a limitation of 2 stories for the Plumas neighborhood overlay, with a requirement for parking to be on the site, all of these things, you're not going to get some fantastical number of apartment units with
Right.
all of those requirements.
Okay, I was just trying to make sure that there wasn't over 45, and then, all of a sudden, someone's like, oh, there was 60 because you put in more bonus space, is what I was trying to say. And keep it at the 45, but not this additional that we all of a sudden end up with 100 units.
But Jeff, if I may, you stated to us you can get an exemption from the Plumas overlay. You are not required to do on-site parking, as far as I know, and, right?
So.
I mean, the things you just said, though, there's exceptions.
Let's clarify.
Please.
The Plumas neighborhood overlay is limited to 2 stories or 25 feet in height. A major deviation,
Right.
which is a public process that would come back before the planning commission and is appealable to the council, would allow up to a 50% increase in height, thereby allowing effectively a 3rd story. So there is a process, but it's not an exemption in the sense of it's administrative or anything. It'd be a public process. Parking is required to be on site.
Okay.
Code requires a minimum of, so each apartment has to have a minimum of 1 parking space up to 1,250 square feet. So in all likelihood, these apartments would have a requirement for 1 individual parking space per unit.
Okay.
And up to 50% of those can be on the street. So there is not a code requirement that all parking shall be on site. Up to 50% could be off-site. But what I'm saying is, as a part of the minor conditional use permit process, whether I'm the planner or another planner takes that case, we would certainly, knowing what the conversation is and the concerns are here, want to make sure, and I think it's RHA's commitment to also making sure that they provide all of the required parking on the site. And a condition could be added to the minor conditional use permit requiring all parking to be on site, even though code allows up to 50% to be off-site.
And Jeff, there was a comment made earlier that in the earlier abandonment request, that the council did put a condition, I thought it was council, of 42 parking spots. Did that happen? I mean, our attorney's saying it couldn't happen, it's not legal, but yet there's evidence that it did happen. I mean, there was a.
Well, and I was confused about that, because if the alley had been abandoned, then it would have been abandoned.
It wasn't recorded, I'm guessing.
Maybe so.
But the
Yeah, I
original
don't-
staff work required 42, or the council did. I don't know the history on that.
I don't either. I apologize. I
Okay,
don't
but
know.
it sounds for our attorneys like it did happen and they should know about it.
So Angela pointed out that if you're referring to Stevenson, that was an application that was withdrawn that never happened.
Not Stephen, this project got a Valley abandonment and it required 42 parking spots. It was never recorded. JD himself did all the research and he told me he found it. It exists, but it was never recorded.
We'll look at that, but I'm not aware of this.
Let's move on.
Yeah.
I want to get to a place, because we have a really big presentation coming up, and I'm excited to hear it. But I also want to get back to this, to make it much more clear. I would say to approve the abandonment with the stipulation that the abandonment goes with the RHA in case, for some other reason, it doesn't get built, that something else cannot come in and end up in another capacity. So that's one of my conditions. So thank you, Jeff. Oh, I already have a motion in a second.
Which you basically
But I'm
said.
just trying to reiterate, because I don't want everyone to come back and say, I'm confused, because Kathleen and I were clearly on a different page when it came to the density bonus. I'm not sure I was being clear.
Okay.
And if I may, Madam Mayor, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page and we don't do something here that's going to cause a problem. And the issue is at the time of the recordation, the condition has to be met. So what is that condition? And that's because if we have a condition that we don't know if it can be met at time of recordation, there will not be a recordation. So that creates a problem for the project moving forward. So I just want to make sure that we understand what this condition is.
Understand why that would
So
be a
if you were to say
Because
something.
RHA would get the abandonment, no one else would. If they wanted to abandon it, they would have to come back before council.
So the problem with that is as soon as you record that, if the property gets sold, it's been recorded. It can't come back.
Got it.
That
Can we
condition
put
is.
that condition in?
No,
No, why not?
because the condition has to be fulfilled at the time of recordation. So you can't basically say that RHA has to own this property forever. You can't do that.
What about, John, if I may, if they could hold up recordation until they get their CUP or minor CUP or something? That would provide some assurance, do you think? Then it's RHA, it isn't recorded, we're not violating anything, they're moving forward.
It's again, I'm concerned about creating a problem for the project that is unintended. The issue's got to be what is in front of the council today. The standard is, will it materially hurt the public if this is
I
abandoned?
don't care. I don't care.
Yeah.
Okay,
So-
we're gonna, all right. I can feel tension up here. You got staff who's angry. You've got, over here to my right. So we're gonna take 15 minutes and we're gonna come back.
Okay.
And so I appreciate everyone. All right.
Thank you, everyone, for taking a break. I really appreciate it. Sometimes it just breaks up. Are you okay, Jackie? Yeah? Okay. I think she might have choked on water or something. But she has asthma, so I worry. Yeah. Okay. All right, we are going to bring it back. I had a motion on the table, and it had been seconded. Then there was discussion. That discussion was not very favorable. One of the things that is so hard about, I think, what we do is that we would like to make everyone happy. And that's sometimes, like I said, both sides work together to both get something that they want. I think, unfortunately, I'm very disappointed that we cannot put that condition with the abandonment. I don't like that at all in any way, and I think that that is disappointing. But that being said, I also understand, the needs. The good thing is, I will say this, I am confident that the project will be done by RHA, and out of anyone I've ever worked with, they have been the most respectful, so by far. And JD, I don't think you will move another muscle doing something. And I'd like to make sure you have a neighborhood group that you work with. We do that sometimes, and it's really effective. And Vice Mayor has also said that she will, be there every step of the way, because I do think there are things that need to stay in place, like, it's 2-story, not 3-story, those types of things. I also wasn't sure on those conditions, Jeff. I don't know what they really are, what those conditions are, so I apologize. I know that they were not these conditions, so I understand that. That being said, Councilwoman Dewar, do you have anything else that you want to put on the record? Because I'm going to send it over to
Well,
Vice
only
Mayor Taylor.
if you're
to make-
withdrawing your motion,
I
I'll withdraw
have
my
to
second.
withdraw it because they won't be able to
Right, but I have to withdraw
accommodate
my
the
second. I
condition.
was reading into
Yeah.
what you were saying, that you were
Right.
withdrawing your motion. I'm prepared to withdraw my second.
Mm-hmm. And I was looking for ways to figure out how we could include that in the motion. And based on legal, that is not possible. So my plea is going to be every step of the way that you work with the neighbors in every capacity. Usually there's one person that leads the charge, and be just hyper sensitive to what their needs are. Everything about it. And this is different. I want to also say, like, development, I know a lot of people say negative things about development. RHA, is a different animal in that sense. They're not, big-time developers that are, because there's this sediment that everyone's like lining their pockets and all this conspiracy that we live in front of today. Really, their goal is to do really good work and help those that are most vulnerable in the community. And also, but also take care of the community. I would love it if you would even take them to their properties. We have some of the most impressive properties. The tour is phenomenal. JD, offer a tour to every single one of them so that they can see what your requirements are and how amazing all the RHA properties look. They're incredible. They invested in them. They take care of them. Honestly, we are one of the best housing authorities in the country, which makes me very proud. But that is true. And so, and they know that we're paying attention, and we've got 2 people over here that are going to pay attention, and they've given us our word. So I'm confident that you'll come out with something good. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And as the chair of RHA, to the neighbors, you have our commitment that we will work with all of the neighbors and all of the parties involved. In the matter of case ABN 2500004, I move that council make a determination that the public will not be materially injured by the proposed vacation and approve the abandonment subject to the conditions in the staff report, and I can make the findings.
Okay, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right. Thanks, everyone. JD, make sure you get everyone's contact, please. Okay, thank you. All right, we are going to move right along
We have a very special guest in the house. For those of you that are not familiar with Mr. Aguero, we're excited for. Are you okay? Yeah? Okay, you're okay. You had me scared. I didn't know if you were having an asthma attack.
But I'm good now.
Okay. Know if you saw something or if it was. Thank you. Yeah, okay.
The allergies don't help.
Okay, well, that's true. So I am super excited. Everyone should be excited about CTAX and presentations of such. But everyone, he's laughing, but it's true. And if you don't know Jeremy Aguero, he is one of the best in the state of Nevada, and he's also actually known across the country for his work and being incredibly accurate and precise and one of the leading experts. And so we're lucky to have him. He flew up here from Las Vegas just to do this. So if you haven't met him, please make time before he leaves council chambers. But we're excited to have you and hear your presentation. And I'm grateful that you're here today. So Jeremy, the floor is yours.
Jeremy Aguero. Mayor, thank you for the very kind introduction. It means a great deal to me to be here. I was asked to talk a little bit, as you said, about the consolidated tax. I also want to just take a moment and acknowledge the fact that I'm going to go through some slides, but many of them were developed in coordination with the city manager and your team. They have been remarkable in terms of not only their effort in this regard, but also their acumen. And so thank you for both that, and the weather was lovely, so thank you for that.
That's
as well.
my fault.
Yeah.
So yes, thank you.
I appreciate that. In terms of the consolidated tax, and I'll go through this, and I'll go through it relatively quickly. I don't want to make it too terribly long, but there's also some pieces that are not included here, right? We are a state of diversity. In terms of size, of location, structure of government, how things operate, and the consolidated tax sort of evolved over time. And in doing that, there have been things that have changed along those lines as well. My job here is to provide you something of an introduction, to talk about how it works, to give you sort of the basics and the fundamentals of the fact that you have $12 billion worth of activity that happens within this county that generates this important tax, and how is it that it's collected? How is it that it's distributed? Where does it ultimately go? That's what we're here to do. So let's start with just what the consolidated tax is. You'll hear me refer to it as the C-tax. I think that's what most folks do, and I'm not going to try and read every word that's on any slide, but it's been around for us for a while. It dates all the way back to the mid-1990s, and it's actually a function of things that have come up over really better part of the past 40 years. There was a time when all of these taxes were kind of out there, if you will. Liquor tax and cigarette tax and retail sales and use tax. There was a time when our property tax was higher and we went through this whole tax shift and we restructured everything. And the consolidated tax, or the components of it, or the pieces of it, are what came out of that. And that's what we're living with today. And I think it's not only important to recognize that there are some counties that are bigger and some that are smaller, and sometimes we have things that are right across a border that can impact all of the things that we're going to talk about. But our world is a very different place than it was in 1979. Our world is a very different state, is a very different state than it was in 1981 or 1997. As I've worked on this throughout my career, what we've learned is that as these things change, sometimes we have to find ways to understand them differently. Sometimes there can be unintended consequences. And I'm just not talking about consolidated tax. I'm talking about taxes and revenues across the board. Evolution happens across the board, and we're going to have a lot of conversation about that. Much of our conversation is going to focus on two key elements. That's the basic city-county relief tax and the supplemental city-county relief tax. We're going to talk a lot about those two pieces because they're the biggest components. But there's more to it than that, and so we're going to talk about all the pieces. I would like to at least start with dispelling some common myths, or make sure that we're all on the same page relative to the understanding of this. Like, local governments receive all of the tax revenue from the various components of tax. We had this conversation as we were riding in the elevator on the way down, right? Oftentimes, constituents or folks that come into Nevada, maybe visitors or residents that are here, don't draw any distinction between what is a state service or what is a local service, what is a state revenue or what is a local revenue. Forget the fact of understanding like the distinction between a county and a city or something along those lines. Oftentimes, I go out and I go to eat and I pay my tax and I don't know, but you all are the elected officials, so apparently you're the ones that all impose that upon, right? At the end of the day, I think sometimes people also forget that we're a Dillon's rule state. And ultimately what that means is that local governments only have the power that are bestowed upon them from the state. And so when we're talking about the imposition of taxes, well, it's consolidated tax or the components that we're going to talk about today, or whether it's any other tax, the reality is that the state authorizes this to take place and then sometimes puts it into place, and ultimately those dollars inure to the benefit of governments at all levels. The second is, if you buy something in Washoe County, the sales tax revenue comes back to Washoe County. And we're going to talk a lot about this today because generally speaking, that is true. Generally speaking, that from a sales tax perspective, if you buy something here, those dollars are going to come back. But it's not 100% true. And sometimes that can create a little bit of confusion. And I also want to draw a distinction between bullet number 2 and bullet number 3. Because the idea that it goes to the county of origin is very different than if it goes to the city of origin or an unincorporated county of origin. That is not the case in the state of Nevada. As a matter of fact, those are distributed using a formula that we're going to spend at least some time talking about here today. So if I buy something here in the city of Reno, yeah, those dollars come back to Washoe County, but they may not necessarily come back to the city to provide the services that the city provides. They could go special districts, they could go to the county, they could go many different places. I often get this question, and maybe it's because of the work that I do, but why do local governments care so much? What is this C-tax? Why does it matter so much? And the answer is always so simple. It's because it generates a whole lot of money, right? And money is what provides services from public safety to parks to all of the things that we care about as citizens of this state. And this particular tax for the city of Reno is the single largest source of general fund revenue that you have. Right? $100 million a year out of 312. That is about 33%. 1 out of every $3 is sourced this revenue. And that isn't to minimize the importance of property tax and franchise fees. I know we're going to have some conversations at a later date around some of those type of things, but this consolidated tax is a big revenue source. It's a big revenue source for the city of Sparks. It's a big revenue source for Washoe County. Pound for pound, it's among the largest sources of revenue that we have anywhere in the state of Nevada, because it doesn't just go to these jurisdictions. It goes to school districts, it goes to the state, which we're also going to talk about. So if that's why local governments care about it, why should everyone else, or the citizens like me, why should we care about this consolidated tax? And I think the answer to that question is also as simple as it gets. Because it funds every service that when we think about what government does for us every day, it's the way that those services are funded. We think about police protection, we think about fire service, we think about emergency response, we think about parks and buildings and planning and code enforcement and all of the things that make the communities that we live in this state great. They are all funded through this little animal called consolidated tax. In absence of that, imagine what a world would be like if 1/3 of the revenue that you had for the general fund was just gone, right? You wouldn't be able to almost function. No, you wouldn't be able to function as a city. I think it is also important to understand that we have overlapping governments in the state of Nevada, right? The state overall, and then we have all these counties, and inside all those counties, we have cities, and sometimes we have towns, all of those type of things. There are also regional services that are provided. Right? And we think about all of those regional services that go to provide everyone in the county. And so we have this distinction, in some ways, a dual purpose from the county's standpoint. So if that's the reason why we all care and what the consolidated tax is, then I would suggest that the next thing is we need to sort of understand what the components of this, what are the building blocks that generate this $100 million that we have every year. And these are the building blocks: liquor tax, cigarette tax, governmental services tax, car registration fees, real property transfer tax, BCCRT and SCCRT, which is the basic city-county relief tax and the supplemental city-county relief tax. As I mentioned earlier, those are the components. I can just do that and show it to you that way. Those are the components of the sales tax. Now, there was a time when every one of those taxes, in one way or another, were collected and distributed completely separately. And that led to inequity, it led to challenges, it was administratively burdensome. So we get this brilliant idea, we're going to consolidate all those. And really, really smart people like Marvin Levitt and Guy Hobbs, Carol Villardo, God bless her soul, right? Work together to come up with a way to do it a little bit better. And that's what we have today. And is it perfect? No. We've had to change it. We've had to augment it. We've made adjustments, the bases and the way calculations take place. But nonetheless, it is a function that works. So we start with the liquor tax. Everybody knows the liquor tax, right? This is a tax that is paid by wholesalers for any liquor or spirits over 22% alcohol. We charge $3.60 per gallon. And I think the bottom of the chart is probably as important as anything that you're going to see on any of these slides. Right? Again, everybody kind of believes, oh gosh, I'm paying this tax when I buy anything that we're talking about here, that somehow that just goes to local governments. And of course it does not. The state general fund is the single largest beneficiary of the liquor tax in this particular case. Let's go forward to cigarettes. Now, cigarettes, of course, been declining somewhat, but although this revenue source is part of our sixth element consolidated tax, only 10 cents of every pack ultimately come into the consolidated tax formula. What about governmental services tax? This is a big one, right? Governmental services tax is a manifestation of really property tax, right? In the state of Nevada, property tax is legislatively capped at $3.66, although from a property standpoint, we can increase that a little bit, which is up to 5 cents, 4 cents of which are imposed in Washoe County. And if we look at that, it's a pretty big source of that revenue. We just picked a random sort of $30,000 MSRP car to sort of show here, but that $420 fee, $206 of that end up going to the consolidated tax. Pretty good share overall and a pretty good source of revenue. Real property transfer tax. This is $2.05 per $500 of value in Washoe County. And just to be clear, everybody asked the question, why would anyone create a rate based on $500 of value? Right? Why wouldn't you do it based on $100 or $1 or just make it a percentage? I have asked everyone I know and no one has ever been able to answer that question for me. I'm going to guess this was just a legislative argument that somebody said, I want the rate to be lower, so let's make the base higher or something along those lines. I have absolutely no idea. Now we'll get to the big two, right? And the big two are ultimately the sales tax components, BCCRT, SCCRT, and really important here is what is this tax? This tax is imposed at goods sold at retail. And we're going to talk a lot about that, and we're going to go into a couple of slides to get into that. But we have among the narrowest sales taxes anywhere in the United States. I grew up, my grandmother was my best friend. Growing up, we used to love to play Scrabble. Right? And we have to go out and I buy Scrabble. That's a tangible good that I would go out and buy. And now, with my kids, in order to pass it forward, I play that Words with Friends. My kids beat me all the time, just like my grandmother used to beat me. Lady never let me win anything. But from there, that is not a tangible good, and so it doesn't create the same thing. We are much more of a services-based economy than we were when the sales tax became a thing like 60, 70 years ago. And that's a challenge for us that we're dealing with still today. Nonetheless, we have this BCCRT and this SCCRT, and these are pretty significant components of that 8.265% tax rate that everybody bears. But again, I want to make sure that those that are watching and as we talk about this, that it's important that this is a source of revenue that goes to every function of government. The biggest single beneficiary in the state of Nevada relative to the sales tax is not the city of Reno or any local government. It is schools. That is where the money goes. As a matter of fact, we have something called the local school support tax. Up until 2019, it kind of went to schools. Now it definitely goes to schools, but nonetheless, it's a big component. That SCCRT was added in after the basic city-county relief tax, and so you get an idea, combine those two, and you get this sales tax component in our consolidated tax. There is no mystery here. There is nothing along those lines. If you take the piece for the basic city-county relief and the supplemental county relief, my little footnote here, right, that about 27% of that tax goes to the C-tax, which is distributed to counties and local governments. The balance is going to all of those other government service providers that are out there. So while we incur that tax as taxpayers. Many things that we buy that should not be confused with the fact that all of this money in all of these categories is somehow coming to any one government by any stretch of the imagination. Now, I created this little chart to talk about the things that are taxable versus not taxable. Again, in the back of our mind, we just want to remember it is tangible goods sold at retail. Also, if it goes into something, so the construction materials that go into the building of an office building or a hotel or a house or a hospital, those will be subject to tax because they are put to use, ultimately. There are also exemptions to the tax, and we have both explicit and implicit exemptions. Within Nevada revised statutes, it specifically says you can't tax things like food for home consumption, for example, which would be a tangible good, but we don't do that in the state of Nevada. Things like gasoline are not subject to the same way, or energy, I should say, more broadly across the board, right? So then we ask the question, how do individual components contribute? What shares, how big are things when we take a look at that overall? And I really like this chart because I think it demonstrates just how important that sales tax component is to the consolidated tax overall. That SEC and BCCRT, those are proportional to the others on the right-hand side. And of the $2.2 billion in revenue that is generated statewide, not just in Washoe County, relative to this tax, about 20% of it, about 6, you can see the chart, I don't need to read each one of the percentages. The vast majority of this is essentially coming from that BCCRT and SCCRT as the makeup of that consolidated tax. If we look at it for Nevada as a whole, or we look at it for Washoe County as an individual jurisdiction, it makes up more than 80% of all the revenue, approaching 85% in Washoe County and approaching 87% for the state of Nevada overall. Pound for pound, that sales tax component is more important than any other element of that $100 million that we looked at. Now, I mentioned this earlier, so I'll reiterate it here again. Of the 8.265% combined rate overall, right, we look at where that is. The state sales tax and local government, local school support tax. And why do I put those as both going to the state? Because school districts are a ward of the state. The state education fund is how those dollars go. And so when those dollars are generated in Washoe County, they're going up to the state of Nevada, and they are being redistributed to school districts all over the totality of the state, without a doubt. When we look at it in terms of that basic city-county relief tax and supplemental city-county relief tax, those two component parts, right, they make up about that 27%. That's what we're really focused on today. And I would be at least a little bit remiss if I didn't talk about the fair share component under the Local Government Tax Act of the mid-90s and the railroad grade project, RETRAC, as you all talk about, in terms of also being a distribution. Those matter, but our focus is on the BCCRT and the SCCRT. So now this conversation gets a little wild, and this is where it gets a little fun. And this is where, how is this money like actually distributed? Okay, Jeremy, we collect this money. Okay, we get it. Liquor tax and cigarette tax, we get it, right? Now you put all that money and you put it into a giant bucket, and somehow I got to get it out to all of the people in the state of Nevada, but I got to get that out through the allocations that go to the counties, and then ultimately beyond that. And this is a two-step process. The first of those steps is all of that money, the consolidated taxes by the Department of Taxation, is put into a giant bucket, and then it is distributed to all 17 counties based on a statutory formula for each component of the tax. Some of them are distributed based on population, others based on more complicated formulas, but you get the general idea. Step 2 is where it gets a little bit more difficult. And because step 2 is where we're returning, in step 1, we're returning the dollars to the county in which they originated. Under step 2, we are redistributing that money among all of these jurisdictions. We don't have exact locations in terms of where every one of those dollars was sourced to, where it could go back. And as a matter of policy, we've made the decision that it is the right thing to do to have some reallocation of these dollars. So let's start with the liquor tax. Of the total that we looked at earlier, it's about $4.5 million. It is distributed based on population. We take the population of each county and we distribute it. Now, obviously, that is going to create some redistribution between the state. Why? Because we have things like the Las Vegas Strip in Clark County, and this is not going to come as a shocker. People consume a lot of liquor along the Las Vegas Strip and part of that tourism industry. And so those dollars are all accumulated and then redistributed. Same thing is kind of true with the sales tax, although it's not as robust in our mind in terms of liquor anymore. But cigarette tax is $7.2 million. It is also distributed that way. And again, perhaps on the right-hand side, you can see how those funds are allocated out. About 73% goes to Clark County, about 16% goes to Washoe County, and all of the other counties combined are about 11.4%. So roughly 90% is going to the urban counties throughout the state of Nevada. We look at governmental services tax and the numbers get a little bigger. We're now looking at $222 million, and it's returned back based on the point of origin. This is not based on population. This is based on wherever those taxes, whatever county those taxes were generated, where they come. And what do we see here? Right? We see that the percentages are a little different on the far right-hand side of our chart. Right? Clark County is getting a little less than its 73% of liquor and cigarettes, and that's largely because the makeup of the automobiles and the cost of those is a little bit different, so it's going back to where it is. We then have the real property transfer tax. Revenue is distributed, again, based on point of origin, generates about $47 million, and of all of the taxes we have in our consolidated tax, this is the least stable of them. Housing markets have a tendency to ebb and flow. If I had my way about it, we would actually take real property transfer tax out of this because it adds a layer of instability, which I don't think is terribly helpful, but nonetheless, you get the idea. We're back. The point of origin is very similar to what we see historically. Now we get into BCCRT and SCCRT and all of those type of things. So here we have it. And the basic city-county relief tax is $430 million in total. It then goes through this step one, this first tier allocation. It is point of origin. Those $428 million are going to go back to the county, generally speaking, in where they were allocated from. And you can see those percentages on the far right-hand side. We see where that sales tax is generated. It's not really that far off from our population. Now we get to the supplemental city-county relief tax, and you will note I've gotten rid of the pieces on the right-hand side because the complication is made from this thing that we created a while back called a guarantee and a non-guarantee county. And in the state of Nevada, we have very large counties. We all have folks like Esmeralda County, which is a very, very small county. And so when we have that, they're not generating enough sales tax independently to be able to support almost anything. So when all of this was constructed, Esmeralda County, Lander County, Lincoln, Mineral, Pershing, and White Pine counties were identified as guarantee counties, which means no matter how much revenue that they generate, they are guaranteed to get this cut off the top of the consolidated tax. And it's a very small amount, which we're going to go to. These are very small counties. This is a balancing and a balancing of the equities, if you will, relative to that. But this is a piece where it is, and that's that guarantee county construct. Part B is the non-guaranteed counties, and this is where it's going to come back and then get redistributed, which we're going to talk about in step two. Right? Of that $1.5 billion, those 6 counties get less than 1% of the total. And so while we spend a lot of time talking about, wow, look, we're like giving people money or something along those lines, it is so de minimis in the big calculation of things, and it has such a profound effect on these counties. It's been relatively important overall. And so, and let me be clear, they can also grow their way out of being a guaranteed county. And while there's been cross-border effects that have created some concern along these lines, nonetheless, it's relatively modest. If we put up the balance of the counties, there's the other 9 there, they're getting 10%. You get Washoe County there that is getting about 14, let's call it 13.5% to be a little more precise, and Clark County is getting $1.1 billion. So let me be clear, so we're all clear in terms of exactly how this works. We take the little bit of that cut, less than 1%, we give that to the guaranteed counties, and then for the first step, all the money goes back to the county to be redistributed between all the local governments that participate in that going forward. So at the end of the day, what do we have? $2.2 billion, a number of formulaic calculations, too complicated. It could be easier, but nonetheless, this is how it was designed and it works. And then the distribution on the right-hand side, where there's our $313 million ultimately coming to the region. And you get the idea here too, right? The 74.6%, the 14.2%, these are not that different. These formulas are put in place because we argue with each other, and sometimes we have to, try to manipulate something to be a little different in a formula basis. But nonetheless, they're all very, very close to one another. If we look at it in terms of step 2, let's go to this second piece. Right? If we go to that, now remember, we've taken all 6 of these elements, we've pooled them together, we've taken this little piece off for the guarantee counties, and then we've said, okay, Washoe County, every other county, you have this money. Somehow, you're going to have to distribute all of this to all of the jurisdictions that are within your border. The first part of that is, we refer to it as Part A, right, which is enterprise districts. They're very small as well. They get a piece right off the top. And then we have local governments and all of the special districts that are out there. Again, I get asked a lot of questions about things like enterprise districts. That is 1/10 of 1% of total revenue. It's totally small overall. But when we get to step 2, how are those dollars allocated? Washoe County as an entity, right, gets 51% of those dollars. City of Reno, 31%, City of Sparks, 12%, and special districts, which are all kinds, we'll talk a little bit about those as we go forward, get about 6% of that total overall. This is the distribution. This is where we are today. And I would at least argue, not argue, but submit that these are some of the things that have changed so significantly over time. Right? This community doesn't look like what it looked like 40 years ago. Clark County doesn't look like what it looked like 40 years ago. And I assure you, it will not look like what it looks like today, 40 years from now. Right? We have 2 component parts that are really important. And you're going to have to forgive me here a little bit, only from the standpoint that these 2 calculations have been arguably the most definitive and argued about elements of how the consolidated tax works from a base standpoint and an excess standpoint. Historically, this is prior to 2013, it used to be that each jurisdiction had its individual base calculation. And then the excess would grow and grow and grow, and then we'd use a formula to redistribute all that excess. And so if you were growing and somebody else wasn't, you'd get a little bit more excess. But what happened was, you all remember, we had an economic downturn not that long ago. When we had an economic downturn, the money would only come out of the excess, or would come out of the excess first. So if you were the growing jurisdiction, you were the one that got penalized as a result of that change. And that didn't work very well. And obviously things have changed relative to these bases, and those were set like 40 years ago. So we changed all of that. And we went to a formula that was a little bit more based on growth and resale and assessed value and looking at all of that. And then we add a little thing on the right-hand side that I just want to mention, which is called the 0.02 plus formula. So if you are growing at 0, you still get 0.2. Nobody goes, now there could be a point in which you decline to such a degree because it takes extended periods of time, but you at least start with your being in the game relative to the distribution of this. In addition to that, relative to the base, the one on the bottom left-hand side also incredibly important. If there is not enough revenue to provide each entity its full base amount, that's the amount that it had from the prior year today, revenue is distributed on the proportional shares of each entity's base allocation. There is no more penalty for being new to the game overall. So what does that final distribution look like? This is what that final distribution ultimately looks like relative to that. Again, this is not different than the chart that I showed you a moment ago, but let's just dig into it just a little bit more deeply. Right? This is that first piece, those enterprise and special districts, those type of things. How much is sort of being pulled off the top, and then how much is also going to some special districts that are out there? Again, it is a relatively small share of that aggregate total. It's $18.8 million that is actually going there. With all that said, perhaps just taking one step back before we take a step forward relative to where these stack up, let's look at some real life examples. Right? I buy a $50 bottle of wine. The tax on that is $1.66. $1.43 goes to the Nevada General Fund and the liquor program at the state. The amount that goes to local governments is only 23 cents out of the $1.66 that I paid in tax. Actually, I didn't pay, the wholesaler paid on the tax in this particular case. You look at the step one distribution, which is based on population. And even though that that bottle of wine was purchased here in Washoe County, a little bit's going to go to Clark, a little bit's going to go to Washoe County, a little bit's going to go to those other 15, and then once it gets there, it's going to be distributed. That 4 cents here in Washoe County is going to be distributed to each one of those jurisdictions based on the numbers on the far right side of our chart. Right? But I think it is so important that as people are thinking about this, I paid $50. The tax on that was $1.66 in terms of the liquor tax that was imposed. Washoe County gets 4 cents of that money. Right? You look at it and you think about a carton of cigarettes, $80. I completely made up the $80. I have no idea how much a carton of cigarette actually makes, so if I'm offending anyone, I apologize. The tax on that would be about $18. $17 goes to the state. $1 goes to all local governments. $1 of that amount. Right? So that distribution, again, you can see how the mathematics ultimately work out. What if we have a car? $30,000 automobile, this is the one we talked about before, $420. 214 of those dollars go for the DMV, the State Highway Fund, also go to K through 12 education. 206 of the 420 come back to Washoe County. The amount that would actually make it for purposes of our discussion here today, that would actually make it to the city of Reno for all the services that are provided by the city to its constituents would be $63 out of the 420. It's amazing when you start cutting and carving some of these dollars, how much we go from what seems like such a big number to one that seems like such a small number. What about a $500,000 home? Right? $2,050 in property taxes. 1,500 of those dollars would ultimately go to the state's general fund, the affordable housing, and the local government act distribution. For some of those, we have $550 that would make it through our consolidated tax formula. Now, you'll notice this is point of origin, so all those dollars come back to Washoe County. The others are zero, and you can see the ones on the far right-hand side. So of that property tax, when I get my property tax bill and it's about $2,000, the amount that's actually making it to the city of Reno is about $1.69. Now that's the real property transfer tax here. I want to be clear, this is not property tax. So let's be clear relative to what that is. It's the form of this. But if I sell that house and that's what gets generated, the city gets about $169 out of that total. We add the BCCRT and the SCTRT, the two big ones that we talked about. I go out to dinner, for example, or I buy some other piece of merchandise for $100. The tax that's imposed on me is $8.27. $6 of that ultimately go to the state, local schools, public transit, all of those type of things. $2.25, that's the combination of that BCCRT rate and that SCCRT rate go to local governments. You see that little tiny amount that goes to some of those guarantee counties in the bottom gets pulled off the top. The balance comes right back here to Washoe County, and then you see the numbers on the far right-hand side. The city gets about 69 cents out of that $8.27 imposed upon the tax on that $100 night that my wife and I decided to go out. So we think about it versus the balance and population and some of those things. And I think this is really kind of an important point to understand the history in terms of how the consolidated tax sort of came to be, right? The idea was largely almost significantly focused on southern Nevada, where the Strip is located in unincorporated Clark County. And as a result of that, the need to create a mechanism to say, okay, we're gonna have all of these visitors, they're gonna come and spend all this money and generate that. We have folks that are living all over the urban valley, we have to do that. And what we did is took a formula that seemed like it was working in that regard, and it was. And we applied it to the entirety of the state of Nevada. And we made some tweaks here and there, but that's exactly how we got to where we are. And if you think about the distinction between economic activity, where people live, where growth is taking place, and how that's evolved in a place like Clark County versus how it's evolved in a place like Washoe County, those two patterns are not the same. The economic distribution is not the same. And so we run into some challenges. And I'd like to show you kind of what some of those challenges look like. right? This is the cities of Reno and Sparks, as well as unincorporated Washoe County, relative to their share of the population versus their share of the consolidated tax distribution. And what you see is that these numbers are very different. And look, before anyone says, oh my gosh, this is crazy, there are reasons behind this, some of which we talked about before. There are regional services that have to be provided. There are other sort of pieces and component parts. This is not a mistake. It may have grown to be exacerbated, but this is by design relative to how it was intended to work. Now, that growth, of course, has made it very different than it was before. Let's do the exact same thing, but do it for Clark County, and look at how Clark County is distributed relative to these two numbers, right? You can see that if we look at unincorporated Clark County, we look at the others, the numbers have a tendency to be very close to each other. Now, as we were preparing this slide, I went back and forth a dozen times trying to create something that was as close to apples as I could do. In Clark County, they have this animal called townships. And if I was to put those townships and I was to add them into the Clark County total, their number would go up to about 40, well, it would go up so they're about plus 4% on that side. The overall total, I wouldn't know where to make such an allocation or make a comparison, and we could certainly show it both ways. But if we compare what the chart looks like here versus what the chart looks like here, there's no conclusionary difference relative to which way to present it. I just want to make sure that we're clear and transparent. At the end of the day, this is not something to be a conclusory statement, nor is my presentation as a whole. What this is a reflection of is that we have a formula that has existed for a long period of time. That formula is incredibly important to state, local governments across the entirety of the state of Nevada, and of course, municipal governments like this one. As a result of that, those changes that have taken place, there's at least some challenges that could be presented as a result of that. And as I mentioned before, county-provided regional services are an important part of this puzzle. They have a responsibility to provide both regional services as well as municipal services to the residents within their borders. And so recognizing that that is where it is a balance against the distribution effects that I just showed you. Nonetheless, our consolidated tax is an efficient and well-operated since the Department of Taxation does a very good job. The forefathers of this tax designed it as was intended. However, I would at least respectively submit to this group or any others that this, like every other tax in the state of Nevada's arsenal, always needs to be evaluated because we are not the same thing as we were 40 years ago, and I assure you we will not be the same thing 40 years from today. Madam Mayor, I cannot thank you enough for the opportunity to be here. If there are questions, I am happy to try and answer.
Well, Jeremy, thank you. You guys can all see why Jeremy is very well liked and famous. So he is very, very well regarded in the state of Nevada and actually in other states, by the way. Because I get to work with a lot of other mayors, and they say, gosh, that guy is amazing. And he keeps you on your toes, too, and you learn something. So if all of our presentations could be like that, we wouldn't fall asleep. So thank you so much. Thank you, Jeremy. Okay, we're going to open it up to questions. Go ahead, Councilwoman Brewer. Usually you have questions. Look at that. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't see anyone's lights on,
Okay,
but usually you have questions.
I'll jump
so I'm
in.
gonna go with you.
Thank you so much for the presentation.
I'm sorry, are you?
No, go. We're going to let her go.
Okay.
I looked over, remember, green lights, everyone.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Mr. Aguero. We are lucky because we had a preview of this presentation from our city manager at a slower pace. So we could absorb it maybe that way and then your way. We got the point that the numbers are rather from some of these taxes. And the effect that that has on our local budget. Biggest income is due to property tax. And the property tax, it declines. We have depreciation for the land, for the house. And we at the same time, we have houses going up in value, land going up in value. And at the same time, when it falls, it falls. There's no cap on how far it can fall during a recession type period. well, there is no cap, but how it climbs, there is a cap, 3% for some, 8% for others, as I recall. And this is something we've struggled with seriously here. But it's incredibly important for us to understand all the pieces of this puzzle. And I don't know, you've made the point that so much thought, analysis, fighting, argument, negotiation has gone into where we are today. And I know, and I mean, maybe this is some sacred cow, but I know that the city's been a little bit uncomfortable with our distribution of C-tax. You made the point, as things grow, things get out of whack. And I think we've made a case or discussed the fact that it's kind of out of whack here. We don't believe that based on our population and the services we need to provide, that we're probably getting our, quote, fair share, if there is such a thing, with quotes on it, knowing that that's in the eye of the beholder. So I don't know if there's if you've been tasked or asked by our city manager to help us through that process of analysis. Have you?
There's a little bit to unpack there, so I want to make sure that we're clear.
And I was going to
The
say,
city
everyone thinks
manager-
their distribution is unfair.
That's why I said quotes.
Yeah, no, I get it. I appreciate the question. The city manager has asked us to look at all the property tax elements, so I'm going to hold those to the side for a moment, because I think the way that you outlined it was remarkably accurate in terms of how all those things work. In terms of distribution, look, I'm an analyst, I'm not an advocate.
Right.
My job is to put all the numbers in and make sure that as I'm working with your team, that they have the right information. There's a lot that goes into it. A portion is what we talked about here today. And I would say that that is a part of that discussion. That is a part of that calculus. I don't know that I could draw any conclusion today, because we haven't been asked to do that. And I think that there would be much more than what is
That
in
was
here
really my
today.
question.
Yes,
Have you been asked to help us understand or unpack the distribution of what goes to the county for C-tax on various items versus what comes to us?
Only, thank you for the record, Jeremy Aguero, forgive me for the folks that are keeping it, only to the extent of what we've provided you here today. Looking at
No
where the money
in-depth,
goes
yeah.
and understanding the different services at the city level versus the regional county level.
Okay, because there have been some reports, and I'm just, if, in a second round, I just want to ask, that we do take a closer look at that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have not had the pleasure of seeing you before, so this was a real treat. Fantastic for the presentation. I want to ask kind of a pointed question based on what Councilwoman Dewar said. On slide 58, you have a chart, and it shows 28% gap, and where I am looking at that between the population and the C-tax share. So my question is, maybe to get at what my colleague was saying, are the services that are being supplied on slide 60 at the regional level, is that equitable to the 28% in additional revenue
Appreciate the question.
that they are making up, and how do we evaluate that? And I guess it seems like the distribution isn't necessarily equitable, very complicated, but how do we make sure that we are receiving our fair share for the services that we provide and the services that the city or the county provides?
Yeah. First of all, thank you for the very kind comment. That was nice of you, and I appreciate it. I would tell you that I think it'd be premature to draw any such conclusion. Understanding what those services are, understanding what the cost of those services are, understanding how they're distributed throughout the county, I think are all really important elements of understanding that. And I can tell you, whether it's been cross-jurisdiction or intra-jurisdiction analyses, I think that there's a lot more that goes into it. This is probably the first step down a journey that was intended to say, okay, this is how the underlying math works. This is kind of the what. And I think that there's probably a longer conversation, and I'll certainly defer to the city manager about the why and how, and is this right or wrong, that type of thing.
Well, and I'm trying to, fight for Reno here. So in that 28%, it looks like, the C-tax, 51% is going, the 51% is Washoe County, and City of Reno gets 31%. And then you look at the population distribution, and I guess I'm looking at the 28% and the 24%. That gives me some concern. Is that a
Look,
valid question?
It is 100% a valid question. I'm going to play devil's advocate for just a moment, if that's okay. Right? Yeah. Okay. Right? The idea is that we have to always understand, or I would like to convey, that Washoe County, I'm looking at the unincorporated portion of Washoe County, right? In some ways, they also have to provide services to 100% of the population of the county. Again, the idea here.
And I would argue that we do too.
I'm not here to argue that
Right.
point. My only issue here is that This is part of a dialogue, not the answer to that question.
Perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
All right, Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Aguero, thank you for laying this out so very clearly and in such an animated fashion. You've made CTAX discussions rather interesting and fun today, or sexy, I don't know what it is.
Right,
And I'm
Mayor?
excited our guests, I
CTAX
think,
is
are learning
interesting.
something.
The
They're
porting-
excited too. See their faces. They're all smiling. They're
you,
never
Kathy.
smiling. They're always like angry. But
Well-
no, they're happy today
And
over
in-
CTAX.
I think in fairness, this discussion isn't just about numbers on a page, right? It's about whether Reno has the resources to deliver the services our residents need and that they count on, right? Public safety, parks and recreation, streets, more, just like that. What I take from your presentation is that the current formula, which was written decades ago, does not reflect the realities of today's population growth. It doesn't talk about service demands or economic footprint. And while Reno's needs are growing, our share of the CTAX has not kept pace. Is that a fairly high-level way of analyzing it?
I think that is 100% correct, Councilman. The only other piece that I would offer is I want to make sure that there's two buckets. And this, the Councilwoman, this may be a bit of a redirect question, answer to her question earlier. And that is, we have these global economic issues. You just alluded to them. The fact that our sales tax, the components of that have been about the same as they were in like 1960. Right? We just spend money differently. This is not a city of Reno thing or a Washoe County thing or a state of Nevada thing. This is across the board, the fact that the sales tax is eroding relative to where we are. Now, we have this sort of interesting post-pandemic issue. I apologize. You're asking for a ham sandwich. I'm giving you the history of the pig here just a little bit, but your question is really a good one because you also have this secondary component, which in a post-COVID environment with all that stimulus that was floating around, we know folks spent a little bit more money than they did before, right? That increase, that put upward pressure on that sales tax. So the combination of what the Councilwoman was asking before about the distribution also has to be married up with the analysis that I think you just provided remarkably eloquently. And that is, if we're not putting as much money into the bucket, it's going to make it so much harder for the distribution that has to happen to everyone. And I would suggest that those are two parts of the same issue.
Well, and I think my role, as I see it, is to take the facts and then work with our county partners, other cities, lawmakers in Carson to find a way that's more fair, sustainable, and rooted in actual needs, right? I don't think it's about taking away from others or harming their ability to help the residents that they serve. It's about sort of modernizing an outdated formula so it works for the Nevada of today, not the Nevada of the past. I think also what I take from your presentation is a need to be honest with the public. Under the current formula, some communities are receiving more than their fair share relative to the services being provided, while others, like Reno, are underfunded despite the fact that they carry the larger share of the region's urban service load, if that were the terminology. I think you pointed out a little differently, but the imbalance means that either raising taxes locally or doing less for our residents, and neither one of those is a good idea, I don't think, because it does not benefit our long-term health of our residents. While revisions to C-Tax are about equity, not competition in my mind, right? We all benefit when every city and county in our state has the resources it needs to meet the demands that they face. But if the data is a roadmap, not for division, but for greater collaboration, that's how I see it. We have to lift up our entire populace, not pit each one of them against each other in some kind of hunger-style games. And so for my part, that's what I took from the presentation, and I really have to focus it, because otherwise you've just given me the history of the pig and not the ham sandwich, when what we do as policymakers oftentimes is we try to figure out, well, what does he mean us to do with this stack of documents? How can we carry it out into action? Because it doesn't benefit us for you to come in here and tell us all of these things and for us to quietly move on to agenda item number C5 and keep going with our meeting, right?
Great. All right, anyone else? Oh, yeah, go right ahead. Oh, wait, hold on. Councilwoman Ebert, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I think everybody's pretty much hit on it, that there's maybe some inequities on how the C-Tax is distributed. I would be interested to see how we could address that. I'm not sure how that would work, but I had a question about the property taxes. You had mentioned that that's the area that has the most potential fluctuation. can you just kind of explain that a little bit more? I know there's depreciation.
Councilmember, we're going to have that presentation in September.
Okay.
Do you think you could?
I think what she meant was the real estate transfer tax, not the property.
Sorry,
Yeah.
thank
The
you.
tax on property. I understand what you're asking.
Yeah.
Is the question, why does it happen that way? Because,
Yeah,
okay, sure.
Yeah, just kind of explain more about how that fluctuation happens.
So sort of two component parts. One is value, one is volume, right? You'll recall that it wasn't that long ago that we went through a foreclosure crisis in the state of Nevada. The number of transactions went way down, right? Because the number of transactions go down, so too does the real property
2008.
transfer tax. In addition to that, you also have a value issue. If prices go up significantly, great. That means you have more real property transfer tax so long as they're selling.
like
But if those prices start to get variable, or they start to change, or they start to come down, then that tax, if there's lower volume or there's lower value, it generates less revenue. And of the taxes that we looked at, it is the single most volatile of any of those in terms of that tax that's imposed on the transfer of property.
Okay, so like, let's say what's happening now with the higher interest rates, there's not as many homes being sold. So even though the property values are higher, the volume is lower. So that's why we're getting less funds from that.
That would be exactly right, although I'd need to go in and just take a look at it to get a sense of whether the value has offset the volume.
Yeah.
Right? Because look, if the value goes up by 10% and the volume goes down by 5, you're still ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Councilman Reese.
Well, I just had one other question, and part of what happens on our dais is we are trying to communicate to the public, and the public is not going to have the privilege of sitting here and listening to the entirety of your CTAX presentation, and perhaps they don't want to. It's just, you know, the nature of it. There's other things that people have interest in. So I often want to distill things down into the most basic component, and a question that I received from a resident last night during my neighborhood advisory board meeting was, it's like a fill in the blank. And so the question is, the city of Reno receives the smallest portion of local taxes. For every dollar spent, we receive approximately blank. Now, you broke it down into pennies because it was from different component parts. Is there a way to summarize the thing for a person who maybe has not got a PhD in applied economics or all the things that you have?
Councilman, the answer to your question is absolutely yes. I mean, if what you're looking for is to be able to go back to a constituent and essentially say, for every dollar that is generated in consolidated tax, we get about X percent, I'll get you that percent.
Well, and it's even more than X percent, it's the dollar amount, right?
Oh, sure.
'Cause
No, no.
there's
That we
something
absolutely-
powerful about saying, like, for every dollar that is generated in some, you know, hypothetical universe, we get 0.0001 cent of it, or whatever it is.
Yeah, and I'm going to give you, just so that we're on the same page in terms of when you get the number, I think there's also a number that you have to think about, which is the aggregate volume of transactions, right? You're talking about billions of dollars of transactions, generating hundreds of millions of dollars of tax revenue that's ultimately going to give you the value you're looking for and the percentage. But I'll make sure we get that to you.
Thank you so much.
Councilman Dorr, your light was on. Nope, nothing. I'm going to send it to City Manager Bryant.
Thank you so much for doing this presentation. This has been something we've been working on for about 8 months now, and have been providing this presentation in a variety of settings around the community. So I just wanted council to know what we were doing next. So one thing, we did launch today, reno.gov/ctax, where this presentation will be, along with the one-sheeter and some FAQs for our public. This project began because we received a fair amount of questions from the public of, what were we doing with all the sales tax money? And we couldn't answer that question because I didn't understand that we only received 69 cents out of every $8.27 we got when we spend $100. So we went down a rabbit trail. We ended up with this. We're doing the same thing with property tax. You'll see that in September. We'll come back in October on fuel tax. And we're really just beginning to collect the facts. And then we will be able to, once we get all of the information, we'll be able to start having more conversations about what are we going to do with this information. I can tell you some of the things that we have talked about internally is, when you saw the Washoe County slide, what are some of the regional services? Some of those, the city of Reno writes a check for also. Over the years, for example, the city of Reno writes a check for elections, even though the city of Reno and in Sparks, city residents pay towards regional services. So that's just one area that we are creating a list of things to bring back to this body to then make some decisions. So I just wanted you to know kind of where we were headed and what we're bringing back to you for your feedback.
I love the transparency. Jackie, I know you've worked hard on this. You've also been doing a listening tour and an education tour across the community. I'm getting great feedback on that. Bless you. Great feedback on that, and I appreciate it because I don't think, you know, a lot of people sort of do understand how challenging it is on the local side. And don't get me into Dylan's role. That's a whole other, maybe we can talk about that one at a different one. Let's talk about Dylan's role. But anyway, I just want to say thank you, Jackie. I think you're doing a phenomenal job on this. And I know people are paying attention. Yeah, so thank you very much. And it's transparent online. I assume you guys did some press around that. Maybe talk a little bit about that so people know how, especially people on Zoom that are watching, how they can access it and see what that information looks like.
Reno.gov/CTAX. And there is media here. We will be doing some media spots immediately after this presentation.
And maybe you guys can grab Jeremy on his way out and get some interviews from him. Because see, they like you. They're all going like this. Anyway, Jeremy, thank you so much for being here, and I hope we will get him back for property. We will. Perfect. That's exciting news, but thank you for all you do for this great state of Nevada, as we always say, and just your years of service. And I know you've seen a lot of dynamics and a lot of change. You should write a book one day, my friend. But thank you. I love how he said, I'm an analyst, not an advocate. That's his way of saying, I'm not getting into the politics. Yeah. Right? Because he's always got the best answer. You always have the best answer. I always thought he should run for office for sure. You all know. Well, anyway, thank you so much, and we'll get to see you soon. All right, and the press, I think, is right there waiting to interview you. Thanks, Jeremy. Safe travels back. Okay.
I did have a question.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, so I know we're getting a lot of information coming, and I just want to make sure that, I think you said this, but I just want to make sure I got it right, that we will get kind of an analysis of things that we're writing a check to Washoe County for, that citizens of Reno are already paying for through other tax revenue streams.
Correct. We are working on that now.
Okay. And then I don't know if there's a way we can try and negotiate a way to not do that anymore. It just doesn't make sense that the citizens of Reno would have to pay twice for the same services.
And those are some of the questions we'll be bringing back to the body for discussion.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Great. Okay, here we go. Madam Clerk, I believe we are now on item C, what are we, C3?
C3.
Perfect, C3. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, we do not have any public comment on this item, and we have not received any correspondence.
Okay, thank you so much. I know we've got Cody here, the one and only. Thank you for everything you do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, my friend. You have a tough job.
Thank you.
And I know we were running down some information over the last few days with you, and I just appreciate you being very responsive and quickly. So I'm a big fan of Cody's. Anyway,
Absolutely. Thank
okay,
you.
Cody,
I mean,
take
I
it
think,
away.
the appreciation goes to our staff, who does just an incredible job. My name is Cody Shadle, Director for Reno Public Safety Dispatch. I'm also the Executive Chair of our governance board that oversees the Hexagon project. I'm here to get you an update on. The last time I was here was about a year ago, and unfortunately, I have to follow Mr. Aguero, who is very charismatic, and I don't think I possess that as well, so I just bear with me as best you can. I'll try to get through it quickly for you. So last time I was here was August or September of last year, giving you an update saying, hey, September 9th, 2025, we will go live, we will be ready. Unfortunately, I can't provide you that same news today. We are a little bit delayed, but I'll get to that shortly.
Okay.
We're gonna get into some background first for those who weren't on the board or maybe just need some orientation to the project. We actually started this probably back in 2019, so as much as you feel beleaguered in this process, I'm there with you. I was there in 2019 when we started talking about it, but we did go through an RFQ, we did do an RFP process, we brought on a consultant, we've had a regionalization workshop in the middle of this to kind of re-guide the process and get other partners on board. Today, we have a better group. We have not just Reno, Sparks, and Washoe, but we've invited REMSA to the table as well. And so we have 4 strong partners working on this project with us. We've also brought in we've created a governance agreement, which was brought to this body, and this body was able to pass, as well as Washoe County and Sparks as well. And today, we're actually in the middle and pretty much finishing up our configuration and implementation of this platform. So when I talk about it, what we're talking about is computer-aided dispatch and records management systems. This is the backbone of our public safety systems. This is what your dispatch centers are using, your officers, your firefighters, your medical personnel, out in the field, as well as your records departments behind the scenes. Your jail management clerks are using these systems. Our courts are accessing these systems and the information's within. This is how our criminal justice system is started, or this is the entry point into the criminal justice system and our medical emergency response system. I think if I didn't mention it, there are fire partners as well. I think I left them off that list. So as I talk about the governance boards, we did create this. We have a managers board comprised of our city manager, county manager, the city managers for Reno and Sparks, and our county manager, as well as the CEO for REMSA. They oversee and provide oversight to the other boards and make sure that we all play nice in the sandbox, if I kind of say it in a really minimal way. We have an executive board who operates underneath them. Those are comprised of our stakeholders, our chiefs, our fire chiefs, police chiefs, our directors and managers who oversee the products that we use. Their responsibility is to the actual operations of what we're doing. And the last thing is a change advisory board. They're there to make sure that any new changes or things that are brought into this system are done so in a way that the system can be healthy and can maintain resiliency for the long term. We don't want to be put in a position that 10 years from now we can't maintain this system, or that it's just done in such a way that we've added so many things that it's no longer healthy or sustainable. So they're there to kind of ensure not only that everybody has a voice, but that we can maintain it as well. This is kind of the first governance agreement that we've had of this kind in our region, especially on the public safety side. So I like to highlight this one because it really is an achievement that all of our boards and commissions were actually able to come to the table and agree on this, because we're really excited to have this keep our voice intact and kind of keep our system intact for the long-term future. As I mentioned, we're talking about on-call dispatch and on-call records. What you see in front of you on the screen, that's just a visual of dispatch. Obviously, that's not our map. We don't have an ocean in our area, but this is a version of the map that we have. There are some incidents listed there. It's very colorful. It's very bright. The point of this is to really show you that we're bringing a future system, a future technology to us. Right now, our system is over 20 years old. This is not what we see. We're going to be switching to something that's a lot more reasonable. This helps us in a lot of ways. By modernizing is because as we recruit new people into our system, as we bring in new firefighters and officers and dispatchers, bringing them a technology that makes sense and is more realistic to what they'd use in their everyday lives improves our processes. It helps our recruitment. It helps our training. It helps get people on the street faster, and it helps improve our processes when we're trying to provide these really critical services. So some of the key accomplishments in the staff report, there's many listed. We've done a lot. We've been on this project for over 18 months. Obviously, we've completed a lot. These are kind of the high key pieces. We've installed our hardware and software. That's done. We've brought in our system build, so we had to go in and configure every piece of this system. It is highly configurable. We asked for that. We asked for a system that could meet the needs of Reno and Sparks and Washoe and REMSA and all of the 17 independent organizations that operate under those 4 partners. As a result, that means we've had to touch every single piece of this system, and that's why it's taken us so long, and that's why we're still here. We're about 95% complete on our configuration, and our teams are still working through it right now. For third-party integrations, the other thing we've tried to do is really make our systems work together. We've tried to have them work cohesively in an environment. That way, information can be processed and transferred digitally. We no more, try to eliminate some phone calls, try to eliminate paper processes, eliminate those emails back and forth where we're trying to resolve, this person's name is this person's vehicle is this. Let's eliminate that. Let's make it more automated. Let's make this better. So using those third-party integrations, we're bringing out, something as simple as our fire department uses a staffing program. That staffing program lists all of the capabilities, all of the personnel, all of the equipment every single day. Well, why don't we make that system just talk to our CAD system? That way a dispatcher doesn't have to go in every single day and make those changes manually. We can feed this in, we can eliminate that, we can make it better. 80% of those integrations are done. We still have, I believe, 6 to deploy overall. So we're actually, that's quite an achievement. Working with third-party vendors and getting them to talk to our vendor can be difficult at times. And the last big achievement we did over the summer was we got our disaster recovery site up and installed. So we've actually created a separate redundant site that is not in this area That way, if there's failure to our system, it automatically fails over, and we don't run into the case where there's an outage in our system. So our dispatchers don't have to experience an outage. We don't have to worry about losing data, or our citizens are not going to get response because our CAD or records management systems are down. Instead, we've created a whole redundant site that actually is in California, and it's supposed to run with extreme availability. So 99.9999% available, which is pretty impressive. So what does all this mean, and why is it important to you? Well, we're meeting the regional goals. We've heard this body, we've heard the bodies of Washoe County, we've heard REMSA's needs, we've heard Sparks's needs, and we've said the way we deliver 911 services and response isn't the most effective way. We continue to work on that. This is one of the linchpins. We continue to point back at our CAD system and say, hey, we want to improve fire service response, but we really need to improve our CAD system. We need to get on the same system. We need to be better. So in looking at those regional goals, how are we doing that? Well, we're coming to a common language. Sorry if you guys have heard this before. I think I've said this before. We're coming to a common language. We're going to call things the same thing. At REMSA, if they call it a heart attack or a cardiac arrest, at Reno, we're going to call it the same thing. At Sparks, if they're going to call it a battery, we're going to call it a battery. And by doing that and creating a common language, we make it simpler when we interact with our agencies, as well as when we create reports and when we create, when we're looking for data, and when, Mayor, as you mentioned, when we're trying to find and source data, we can say that we're saying the same things. We can tell the public, and it's not confusing, we can say, collectively, we had this many calls, and this means the same thing. Integrated responses, this is us just being better. This is us saying, you know, when we're looking at fire regionalization or we're looking at providing mutual aid, you've heard automatic aid, mutual aid, these terms come up over and over again, and we get tasked and told that this is something we need to do better. Well, now we can, by putting everybody in the same environment, we can integrate responses. We can take the decision part out of the dispatcher who has to go through a flow chart and look and say, does TMF need to respond with Reno Fire in this call? We can actually pre-program that into the system and say, or based on the location, Reno and TMF will respond, and the system will automatically make those recommendations. Every time we can take a decision out of a dispatcher, we're making it better, not only on the dispatcher, but we're making it better on the process, because every decision point is a potential failure point. It's the same across all public safety. It's the same across people, right? Every time you manually have to make a decision, there's a potential that something's going to go wrong. The other thing that one of the new accomplishments that we've had is by delaying this process or by having additional time, we've been able to source AI tools within Hexagon's environment. So within our CAD system, we're going to be deploying AI, or artificial intelligence tools, that allow us to automate some of the pieces that our dispatchers are very good at. And, you know, recognizing this call might be related to this call, or these details might be related to details. Our dispatchers and officers are very good at this, but they don't catch a lot of it. They aren't able to catch it all the time. They're busy. They're doing other tasks. By bringing in artificial intelligence, we can actually set that AI system on missions to go look for commonalities in call types. It might help us find and resolve crimes faster. It might help us recognize that this fire here and this fire at this location have a lot of commonality and might come from the same source, and we can make our responses better. So that's what we're going to task it with, and that's what we're going to use. I come back to regional processes. This is us saying, initially when we went to that regionalization workshop, and this body along with the others said, hey, we need to make the user experience better from a 911 perspective. If a citizen calls us, they shouldn't have to worry about being transferred from here to here to here. They shouldn't have to worry about being asked what the location is 3 or 4 or 5 times. They shouldn't be asked to repeat information. So by bringing everybody into the same system, we can revise those regional processes, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to say, I'm going to accept this information. I can transmit it to this agency. They can accept it, and we can resolve these questions and improve our response times. That's what we're working on. And then information access. Again, this is sharing not only information about calls, but sharing safety information. Anytime that we have responders responding in different systems, we run the risk that information may live in system A and it may not be available in system B, which means the firefighter coming from Reno may have information or not that the REMSA technician or REMSA medic does not have. And that puts people at a safety, or that creates a safety issue. By having everybody on the same system, we can now more easily pass that information along. Whether it comes from the Reno Police Department to the Reno Fire Department to REMSA to Sparks to Washoe, we can share that information across and make sure that responses are safe. It also helps the citizens in the fact that if we need to pass their information along, it is much easier than a phone call. Now we can just digitally transmit it. I think the last time I was in front of this body, or maybe the time before that, one of the terms I heard was, you know, We can just send an email. I don't understand why this is so difficult. I can send an email digitally to this person. Why can't our CAD system just digitally send this information from person to person? Well, that's what we're looking to resolve here. All right, I mentioned at the very beginning, our timeline has changed. I'm sorry about this. This is frustrating for me as well. So we initially, where we're at today, we actually have teams in office today that are testing our system. They are functionally testing the record system. That means they've completed a large majority of the configuration, and now they're at the point to test it. We're going to complete and start testing next week in CAD, which means from now until mid-September, we're going to be testing. It's a back and forth dance between us and our vendor, where we tell them, these are the things we need you to fix. They come back and say, we fixed them, we retest them, and this goes on for about 1.5 months to 2 months. If everything is working well, then November, we're planning on moving into training. We'll train our trainers on all systems. Again, this is not just CAD and RMS. This is records, CAD, CAD in the field, CAD on a cell phone, analytics. It's some of the AI tools I mentioned. It's, there's a lot. There's a lot of programs here. And then we have to teach new workflows because it's a brand new system. No one is keeping the same system. This is new for everybody across the region. If everything goes well from training, which I anticipate training will, it's a large beast, but we own it. Once we say the system is good, then we just have to train everybody. That's an easier thing for us to resolve. I'm hoping that everything goes well and February 23rd, 2026, we'll be ready to go live. That's our production go live date. And then we have about 3 months, the following 3 months for a reliability period, where we have 90 days to work with the vendor and say, is it stable? Is it working the way we wanted? Is everything perfect? And they're not leaving us until it is. So the other important thing is here, we have milestone payments built in here as well. So these are the financial tools that allow us to make sure that the system is working well. We can hold those milestones until we achieve each one of these benchmarks. So if I had to summarize this in a general way for you, project status, you'll see a red check mark there. We are delayed. There's no way about it. We are 4 months delayed from what we originally anticipated in September. It's not uncommon. This is a massive project. We have 4 government agencies, well, 3 government agencies and a private agency, that are involved and invested in this. There's 17 user agencies under that and multiple departments under that. This is not uncommon. We are on budget. We feel that we are fully supported. Our vendor has put a lot of resources into this to get us across the finish line. We've put a lot of personnel resources into this. So we're very, very excited. And I think we are prepared for go live. We feel pretty confident on that. Now, I say that today. I said that a year ago. So if that changes, you know where I work. I'm sorry. We are going to do our best to hit that benchmark February 23rd, 2026. And I guarantee our teams want to hit that benchmark. They're ready to get this project across the finish line. I am joined today, I forgot to mention, I am joined today by our agency coordinators from Reno, Sparks, and, I'm Reno, Sparks, Washoe, and Remza, who are joining me, as well as one of our project managers from Hexagon, who's also here to join us today. So that's all I have for you. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. Anything I can do for you.
Okay, well, Cody, thank you so much, and all I hear is praise for you. JW, thank you for all your work. JW never takes praise very well, and he works a lot behind the scenes, but both of you together have really done a phenomenal job. I've been in meetings with you guys making it happen. I mean, it's just even miraculous that we're here now, because I thought, oh, we're never going to get this done. This is never going to happen. And so, and also, everyone knows working with jurisdictions, different ideas, different dynamics, and you guys have done a phenomenal job, but everyone is saying both of your praises. So I hope the council knows how hard you guys have worked to make this happen, because it was so long overdue. How long do you think this is? Should I even ask? Should I ask that question? How long overdue is this?
Overdue? I mean, we really started talking about it in earnest in 2019,
Yeah.
and it was probably occurring a little bit before that.
Yeah.
So we're 6 years into this.
Right, but how long has this been needed?
Longer. Much longer.
Much longer. Longer, before I even got here. So just the fact that we could get it done. So I hope this council is proud, the staff is proud, and JW, we're all proud of you and Cody. Tremendous job. Like, this is not, I never in a million years thought this would be possible. So great job. Any questions? Go ahead.
I never in a
Oh, wait,
million
hold on.
years-
Hold on. I keep going to you. I'm going to start with you.
Oh, I
Councilman Taylor.
had a quick, thank you so much for all your work. I really appreciate it. Is there anything that you need from us to keep this schedule moving? Do you need any resources? Is there anything that we can do to support you in this effort of meeting your schedule?
No, that's a great question. At this time, no, I think we have the right resources in the right places. We have the support from the vendor. When we've asked the vendor to show up, and I say vendor, I keep saying Hexagon. When we've asked Hexagon to show up to the room and answer tough questions with our chiefs in the room, they've done it. And they've been very understanding. Behind the scenes, we've even talked about kind of the financial burdens of a schedule delay. You know, we have to extend our maintenance on our current CAD project, and that costs our community money. So in good faith, they're talking to us about how they can lessen that impact and what they can do from their side to make sure that this is a positive action for us. So right now, I do appreciate the question. No, I think from this board, just your continued support. If you hear the community talking or you hear concerns from the community, feel free to direct them to us. Feel free to direct them to me and let me answer those questions. I'm happy to. I'm really happy to walk somebody through what the process is and why it feels painful, but why it's important. So,
Perfect, thank you.
thank you.
Councilman Anderson.
I just wanted to thank you both and the teams that are behind you for this work. This is the most important public safety work that we can be doing right now to launch all of the rest of the important work that we need to do in the future to make sure that we have the best, public safety system and delivery of services for the community. So we are all watching and we all want to help you get this done. But I cannot state enough for the amount of times that I've heard your name and JW, that the two of you have just been absolutely the linchpins in making this very complicated process stay on track. I'm actually blown away that we're only 4 months off based on what we know. So congratulations and thank you for seeing this through.
Yeah, and I'm sure Brandy had to hear a lot over the years, right? So she knows how important it is, so that's great. Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks so much for the update. This is something we've watched with eagle eyes for a very long time. And as the others have said, you, JW, and I know there's a larger team, are to be commended for where we are today. The mayor said, I never thought it would get done, but my comment was about to be, I never thought in a million years that it could be this complicated. And it clearly is. The one thing I just wanted to note is that I think most people don't know the back end, like incorrect data or only some groups only having access and others don't. But the part they do know is how many times they're asked to say their name, their address, their phone number, and to repeat the issue. And I know that by the third time they've repeated it, they're like, don't you guys talk to each other? They get so frustrated because they're in a panic state, usually calling 911. They're worried that every minute they're talking to you, that their significant other, kid, a neighbor isn't getting help. And they are sure that you're holding their call and not forwarding it on for quick response. And this drives them even to a greater anxiety. I've been on that line. I've been calling and I've been transferred, and I'm thinking, this has been a minute and a half. I need them here now to deal with, my person. So, and I assume you hear that the most too. But is it true? Is that the pinch point?
Yeah, I mean, that is a major concern that we definitely hear. And it's one that we feel. I think our dispatchers feel that too. Every time they make a transfer, they're listening to a line ringing, and when in an emergency, that is one of the most helpless feelings.
Right.
Where you can't do anything.
Right.
And so I think we're excited to try to fix that. Now, there is work to be done. I'm not going to say this is not going to solve every issue that we have in the system. There's still work to be done after this. There's still agreements. There's still processes that we'll have to figure out. It probably won't correct a call transfer built in our system right off the bat, because we have to agree to a new process that works.
But could you be working on that now
We
so
are.
that, okay,
That is something we're
parallel?
working on. And there's a lot of other pieces that go into that, but, right now REMSA does EMD processing. This is an example I'll give you. REMSA's role is to do EMD processing, so for the medical calls, they get transferred to them. We might be able to come to an agreement where we say, well, maybe we can do more EMD processing on the front end and alleviate some of those, at least in the most critical of calls, so we can eliminate that. It's something we've talked about. It's up for discussion, and we're trying to figure out what makes the most sense for the community, what alleviates that burden. Now, in absence of that occurring sooner, I will tell you, being on the same system, even if you go through a call transfer, all that information can be digitally processed well ahead of a transfer, and we can eliminate a lot of the redundant questions. A transfer still may occur, but we can eliminate redundant questions. We can eliminate the
But what's the
delays.
problem? Oh, they're not breathing? And they said, I told that to the last person. you know.
We can get well ahead of that, even in absence of changing some of the other processes.
Okay, well, fantastic. I'm so glad that in our lifetime, so to speak, on council, we'll be able to see this change.
I'm very excited as
Yeah.
well.
I had one. Councilwoman Taylor? No?
Okay. Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of echo what Councilmember Dewar said about the transferring. I know that that's scary when you do that, because I know I have a family member I have to call 911 sometimes for assistance. And I always feel like, are they not sending anybody until I get transferred to the right place? You know, like, okay, did you send somebody the first time I said that, or is it going to somebody else and then someone will come? So I'm really hopeful that we can get that aspect changed as soon as possible. That's, from the public facing side, that's probably the most distressing thing, that happens. So just really, if there's anything we could do to help with that, to speed that along, if it's because of, regionalizing or anything like that, just let us know how we can help that move faster.
Absolutely. And I will say, the technology behind it is really that first step. And it's the reason we kept pointing to here is like, we need to resolve this.
Yeah.
If we can resolve this, the door's open for many other discussions, because at every time we've talked about it, this has kind of been the one impenetrable thing we can't get past.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah, and I know I've talked to some firefighters about, trying to figure out how to do regional fire service, if that's going to be a viable thing for us to accomplish. And I know that they've all told me that there's been studies done about how do we come together and make that happen, and it's always come down to you have to be on the same dispatch. So I'm excited to see what happens in the future for, what kind of services we provide too. So thank you.
Cody, I don't know, Madam Mayor. Follow up to what Councilmember Ebert just said. Is there a way to change the language, even in this interim, to where they say, we've dispatched, we need, to assure the people that people are on their way? Are there words that we could say, or is it just wrong? They're not dispatched until it gets to the third place?
so there are assurances that we can provide. We do run some liability risks depending on whether resources have been sent or not. But there are assurances we can provide people to say, hey, I know I'm transferring your call. Help is being sent, or help will be sent,
Something
or
like
something
that?
to help assure it.
Don't you think?
And that is something that's in our, it is in our protocols and is our processes to do. I can't say it happens with 100% consistency, nor can I say in crisis whether citizens really hear it.
Yeah.
A lot of times, we ask questions that citizens cannot hear. There's just too much happening, and I can't tell you how many times my dispatchers have answered a phone, or I've answered a phone, and someone is screaming, and I'm like, what's your location? And they're 5 minutes ahead of the call, and they're trying to tell me where the car's going and what it's doing, and I'm like, I need to know where you're at. And just getting through to that. So even in those crisis moments when you're like, help's on the way, they don't hear it. All they hear is transfer. But it is something that we focus on, and we want to make sure that we are providing assurances to the public.
Thank you. Any other questions? Appreciate you very much. Good luck. Please keep us posted with anything that you need. Thank you, JW. Okay, Madam Clerk, I think we are moving on to item C4.
That's correct.
Do we have to open E1 through E8 at the same time, or will we hear C4 and then go to E1 through?
We will hear C4. If the body decides to adopt the resolution, at that point, we will move into the ordinance introductions, E1 through E8.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we require a presentation? Council, do we want a presentation on this? No, you do not?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Welcome.
And Madam Vice Mayor, just for the record, we did receive 2 comments associated with this item, 1 letter in favor and 1 letter as neutral or concerned for the item.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor and Council. Tyler Shaw, Agenda Manager for the City of Reno, for the record. As requested, I am back before all of you today with an updated Board and Commission resolution, which incorporates your feedback from the July 23rd Reno City Council meeting. Starting with our strategic plan alignment, this presentation falls into the governance and organizational effectiveness category. Before we get started, here's a quick roadmap for my presentation today. First, I'm going to walk through some background and reminder slides. These are meant to ground us in how we got here, what sparked this modernization effort, what problems we're trying to solve, and how the resolution aims to address them. After that, I'll take a closer look at the feedback we received from Council at the July 23rd meeting and the changes we've made in direct response. And I'll also highlight a few things that are staying the same based on that feedback. And finally, I'll wrap up by addressing a few common questions about what the resolution on today's agenda actually does. So starting with how we got here, back in November of last year, Council directed staff to bring forward a comprehensive overhaul of our boards and commissions system. In May, you received a presentation from Cynthia Esparza on a proposed public engagement process. Then in June, the city clerk presented an overview of the boards and commissions program and some proposed guiding principles for change, along with a request for a one-year hiatus on all boards and commissions. Council initially approved that pause. However, following a request from Council to revisit the pause, staff returned to Council on July 23rd with a resolution and a series of ordinances that would allow boards to resume meetings immediately, while also implementing several key changes to the program. During that meeting, Council provided additional feedback and directed staff to return with a revised resolution at the first meeting in August, which brings us to today. So what problems have been identified that warrant a change like the one proposed here today? Well, based on Council feedback, community feedback, and internal review, several structural issues have been identified with the program. First, our boards were created one by one over the course of many decades with different ordinances, resolutions, and bylaws, some of which conflict with Nevada open meeting law, other sections of Reno Municipal Code, and one another. These conflicts have created a system that's difficult to administer and which has gaps in expectations for membership, attendance, and reporting for both board members as well as members of the public. We also found that public input lacks clear pathways to council decision-making, which was a theme heavily reflected in the community engagement feedback. People feel like their comments and recommendations to our boards do not translate into council action, and the result is a fragmented and siloed system that is disconnected from its purpose. So my last reminder slide, the resolution and ordinances before you today lay the groundwork for all of the structural changes we're recommending. Together, they aim to solve the issues we just discussed by achieving 4 key goals. The first goal is to create consistent, transparent meeting structures. The resolution and ordinances accomplish this goal by removing the boards from Reno Municipal Code and reestablishing them under a unified governance model with centralized program oversight within the city manager's office. The resolution creates this unified governance model by including a new section of general governance provisions that apply to all of the newly reestablished boards. These general provisions do some pretty important things in helping us meet our other goals. For example, they make participation easier and more impactful by simplifying and standardizing meeting procedures to reduce barriers for public volunteers. Specifically, the resolution accomplishes this goal by requiring boards to adopt bylaw templates, standardizing previously confusing and conflicting meeting procedures. Next, these general governance provisions ensure public input reaches council by establishing annual reporting requirements for all included boards. This reporting requirement is the formal mechanism by which board input and recommendations will be shared with council, thereby closing the feedback loop between community input and council awareness. As a whole, this resolution establishes a flexible system that can and will evolve over time. By establishing boards and commissions through a single resolution rather than multiple ordinances, council is empowered to make updates more easily as community needs change, without having to rewrite the municipal code and undertake the ordinance revision process every time. This allows the system to stay responsive, transparent, and aligned with evolving council priorities. So moving on to what has changed since the last time I was before this body. On this slide, column 1 shows what the 723 draft resolution proposed. Column 2 captures council's direction from that meeting. Column 3 lists staff edits made in response to that feedback. And column 4 is what the 813 resolution proposes today. Starting with the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. The 723 draft would have repealed the SCAC and spread the senior perspective across other boards. Council asked for a standalone senior body to remain, so staff restored it as the Senior Residence Advisory Board, renamed to align with the updated naming conventions established by this resolution, but with duties unchanged. Next is the Access Advisory Committee. The 723 draft would have repealed the committee and dispersed its perspective across other boards. Council asked for a standalone access body to remain, so staff restored it as the Access Advisory Board, again renamed to align with the new naming conventions, but with duties unchanged. Looking at the Urban Forestry Commission, the 723 draft would have placed this body under the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board as a subcommittee. Council asked for it to remain a standalone commission, so Article 3 of the resolution now reflects that structure. Looking at neighborhood advisory boards, the 723 draft would have limited agendas to development items only. Council asked staff to allow non-development topics, so Article 3 now enables council liaisons to route non-development items to the respective NAB agendas. Eligibility criteria. The 723 draft would have added new eligibility criteria across the boards for senior, access, and human rights perspectives. Council asked to remove those additions to avoid redundancy, and so Article 3 of the resolution no longer includes those extra criteria. Lastly, looking at the council liaison role, the 723 draft would have introduced an expanded definition. Council requested clearer language, so Article 2 now uses the verbatim definition from the adopted council rules. These are the substantive changes that were carried into the 813 resolution. But as I mentioned earlier, during the 723 meeting, council also directed staff to keep some things the same. First, the 723 resolution would have centralized administration of the board and commission program within the city manager's office. Council directed staff to move forward with this administrative change. Program administration within the city manager's office will ensure increased program efficiency, consistent meeting structures with hybrid participation options, and a more accessible advisory system. This language is included in Article 1 of the resolution. Next, council directed staff to retain the Youth City Council. This was included in the 723 resolution, and it is included in the resolution before you today. The 723 resolution would have combined the Arts and Culture Commission with the Public Art Committee. Council directed staff to move forward with this change, and the language effectuating this change is included in Article 2 of today's resolution. The 723 resolution would have required all NAB meetings to be hybrid meetings held only at Reno City Hall and via Zoom. Staff received mixed direction from council on this change, and as a result, it's been included in this resolution before you today in Article 3, Section 25K, and is being flagged for additional consideration. As a reminder for your discussion on this topic, requiring NAB meetings to be held at City Hall allows for a security presence and weapon screenings, enhanced ADA access, and reliable hybrid participation via Zoom. People are often scared to speak up when they know there are guns in the room, so holding meetings in a location with screenings helps ensure everyone can participate without fear. It is the only location that guarantees a consistent, safe, and equitable experience for all residents. Now I'm going to shift to what today's resolution actually does. There's been a lot of discussion about what's changing, but it's equally important to be clear about the improvements and safeguards that this resolution puts in place. First, this initiative is designed to enhance public engagement. It ensures public input is not just heard, but funneled into actionable recommendations through standardized processes like the annual reports. It does not eliminate public input. It enhances public input. While the ordinances on today's agenda technically repeal outdated code sections, every single board is being reestablished within the new unified resolution. Some have also worried that moving boards from the municipal code to a resolution reduces transparency, but resolution changes still require public notice, a council vote, and an opportunity for public comment. This shift allows council to make more regular updates to the system without having to undertake the ordinance revision process. There's also been some confusion about the council liaison role. With the proposed resolution, your role remains intact. You can still attend meetings, communicate priorities, answer questions, and recommend board appointments. This resolution simply adopts the same role definition that is in the previously adopted council rules. The shift for NABs is focused on aligning them more closely with development-related feedback, but they're still open to broader topics based on council direction. And hybrid meetings at City Hall and via Zoom will enable increased safety and ADA accessibility while ensuring community members are still able to participate in person or online. And finally, while some have felt that this was rushed, staff has conducted outreach through surveys, public drop-ins, and stakeholder sessions on just the first phase of this effort. And I want to emphasize that this resolution is just the beginning, and it kicks off a year-long phased process. So what does this year-long process look like? Well, starting with today, many of our boards have already resumed their regular meeting schedules following Council's direction in the July 23rd meeting. This resolution puts in place the administrative structure needed to move the rest of the implementation forward, including training, prioritization, evaluation, and engagement efforts. In September, Agenda Management, me, will launch a new training program for boards and commissions. This will cover open meeting law, public records requirements, and key board-specific responsibilities. In October, Council will hold a strategic planning workshop, and the outcomes of that workshop will help guide and inform the priorities boards should be working toward in the year ahead. In December, Cynthia and her team will roll out a citywide public engagement framework, which will include board visits to gather direct feedback from board members. This effort ensures that every board has a voice in shaping future improvements and priorities. Then in May, we'll return to Council with any proposed updates to the resolution. Those changes will be based on what we've learned from Council's strategic priorities, feedback collected through the engagement framework, and insights shared by board members during regular meetings. Then finally, in July, all boards and commissions will submit their first annual reports to Council via memo, and this will kick off the 5-year review cycle where Council can look at the performance, purpose, and structure of each board in greater detail. I want to end by thanking Council for your ongoing leadership in helping us modernize this program. This resolution and ordinances are the first critical step in the process and give us the structure we need to support our boards moving forward with training, alignment to Council priorities, and a consistent framework for community input and performance evaluation. As you move into your discussion, I want you to think of this resolution as a buffet for Council. You can pick and choose which elements you would like to include or remove so that the final structure reflects your priorities while still providing a strong, consistent foundation for the program. The recommended motions are in the following slides, and I'm available for any questions.
Tyler, I am so impressed. You are doing amazing. Is this your second time?
Yes, last time was my first time, so second time.
Wow, were you nervous?
I was a little nervous, but we do moot council here, so I got to practice many times,
So we
which
got
was
to
great.
practice. Well, I could not tell at all if you were, and it's very hard to be up here and think about your presentation and get it right, and you did such a good job. I'm so impressed, but you know I'm a big fan too, big Tyler fan. Okay, I'm gonna ask, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item at all?
We do not have any
Okay,
registered.
I'm gonna start over to my right. Councilwoman Anderson, any comments?
Yes, thanks. I'm just so appreciative of the work that you have done, you and the entire team. You've been very responsive to a variety of different directions and needs from a variety of different stakeholders. I just want to let my fellow council members know that I'm just here to support whatever it is that you need to get this moving so that we can get back to some normal business, however that's going to look. So I'm not going to ask for any additional changes here. I'm just here to support what it's going to take to move forward with this. So I look forward to your feedback and what is important to my fellow council members, and hopefully we can move this along.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Tyler, for the presentation. It was good to get a recap of kind of where we were at and sort of the extensive outreach that you've provided. I really appreciated the next steps and still having some of that feedback loop and evaluation process in place, even as we move forward and we continue to modernize our boards and commissions and making sure that those voices make it all the way up to the dais when we're making the decision. So I want to give kudos to you, Director Sparza, and the person who likes to hide in the background, Mrs. Smith, who doesn't come up a lot, but I know she's heavily integrated into the work that's happening here, and so I appreciate her work on this. I think I share similar sentiments to Council Member Anderson, where I feel like you've listened to a lot of the concerns that were voiced over the last feedback sessions, not just with the council, but with the community about the changes that were happening and the desire to continue to stay engaged from our public and the decisions that we make up here and how they're going to affect their day-to-day lives. So if I could, I would just suggest maybe during your public engagement framework or looking at those strategies is going out to some of those community cleanups, like I know Director Esparza and I had talked about, and making sure that folks that are already engaging in our activities and our events have the opportunity to provide feedback on that as well, since they're already engaging and willing to commit to some of the things that the city is doing. So they might be more apt to provide some of that feedback. So I just wanted to throw that up there, and I look forward to more of the comments from our fellow council members. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you very much for all the work, and I am here to get to a yes in any way that I can support my colleagues. So I will leave my comments very short. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much for the presentation and for all the hard work that's gone in behind the scenes. Part of it has been a slow grind because we all have strong opinions about things that are very important to us. For my part, I think you've made the right choice in terms of a mix of revisions, some things that we have required and requested. Obviously, when this started, there were lots of things about a year-long pause. There were things about eliminating certain boards and commissions. I think at one point in time, there was even the elimination of some of the fundamental commissions and boards that we had. But I know that we're in a good place now, and so I'm supportive of staff recommendations and am prepared to move forward on that basis.
Okay. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thanks, Tyler. I know how much energy and effort you put into everything you do, so it shows. You definitely heard us, and the motion last time was to continue the item and try to incorporate the things that we recommended. Unfortunately, we are under a strict 3-minute timeline, and I did not go into a whole detail of some nuances that I think that council members should know about. And so I just wanted to highlight a few of those that I do think should be changed in this ordinance, in case you're still taking input, which it sounded like you were.
Yeah, can you just clarify, because it sounds like you are still doing a lot of community outreach, and which is really, really nice to see.
Yes, so Tyler Shaw, Agenda Manager for the record. As I mentioned, this is the start of a one-year process, so the goal would be to get the framework in place and do community feedback and engagement over the next year so that we can make any adjustments we need to the resolution moving forward. And of course, part of that feedback would include council feedback and council liaison feedback and your perspectives on whether or not the boards are working.
Okay.
And can I just say, I don't know if we need like a full year, and I just worry because that's a lot of staff, like downloading and things like that. And maybe we could do it sooner. I don't know what the sediment is of the body, but I feel like that is excessive. I think there's just a few tweaks, and we should be able to bring it back and get you guys on your way. There's some things I want to see, like limiting staff time, to 2 hours on an ab, and if another council member wants to go over, then that's on them, and they can do that. But I think we need to limit some of those things and then maybe add some other things in. Maybe it's not just development. I think each council member should probably have a lot of freedom to talk about whatever they want to talk about. It just, even though I think development is probably the number one, I mean, you guys know better than anyone, that's probably the biggest issues where people come out the most. But I just think people feeling a little restricted. We heard some feedback today at public comment where, they feel that. And so, but again, I just think that all of you as ward representatives should have the purview to do your NABs or whatever those meetings look like, however you see fit. But also, we got to put some guidelines in, because I also know we're doing, we're doing a lot more with less. And I want to be very, aware of staff's time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tyler Shaw, Agenda Manager for the record. I do want to make it clear for the record that the resolution before you today would enable council liaisons to add non-development items to their NAB agendas.
Okay.
So while the NABs would remain development focused, each council liaison can run their NAB as they see fit and add other presentations, other things that were brought up today during public comment.
Perfect. All right, go ahead, Councilwoman
Maybe we
Dewar.
could Mickey restart my time?
Yeah, and I'm sorry,
It's okay.
I just wanted to, honestly, what I wanted to tackle is the year. Because I don't want you thinking about this for an entire year. That gives me anxiety, because I think we're really close, right?
Yeah, so to that point, I think 3 months would be more than fine to get to some of these neighborhood cleanups, to visit the NAB, any of the specific boards that request a meeting, and then you could maybe fine tune this. But while you're fine tuning it, and for today's consideration, I'd like to recommend a few changes. One of those is that you talk about term limits, and you talk about a break in service, and historically, it's been 1 year break in service. But you change that to equal to 1 full term length. And I want to point out that the Finance Advisory Board, you have 5 years as their term. And what you're saying is, if you go off finance, you can't go back on for 5 years. I think we're missing out on loss of that knowledge and possible engagement. And I would like to see 1 year. I think 1 year break is more than fine, but that's an extreme. But other boards are 3 years, and why would we want to lose those people for 3 years? If especially, and this is my second point, sometimes it's hard to fill the rosters. And what I would recommend, this is still on page 4, on flexibility and appointment, you have waivers of specific eligibility requirements. And I would add, or term limits should be granted when no qualified applicants are available despite reasonable recruitment efforts. And then you go on to say the council member has to document all these steps that were taken, but we're not responsible for recruitment. We have no say on that process. And I really think it should be an administrative function, not up to the council member, to demonstrate in a written document that we've beat the bushes. That all is done centralized at the city. So those are 3 changes I think would even up the playing field. And these are for all boards. This isn't the NABs or any particular board. There's a few more subtle details. You want a new secretary, and I support that at the boards. But the thing is that you want this.
We be careful of saying you want. I feel
Oh,
like
I'm
Tyler's
sorry.
like.
I don't know.
Tyler's
You,
like.
the city, the
right?
staff. What would you like me to say?
I
It
would just say-
recommends. How about this? It
Yeah,
recommends.
there are recommendations.
Okay, the secretary do the attendance. This is a volunteer member, and we have a staff person there. No, I'm sorry. I will not say that. I'll just say this document recommends that we have one of our volunteers tracking attendance, and yet so much is riding on attendance, like you get thrown off a board, if you don't attend and such, and what if the secretary isn't there that day? So I'm a little worried. I'm not making any change, but I'm just pointing that this could be a little unworkable. And then to the point that the mayor was asking about before, about other agenda items, while you make it that change in one place, you don't consistently make the change, like when you're describing the duties of the NAB, for example. And I just think it has to be reflected in all the places that you make it in one place, but then, or the document, excuse me, makes it in one place, but then every time it talks about it, it only talks about development projects again. So that would be a recommendation. And then I'll have a round 2. Thank you. But these are just very fine points. Yeah, I'm almost done, but do you want me to keep going? Okay, sure. Yeah, I don't know if I can do it in 30 seconds, but I'll try. When you say the members of the city council, I actually thought your list of the duties was good. What the council did, saying what our role is, I thought was good. What I felt was egregious was this part that you put in highlight, and I know you took it right out of our council rules, but it does seem to quash or censor our speech. So only if we're asked a question may we respond. I think that is extremely awkward. I mean, I don't mind it remaining in the council rules, but I would actually change it there too. But I really don't think it has to be repeated here. It's almost offensive in terms of what we're allowed to say and not say at our NAB meeting. And it isn't just about development. It's about a variety of topics, whether it's police, crime, whatever the topic might be. Okay, well, I'll come back. I think there was only one more yellow, but that's okay.
Yeah, so I know that in the last discussion, I had requested that we had more opportunity for feedback from Ward 4 constituents. I know that there was outreach done at community cleanups for other wards, and I just want to kind of stress that again. I didn't expect this to come back until we had had at least that level of outreach at the next community cleanup. I think the Ward 4 one is it September? anyways, it's coming up quick. And I just really, want to remind everybody that we need to get feedback from everybody. And I know that, I think we had one drop-in meeting or something for Ward 4. I just would like to see more outreach out there. I know we're all rooting for Reno, and that includes Ward 4 all the way up to Cold Springs area. So I want to make sure they're given the opportunity. And a lot of times these are people that can't make it to meetings for work-related reasons. So I just want to provide every opportunity we can for those community members to provide feedback. So I don't know how that direction fits into what's being presented today.
Thank you for your question. So in the process that staff's laid out, the way it fits in is really looking at this phase cycle over the next year. So the goal would be to implement the resolution and ordinances today and go through the next year and get more community feedback from every ward, including Ward 4. And we heard your comments at the 723 meeting about going to the Ward 4 cleanup. Cynthia and her team are going to undertake a very robust public engagement process in general, and it will include feedback on the board and commission resolution. And the reason we're back before you today is the motion at the 723 council meeting was to come back to the first meeting in August with an updated and adjusted resolution. But as I mentioned, it is a buffet, and we're hoping to get more feedback over the course of the next year from everyone, including the community, and make any changes from there. Passing this resolution today puts the structure we need in place to get started, but it also makes it easier for council to make changes moving forward. Instead of having to do the ordinance process, it's just a resolution on the agenda, and we can change one word if we need to Councilmember Dewar's point, or change a whole section, whatever council desires to make the program fit their needs.
Okay, all right. We still have a little bit of time. I have a little bit of hesitation doing that, like if we wanted to do specific boards, like do the resolution for individual ones, I'd feel a little more comfortable, I think. With regard to the NAB, I agree with Councilmember Dewar that I think council members should be able to, speak or ask questions. I also would really like to see flexibility in the location of where we can have the NABs. I know that City Hall is not really close to the majority of the people in my ward. So that's something that's really important to me, to have flexibility, to have it in different places. Yeah, I think those are the two biggest ones for me on the NAB. Thanks.
Thank you.
Sorry, Megan, I think I just missed your comments. What, did you say something about having the NABs in your area?
Yeah, I'd like to have some flexibility, to have them not just at City Hall.
I understand, and I'm just going to tell you why. If you have a hot topic especially, but, and I would say, both, but just City Hall, you've got the staff here, and it's also, I think, more efficient with staff time. And then the other thing is you also have security here. You might need it at times. I've needed it at certain meetings. And so I always feel better here because we have Reno's finest over there in the corner. And so that's where I was sort of recommending it, because I'm trying to understand the amount of staff time, City Manager Bryant, because that's why I think, it should be no more than a 2-hour meeting with the staff. If you guys want to go longer or you have to go 8 hours, but I do think we have to have, I'm just saying, I'm just giving you an example. Let's say you're like, I want to do a day NAB or whatever, all day NAB, stuff like that. I was just really advocating to have it inside City Hall.
Yeah, it's just difficult for my constituents to get here. Also, it's a neighborhood advisory board, so I think there's value in having it, in your neighborhood if there's, special things that you want to have presented at City Hall, but I think it should be, the discretion of the council member to, decide where the council, the NAB meeting's going to be.
You could do that. I would just limit how much staff that you get if you hold it outside of City Hall.
Yeah.
You get, a
Yeah.
staff member, but you're not going to get as much, just know that.
Well, and I've offered also to just not have staff, like if that's
Yeah,
an
there you go,
issue
yeah.
too, it could be, the staff, maybe somebody joins over Zoom or
Yeah.
something, but doesn't necessarily need to come
Good idea.
out. So,
Yeah,
yeah, and,
I like it.
I get people that just don't like coming to City Hall. They don't like having to go to the parking structure. They don't like to have to walk around the building. And then also, my ward is pretty far north of here. I mean, you figure there's people in Cold Springs that live there that come to my nabs. This is a pretty far drive for them.
Yeah.
So,
No,
anyhow.
I understand. I was just, in the effort to really keep nabs
Mm-hmm.
and keep them going, that's how that happened, is we
Yeah.
could be more effective with staff here in the building, and because that was really the biggest challenge, is utilizing the staff time that we have. So that was my thought,
Yeah.
is it would be a way to continue to have the
Yeah,
nabs.
and I know there was some discussion too about, having different people that come to the NABs, maybe paying for, to support the NABs. I don't know if that's something that's, still on the table. Maybe they could also contribute to the cost of security if they feel like it's something that they would like.
So Tyler, if I'm correct, and this is just what I'm thinking, we're resuming NABs, and I would also say I would allow council members to put people on their NABs so they can continue to do the work that they want to do. But also, in the meantime, bring it back like in 2-3 months. But I want to get this done quick. I think we can, but I do want you to get that input. You guys still feel that we should get community input? Because I'm just hearing, oh, I didn't know, but I think people sometimes don't realize where we communicate. There's a lot of communication channels, and it just depends on which one they choose. And sometimes when we're not using that channel, or they're not using that channel, then they're like, oh, I didn't know this. And I would say, reach out to past NAB members or boards and commission members, because remember, some of them expired. And they wanted to stay on, but it did expire. But they do have insight that others might not have because they've served on them. But I think we're close. Again, I think this goes back to being really intentional about staff's time and the resources that we have. That's why I recommended City Hall. It's one of those things that, I'd like to limit 2 hours for staff to be at a meeting if they have to be. Just, they're just little fine points, So anyway, any more comments?
Madam Mayor, I have not weighed in, I think, on this particular important point, which is to say, what I think we should do today is move forward with the adoption of this resolution. And if there are changes that we learn in the coming months are relevant, we can do that. And now that you've given us the path to do it, it means we can bring discrete various resolutions back and line through them. I also think my concern about the safety issue is more about the nature of the environment we live in today. When you have elected officials who are being set on fire and assassinated, that means the public is also at the same risk. And I would hate for people who are attending these to be placing themselves at a risk of harm. So I think being in City Hall just lends the aura of credibility to being there. We are government, whether we're small or not. People can continue to have coffees with the counselor and neighborhood get-togethers and the different kinds of town halls that we were sort of doing, if they choose to do that. But the NABs are the effective governing body, so those should be at City Hall. So those are my thoughts on it. And again, I'm happy to move forward with the proposed resolution that's in the packet.
Okay. And I just think bottom line, you guys all have different styles of what you want to see, what you want to communicate. Have them when you want to have them. Don't have them if you don't. Do them the way that you guys feel makes sense in your neighborhood or however you want them. Just, these are some recommendations, and just, I think everyone's different. And if, Randy, you want to have one every week, go for it.
Madam Mayor, I'm not suggesting that people cannot change the type or nature of them, but I do think it is important that they be held here. in this building, just for safety purposes
Yeah.
and also because of staff
That's, I
time.
just think, yeah, you get more staff, you get safety. I wouldn't expect that if you're going to go outside and maybe change those areas, but Megan understood that, and she, you know,
Yeah, I'd
again,
still
where you'd
prefer-
want to adapt to where you guys
Yeah.
want to adapt, what works for you. But I agree, I mean, I do my meetings here because of the safety measure, and to your point, someone might be coming for me, but then go after someone innocently. And I, you know, we all signed up for this, we get that, but it's the public too, you have to think about that they're exposed, so.
So I'd like to comment on this particular issue as well. So I moved one of my meetings to City Hall, and I was asked to pay personally from my council funds for security. So I did, except that when we had the meeting, there was no police here. There were no screening of guns or anything with a thing. So I paid money with the expectation that we're going to have extra security at the recommendation of the staff. And I didn't have any extras. Is there an expectation? This is recently. This is
Was
a
it
few-
during office hours?
No, it's in the evening with the
Oh,
NAB.
after hours.
Yeah, isn't that what
Okay.
we're talking about? Like the NAB is at 5:30 for the public? to
But we
come?
have security here, so that shouldn't be a thing.
Well, it was a thing.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
Okay.
my real life experience, and I'm
Yeah.
asking a question.
No, it's
Is-
good to hear. I'm glad to hear it.
Is the city going to provide the metal detector, the police presence that you pointed to, Madam
So
Mayor?
two things are happening. One, I believe, Councilmember Dewar, there was security present in the room.
Not at my meeting.
You're saying there was absolutely no security at all that was present in the room for you?
Before the meeting, there was someone in the hall, because the meeting started at 5:30.
Okay.
That they were just there, and I said, are you coming in?
I will look
Are-
into that, because
are
there
you-
should have been extra security
But
for
I
you.
brought it up. I said, are you doing the screening? No. I said, I wonder what exactly I paid.
I don't know, let me look into that, but to satisfy the issue, we have asked developers to pay, and we've identified the amount of money, and Tyler, can you remind me what that money is?
$285 per meeting. That includes the metal detectors and weapons screening. So it would be security staff here and screening participants before they enter the chamber.
So you can imagine my confusion, though, with the expectation. We weren't informed to this moment that somebody was going to be paying for this extra level of security. And I will just go on record, I've had 11 years of NABs. I've never had a single incident. I understand the world's changing. But I also, you know, I'm supportive of where Megan is coming from, because I'll tell you what, I understand two staff driving out to my ward to Moana. But what's challenging is having her 11 people drive into the city, and any members of the public that want to 10, 20, 40, however many. So you want to have 60 people drive here, go through screening. I mean, it really takes away from this informal nature of the NAB, and I'm not very supportive of it. I don't think it buys us a lot. But the other issue is that there's also this portrayal that somehow we'll have better camera and better zoom. Well, in my experience, there was a fixed camera in the back. You could see the back of heads of all the attendees, the back of head of the presenter. The NAB were very far away. You couldn't tell their facial features or who they were, or read their nameplate. And so there was no like live dynamic video. At the NAB, at least I have an owl, so when someone speaks, it points to them, you can see their face. And so that's actually a negative to me. And so I'm having a meeting here in 2 weeks, and I'm paying to have SOSU come and have better video, so that when we have the video, you can actually see who's speaking, what they said, and you can see the NAB members. So I'm wondering, are you going to be, you, the city this time, are we planning to pay for enhanced video of the meetings as well?
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar. Tyler Shaw, Agenda Manager for the record. That is a planned improvement for the council chambers. And to your point, your feedback is very well received, and the Zoom or the angle for NAB meetings isn't the best. So one of the things that IT is looking at changing for the chamber's tech is the ability for the staff member who's running the NAB meetings to change to different camera views. So there could be a dynamic camera view during the meetings so that we can switch around to the person who's talking and get a better view.
And last point, thank you for addressing all that. And the last point is that Megan made a suggestion, have the staff member on Zoom. They don't have to get out of their chair, leave their home, leave the comfort of their home. If a person wants the NAB out in their ward, they can come get the equipment and bring it back. I mean, that, rather than have the staff do it. I just worry about having 40 people have to come here from, they probably live blocks from Megan as an example, but they have to come 40 minutes each way to visit with her. Just, it seems odd, but I'm sharing my concerns or observations. What I'm explaining is that, you might have missed it, for example, at Moana, that's what I can speak to. We have something called OWL, it's like this big. And
everyone did theirs on Zoom too.
I do.
No, everyone.
Well,
All the NAB meetings at City Hall
Will
would
be.
be hybrid, so they would be open for in-person and
Yeah,
Zoom attendance.
they can do both,
So
which
if a
is great.
community member wanted to
100%
join
Yeah,
by Zoom, they
okay,
could.
okay.
I'm
That's
just-
great, because let's say to Megan's point, she really doesn't, want people, I mean, I guess people have a hard time coming here, which I'm sure they do. Some people really do. But that way, at least technology-wise, they could be on Zoom too.
Yeah,
You don't have to,
Yeah.
Megan, you don't have to do it here. I'm just saying, like,
Okay,
if
okay.
you guys have access to the technology, then it's great. There are some people that, it doesn't matter what ward you live in. I don't care. Brandy might have people that don't want to come
Travel.
here or go where she wants, whatever. I just think technology should be available to jump on Zoom or follow along on Zoom. I just think that that's important, especially, there are a lot of people with disabilities or seniors that just don't want to travel, and I don't blame them. So I just wanted to make sure, because my impression was, Jackie, that we always had Zoom options
It depends on where someone holds it. If someone holds an ab in a park, we don't have Zoom in a
Well,
park.
that's true. You can't-
If they
you
hold
can't do
it
that.
in a particular building where they don't have the
Restaurant.
technology, a restaurant, we don't have that ability. Now, there are some things that you can bring to those locations and set up, but it is difficult, it is clunky, it is not
Got it.
as good as it is here.
So I just wanted to make sure that, it sounds like, Ms. Ebert, you'll be able to host your meetings in your ward, and potentially staff is running the meeting from potentially City Hall, or there's, maybe there's a hybrid where somebody could come to City Hall and participate, but the meeting is being held in person in your ward. Are you comfortable with that? I just want to make
Yeah,
sure
that's
you feel
fine.
supported
Yeah,
in
was
that
my
area.
Suggestion was just have staff be over Zoom. They don't necessarily need to come out there. For me, the focus is really more on, the presentation regarding developments or updates from RPD or Reno Fire. Like, that's kind of, I feel like, the focus of the NABs. And if we have the staff member not there, that's fine. I don't really have an expectation of the staff member to present or anything. There's probably some things that they need to be there for, but I don't know that that needs to be like physically in person.
I was going to say, this one step further is the presenters. They may want to be at City Hall, but if they can present at City Hall to your NAB via Zoom,
That's
are you
another
comfortable with
layer
that?
though, because it's one thing to join from online, but to give a presentation, would we have to all have our laptops? Would we have a projection of the presentation? That gets a little different too,
So those are details we can work out, but I just want to make sure if we move forward with the motion that the mayor is suggesting, you feel comfortable.
Well, does that motion include being able to have them where we want to have them?
I think that's what the mayor was indicating to you. I just wanted to make sure you were comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, if that's included, but I think I missed that.
Madam Mayor, we're sort of all over the place a little bit because we all have strong opinions on the topic. The meeting should be held in City Hall across all of the wards. It has nothing
I'm
to
sorry,
do.
what? Okay.
The meetings should all be at City Hall. There's a variety of reasons for it. It's safety related, it's related to the staff time, it's related to technology. You're now seeing through Ms. Anderson's questions how this plays out in the permutations. Who is going to be there? Originally, it was just that it was somehow related to the people in the neighborhood being able to get there quicker. And my point is, even Ms. Ebert has said when she wants to have RPD there, that means RPD has to go there. When they want to have developer presentations, now the developer has to be there because the technology is not the same. Some people might say, I want to have it in the park because it's beautiful outside and it's a beautiful evening. We want to highlight our parks. We don't have the technology. If we want to make these accessible for everyone, it has to have a hybrid option, which then allows people with disabilities to be there. It allows people to be there if they're sick. They can attend if they're raising children and have to be at home, whatever the reason is. We are making it more complicated than it needs to be. All NAB should be held at City Hall. That's the motion that's in the packet. That's the motion I've indicated I will be supporting.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert, your turn.
Yeah, I just respectfully disagree. I don't think that it's up to one council member to kind of dictate what is the correct thing to do to all of us. I'm here to represent the people that elected me and have a neighborhood advisory board. So I'm sorry, this is an absolute like necessity for me to be able to have my NABs in my community.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Okay, well, I think we've explained this topic. I support having them out. I've never had a problem, and I don't want to create problems unnecessarily. I really think if the council member is more comfortable here, that he should have the meetings here. It's not a problem.
Yeah.
I don't have a judgment
Okay.
on where he holds, but I do have a recommendation on a change. One of the things that came up at the public discussion last time was about subcommittees. I just want to daylight that. We didn't change that. I didn't hear you mention it, Tyler. But the question was, does the city council have to formally approve each subcommittee, or can the boards set up their own subcommittee? And you already know what you think, or you have put in this document, so I read it, but I don't know what others, I mean, it was the Parks and Recreation person who brought it up. It isn't really a Naomi issue. I'm just trying to reflect where I tend to agree with them, okay? Otherwise, it wouldn't daylight it. And so lastly, I just want to ask something. I brought up earlier during the RHA item that I had a special meeting of my NAB. It was on the regular day, but I asked a person that doesn't have to go to planning commission, a developer, to come to the meeting and meet with the public in this setting. It was a large group, so I'm going to default here when I have a group that exceeds the size. And I would love to see at least some flexibility that says, it seems to be very cut and dried. This is what comes to the NAB. And I think that there should be, just back on this section on flexibility, if we want to ask somebody to come, they don't have to come, but if we want to ask them, they should be able to come, not forbid them from coming. And the one other piece on that was very confusing to me was it said something like, let me just go to it. It said if a project was approved, they didn't need to come to the NAB, like if they asked for a continuance. Well, I could see everybody asking for a continuance and not coming to the NAB. I didn't understand that piece. Is that something you could explain?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Dewar. Tyler Shaw, Agenda Manager for the record. Starting with subcommittees, this resolution requires subcommittees to be approved by the Reno City Council, so it does not allow boards to create their own
It's not
subcommittees.
something I'm going to die over, but I'm just daylighting.
Just to be clear for the record, this
Yeah.
resolution requires council to create their own subcommittees. As far as the NAB items and asking items which typically wouldn't come to a
Right.
NAB to come, this resolution would enable council liaisons to make the ask of a specific developer, but it doesn't require them to come.
Right.
One of the things that this resolution does change is it now requires specific projects to come to NABs before going to Planning Commission. The way the NAB resolution is currently written, it says developers may attend if present.
Right.
And for example, at the Ward 1 NAB, 2 days ago, there was a project where no developer came, and so the NAB requirement was skipped, and the project now goes straight to Planning Commission.
Right.
So this resolution would change that to make it so specific projects have to go to the NAB before they
Right.
come to Planning
I
Commission.
thought it was a great change. I
Yeah.
mean, I only get so many minutes, so I don't want to,
Of course.
but thank you for daylighting that. I think that was a great change. But it does also say, and I'm just looking for my page, and I apologize, I thought I had everything flagged. It says something like, if a project, right in that section about having to come, it says if a project asked for a continuance, they didn't have to come.
I think thank you for reminding me of the last section. That section, I believe, refers to extensions for time. So
Yeah.
the request would be to prevent a developer from having to go to a NAB twice. So if a project came to a NAB and they got a lot of community feedback and decided they wanted to request more time before they go to Planning Commission, that request is categorized as a separate application, to my understanding, and wouldn't have to go back to the NAB again to say, NAB, we need more time.
Well, let me just
to
give
address
you an
your comments."
example. We had one, Mount Rose Junction, that came. They had no idea really what they were proposing. That was very vague. And so the NAB was very frustrated because there was no detail. And so they said, look, when you firm up the detail of your project, come back to the NAB with your project. And they are coming back at my next NAB meeting. You know, and so my point here is sometimes they're extremely vague and it's very hard for the NAB to comment on anything. So I'm not sure that's a good provision, but I'm just sharing. They should at least present the project that, and we heard it again here today, that projects change. So they go to the NAB, projects change, and then they're a completely different animal. So, okay, well, I just wanted to share that. There's a few things. I bring all this up in the interest of just making this as good as it can. If we pass this today, I really want to make sure it comes back within 3 months to make these updates, because we don't need a year after 3 NAB meetings to figure out what's working and what's not working.
One thing I do want to say, and I will tell you, this is a real concern, and I need council members to be very, very serious about it. There are people that attend your NABs, particularly even developers, are not liked on a lot of levels. You have to understand, there is a lot of anxiety out there for their safety as well. We've heard it. So just remember that. You know, I just want you to be aware of that. So if you're
good
hosting
point.
it somewhere else, just try to be aware of what's happening around you.
One thing I'd really like to make sure we identify, some of the boards just don't have enough applicants. And I didn't know whether, that's why I said waivers of specific eligibility requirements or term limits could be waived. But if you don't want to write it that way, under term limits, I really, again, think it should only be a 1-year break. And then that this provision may be waived if there's no eligible persons. If we have a finance board and we haven't asked, you know, there's nobody in waiting, we have some great members and we've put them on a 5-year hold, you know, why should we not be able to bring them back and serve until we get some other members?
You're going to simmer down.
Okay, so that's a change I'd really like to see, to make sure all the boards have enough
I
members.
see the, you know.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thanks so much. I've been trying to keep some notes on some stuff, and I don't know if, I'm trying to get to a motion, if that's the will of the body, but it seems to be that there are maybe 5 or 6 different edits that need to happen in order for us to get across the finish line. I'm just wondering if that should be included in the motion, and that'll update those ordinances or the resolution, and we can move forward there. Is that, do we have to wait another 2 to 3 months to bring all those changes back?
I'll defer to legal.
No, no, if you have changes in the resolution, you can make those today, as long as it's not like really way outside the scope of the resolution, which I don't imagine they are, and you're fine there, yeah.
I'll just list them out for those of you that, and I'm not making a motion yet, but I just wanted to get sort of those out there. So the first one is changing the gap in term limits from the amount of the term to 1 year. The second thing is reflecting the ability to have more than just development projects come to the NAB and making that consistent in the language throughout all of the NAB section, shifting attendance tracking onto staff and not necessarily the council liaison role, and then this is where I'm willing to have a conversation, obviously, with my colleagues, but having flexibility in the location with the understanding that there's a limit to staff time to 2 hours. So those were the 4 or 5 conditions.
Did you adjust the
changes.
location, Miguel?
Yeah.
Brandy did a pretty good job, I think.
Yeah, I think I wanted to see if there was allowing the flexibility and location with the understanding that staff only has 2
I
hours
see.
for every board and commission.
Okay.
So I don't know what the thoughts are, but just wanted to throw all that out there.
Yeah, I would support that. Was that a motion? No? Okay,
No,
yeah, I would
not
support
yet. I
that.
wanted to get more feedback.
Miguel?
I would add one more thing, just that flexibility, that if you don't have applicants for youth city council, for example, that, or finance advisory board or urban forestry, that you could bring a person back. You know, it says flexibility right here. I'm just making sure it also addresses term limits.
Okay. Yeah, and I think that's where I was talking about, like the gap in between
That's the
your
gap.
terms.
That's
just
like
being
you
able to
serve
bring
3
someone
years
back.
and then you have 1 year off. But this is, let's say you're termed out. And let's say you have 4 vacant positions on your NAB because a bunch of people termed out.
Sure.
But you don't have 4 eligible people. You can either just not have those people, or you could appoint a person to continue to serve for a period of time. That was my suggestion. We've done it on every board up till now for the last over a decade, so. To not be able to do it would be a change.
Again, I feel like this just goes back to if a NAB member wants to appoint someone on there for 10 years, let them do that. I don't understand why.
Well, because right here, there's very
I
specific
can
term
add,
limits.
There's a reason.
I can
but-
provide
yeah.
that, because someone has to manage the appointment. A NAB is a legal entity which must follow certain rules, and it must be trained to behave in a particular way, or else it can get sued, the members can get sued, the city can get sued, and we have a legal obligation to follow laws. And so if someone has to manage, unless you want to authorize council to do that, someone in staff has to manage how long someone is on a meeting board, how long they are there for, when do they come off, when do new appointments get made, and if every single council member has differences in timeframes for their NAB members, it will be a wreck.
But please understand, I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting that they have terms, as you have outlined.
Yeah.
I'm simply saying there are occasional issues where we don't have enough members.
And I think that's fine, that you can say exceptions can be made
Yeah,
at the
that's
will
all-
of the body.
that's all
I
I'm
think that's
saying.
easy enough.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay, I'm fine.
all right.
Was
Here-
that okay,
here's what
Miguel?
Here's what I'm
In your
thinking,
motion,
Miguel.
exceptions can be made on the term limits.
Miguel, what would you like to see?
Yeah, I think I agree with the sentiment, is making sure that we get to a yes on this, and a supporting staff with some of the changes that we've heard from the dais, and those are outlined in what I mentioned earlier, but I'm happy to repeat those if needed for the motion.
All right, thank you so much.
Naomi, was your?
Okay, go right ahead.
He,
Councilman Reese.
Miguel
Go ahead.
accepted the motion, change of exceptions.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, because I'm trying to create a legally defensible record for the clerk, I think the better part of valor is to do the proposed motion. All the
That's what
things that.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Okay, well, all the things Miguel said, with the exception of the location, I am on board with. I think I have not heard Ms. Bryant's opinion on the location question, why that was staff recommendation. I think I know why it is my recommendation. And of course, I'm one vote on a body of 7. It's not me saying I will tell any one of you how to run your NAB. You'll run your NAB how you want to, but the 7 of us are going to decide on the parameters. That's how this works when we're a voting body. And so that would be my preference, is to do it in the form as proposed in the packet, in the staff report. And if those changes that you've identified are things that you think are important, the staff will have to work through those, I think, with Ms. Bryant's direction about them. So then, Madam Mayor, I will make the motion formally that the council adopt the resolution which establishes the general rules and standards for the city's advisory boards and commissions, and reestablish standing non-mandate boards previously codified in Reno Municipal Code, or by resolution repealing any prior inconsistent provisions and providing other matters properly related thereto.
Okay, all right, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
For the, Madam Mayor, just to clarify, so the motion as I'm hearing it right now, since Councilmember Martinez did not do a motion, is a clean motion. So do you have changes that you want to this motion, correct?
I did not have any changes.
Okay,
I read
fair
the
enough.
motion as it was. I don't
Gotcha.
have yet a second.
Yeah. All right, so motion dies? Councilmember Martinez, then I'm going to send it to you. You can give me
I'm
a
sorry,
motion.
I will second the motion for discussion purposes.
No, I already, Councilman,
Oh.
Member Martinez. Do you want to come up with a motion?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll do my best.
Okay.
Do I have to repeat the changes?
If you could, so we could be
Okay.
clear.
So I move to adopt the resolution establishing general rules and standards for the city's advisory boards and commissions and reestablishing standing non-mandating boards previously codified in Reno Municipal Code or by resolution repealing any prior inconsistent provisions and providing other matters properly related thereto with the changes that term limits for boards and commission members are at the free will of the council liaison, and if they need to appoint a member, they can. The change that there's only 1 year between terms for members, updating the consistency on the NAB section to include development plus other items that need to be included there, adding flexibility in the location of the NAB meetings to be held, and limiting staff time to 2 hours per board and commission. And shifting attendance tracking onto staff and not onto the council liaison role was the last one that I missed.
Second.
Okay, so the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Okay. All right. Thank you, Tyler. Moving along. I do want to just say, and I'm going to work with everyone to know this, for some flexibility, but also I'll keep bringing it back if I need to, just so you know, Tyler, I'm going to let you know.
I don't mind.
But I'm going to keep bringing it back if there are things, because we got to watch the staff time and how they're done. And, poor Jackie's probably lost a lot of sleep over this, but at the same time, we also have to make sure that staff is being used wisely. And so I want to just make sure that it works for everyone, and we will come up with ways to work together. We're not going to make this a difficult process for either side. So if they're not working, like Jackie said, we're going to try these out. If they're not working, we're going to bring it back. And so I need that feedback from you guys if you feel like this isn't working. And I want to bring it back right away. But I also didn't want to wait a year to go down this road, and then you don't have clarity and you're doing a lot of work. But thanks, Tyler.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
There's several ordinance items that go along with this, and I
Okay.
have the proposed motions in the following slides.
Okay. Okay,
We're
hold
on item E1 to be read by the city attorney.
All right, Carl, it's all you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance introduction, Bill number 7309, an ordinance amending Title II, Chapter 2.08, Article 1, entitled In General, Section 208010, to transfer the city ledgers listing all of the city boards and commissions authorized by the city council from the city clerk's office to the city manager's office and other matters properly relating thereto.
All right. May I get a motion to adopt?
Move to refer the bill for a second reading and
All
adoption.
right, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Go ahead,
E2.
back to you.
Ordinance introduction, Bill number 7310, an ordinance repealing Title II, Chapter 2.08, Article 12, entitled Access Advisory Commission, Sections 208840 through 208920 of the Reno Municipal Code, and other matters properly relating thereto.
All right. I get a adoption.
I move to refer the bill for a second reading and adoption.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Item E3, ordinance introduction, Bill number 7311 for possible action, an ordinance repealing Title II, Chapter 2.08, Article 11, entitled City of Reno Arts and Culture Commission, Sections 2.08.760 through 2.08.830 of the Reno Municipal Code, and other matters properly relating thereto.
All right.
I move to refer the bill for a second reading and adoption.
All right,
Second.
thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Item E4,
Motion
ordinance
carries.
introduction, bill number 7312, an ordinance repealing Title II, Chapter 2.08, Article 7, entitled Financial Advisory Board, Sections 2.08.380 through 2.08.474 of the Reno Municipal Code, and other matters properly relating thereto.
I have a question on this one.
Go ahead.
Okay. It says that, and just making sure everybody's good with this. It says this
Kathy,
is the longest-serving board at 5 years.
I'm leaving.
Even our own terms are only 4 years, Planning Commission 4 years. I didn't know, is this a reasonable amount of time, or should we make it 4 years? 3 years, every other board's like 3 years.
Councilmember Dewar, this ordinance just repeals the Financial Advisory Board out of Reno Municipal Code. The
Okay.
resolution establishes the 5-year
Okay.
terms. so-
Well, maybe when we come back, you can look at that, Madam Manager, but it just seems like it's longer than any term of anything. And it just, you do get stale. I mean, this is on Finance Advisory Board. I understand repealing it, but at least I thought I should at least daylight this. I mean, even on Debt Management Commission, which is a big region.
I just want to make sure I understand. This is the FAB.
Yes.
They're already at 5 years?
Yes,
And-
the current term for the Financial Advisory Board is 5 years. That's how it was written in the ordinance, and that's how it's written in the
Yeah,
resolution that
I'm
was
just
just
doing a
passed.
check that it still makes sense. That's what we're doing here.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay,
We'll make a note.
okay.
Okay, I move to refer the bill for a second reading and adoption. Second. We have a motion, a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. E5.
E5, ordinance introduction, bill number 7313, an ordinance repealing Title II, Chapter 2.08, Article 2, entitled Recreation and Parks Commission, Sections 2.08.020 through 2.08.090 of the Reno Municipal Code, and other matters properly relating thereto.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. This is F6. Is that right?
E5.
Or, E5, I mean. Yes, I'll make a motion to refer for
Second.
second reading.
All those in
adoption.
favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Item E6, ordinance introduction, bill number 7314, an ordinance repealing Title II, Chapter 2.08, Article 10, entitled Senior Citizen Advisory Committee, Sections 2.08.660 through 2.08.730 of the Reno Municipal Code, and other matters properly relating thereto.
I'll make a motion to refer the bill for second reading and adoption.
A second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
Item E7, ordinance introduction, bill number 7315, an ordinance repealing Title II, Chapter 2.08, Article 13, entitled Urban Forestry Commission, Sections 2.08.930 through 2.08.1000 of the Reno Municipal Code, and other matters properly relating thereto.
I'll make a motion to refer the bill for second reading and adoption.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item E8, ordinance introduction, bill number 7316, an ordinance repealing Title II, Chapter 2.08, Article 8, entitled Youth City Council, Sections 2.08.480 through 2.08.555 of the Reno Municipal Code, and other matters properly relating thereto.
I'll make a motion to refer the bill for second reading and adoption.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. I believe, Madam Clerk, we are on to consent agenda items? No?
Item F1 is an ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6714, case number LDC 25-00046, Milnes Family Zoning Map Amendment, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02, the Reno Municipal Code, entitled Zoning, Rezoning, plus or minus 132.2 acres located plus or minus 650 feet northwest of the terminus of Sandestin Drive, plus or minus 450 feet north of the Peavine Pines Court, extending north to the northern city limits from Ventana Point, specific plan district, to plus or minus 38.5 acres of large lot residential, 1 acre, and plus or minus 93.7 acres of parks, greenways, and open space, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith. Ward 5.
Move to adopt.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item F2, ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6715, ordinance to repeal Title VI, Chapter 6.16 of the Reno Municipal Code titled Operation of Aircraft, Section 6.16.040, altitude and other matters relating thereto.
Move to adopt.
Second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'm sorry, question. This is all supposed to be handled through like the airport, or that's why we're getting rid of this? Okay. Did we have anything in there regarding like drones or anything like that? Is that anything we should have a city ordinance regarding? No? Okay, thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item F3, ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6716, case number LDC 25-00070, Bethel AME Church Historic Resource Designation, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning Rezoning, a plus or minus 0.06 acre site for mixed-use downtown northwest quadrant to plus or minus 0.06 acres of MD-NWQ with the historic landmark overlay zoning district. The subject property is located at 220 Bell Street and has a master plan land use designation of downtown mixed use, Ward 1.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Now I believe we are going back to the consent agenda items. And I do not have a
B6.
list.
Item B6, pulled by Councilmember Dorr.
Yep, and these will go quite quickly. I wanted to give Public Works an opportunity to just highlight for the public and us the citywide school zone beacon project for 1.8 or almost $1.9 million, which is a congressional allocation of community project funding. It also comes from the street fund, and it's in all wards. And it's so important to pedestrian safety, especially our kids. Can you just tell us where these projects are and how you've picked them?
Yes.
And the reason I'm asking, I know a lot of council members have made contributions of their own council funds to pay for these, ARPA money to pay for these. We have been trying desperately to make sure our kids are safe, and this is amazing. So,
Yeah, absolutely. So Jonathan Smith, Senior Civil Engineer, Public Works. So as you can see on this vicinity map, we're installing 114 flashing beacons at 36 different school zones around all over Reno. All those little yellow dots represent the beacons that are going to be installed with this project. We worked closely with Washoe, our traffic engineering team, worked closely with Washoe County School District and the Safe Routes to School program to prioritize these locations based on data. So like traffic volumes, accident data, and road condition to prioritize the schools based on the safety risks associated with it.
so 114.
114.
And is that the number of beacons, or is that individual school locations?
That's the number of beacons at 36 schools.
36 schools?
Yeah.
Okay, and then I know that Carrie Koski has worked very diligently to upgrade our design manual to require the school district to install these when they're building new schools, but it sounded like these are retrofits.
That's correct. Yep.
Like, these schools exist, they already are substandard in terms of flashing beacons. And is this, so there's multiple beacons at each of the 36 schools, will each have like 3 or 4
Yeah.
beacons?
Yeah, so here's a list
Yep,
of the schools that are on this project.
yeah. I just
And
think
then
it's
the number
incredible.
of beacons are on the right.
For
That
how
is-
hard we've tried, and almost $2 million to get to kids' safety is amazing. So that's all the questions or comments I had. I would like to recommend,
Oh, I had.
and you have a comment?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So, I was one of those people, I used my entire allocation of ARPA funds to fund, crosswalk flashing beacons and some of my discretionary funds too. And I remember at the time, Mayor Sheevy was upset that there wasn't more, help from other agencies in paying for these, that it shouldn't be up to the one specific council member to make sure that happens in their ward, that there are things like the Washoe County School District and Safe Routes to School. So I'm happy to see that. I did have a question though on your map. It was kind of hard to see.
Yeah.
It looked like there was only 1 or 2 going into Ward 4, and I'm curious, like, why that is. Is that because there's less schools there? Is that because I've already paid to have them installed? I'm just curious if there's over, 130 of them going in, and it looks like there's maybe 2 in Ward 4.
Correct, yeah, there's definitely, a density population around the center of the city, right, and then less as you go out. There are more schools in the middle. The idea of this project is just the start of it, where the goal of Public Works is to get these flashing beacons in all school zones. So this is just the start, and eventually we'll get to all of them.
Okay, so I don't know if that really answered, like, is there less schools there? Like, is it the schools that don't need it up there? Is it not triggered by traffic studies, or why would the schools in Ward 4 not have more?
Yeah, so this was prioritized by the school district and our traffic engineering team, and it used data like accident-driven data to determine which schools had high risk. So it is potentially, there's more risks in the more densely populated areas than the north valleys.
Okay, yeah, maybe I didn't phrase that right. I was just more curious on, the identification of which schools would get them. What was that criteria? And again, just like I said, I'm just curious.
The criteria was road condition, traffic
Yeah.
volume, and
Okay.
accident data.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other? If not, I'll make a motion to approve this item.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. B9.
Yep, on B9, this has been long discussed, Barbara Bennett Park, basketball rehab. Many kids at least used to use this as it fell apart. There was less usage. My question that I asked at my briefing, the staff could not answer, and that's why I have it for you, Jackie, actually. So there was a whole entire master plan done on Barbara Bennett Park. And I asked, did we adopt the master plan and then go with the projects? That's like how RTC did it. They did a South Reno study, and then they started picking out projects within that. But I was told that the plan was not adopted. Maybe it's on your desk, or maybe you want some revisions. I'm not really sure, but I just wondered when we could expect it, that's all. Will we come to council to adopt this master plan? And I don't want to hold up this project, because I love it. I just want to know, is there a plan go forward for the rest of the park?
Sure, we can always address those questions at any time, but I'm going to let Mr. Elliott respond to your question about the Barbara Bennett plan, the master plan.
Which I brought up at my.
Yes, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
agenda
and
briefing, but-
as I said last week, we have the plan, has been through Rec and Parks Commission. We have a preferred model, so it's just a matter of getting it on the agenda and when
This
council wants
agenda?
to see it. Yes, it's city
Okay.
council agenda.
What is a preferred model? What do you mean a model? Oh, do you mean a
After
design?
it's been through all, yes, a preferred, yeah, it's a kind of a 10-15% design where it's,
Okay.
this is what it could look like.
Well, you have an answer today. Last time you said you didn't know. So that's why I brought it up.
When you'd want to have it on the agenda, but that's
Oh.
the same answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure.
Let me ask, you looked at the 3-month agenda the other day. Was it on
Didn't
there
see it.
anywhere? So
No.
we'll look at it and see when it's coming forward. We always try to
No, I mean, I
balance them.
looked. I didn't see it.
Yeah, we'll look and see
Okay.
if we can figure out when it's coming
Okay,
forward.
great. All right.
Was
well, I'd
that
make
your
a
only
motion-
question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I'd make a motion to approve this B9.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. B14.
Okay. That was not my item.
Yeah, that was mine. Okay, if we could just get kind of like a high level, overview of what this is. It doesn't need to be a big thing, but it's from 2010. So if we could just kind of,
Yes. Matt Taylor, Assistant Finance Director for the City of Reno. The item before you is the city's issued recovery zone redevelopment bonds in 2010 for the amount of $10 million. And as part of that, it was to do energy improvements throughout the city. And it was through Bank of America, and they have placed liens on various buildings and facilities that we own. We're currently trying to sell 3 of those facilities, so this amendment would allow Bank of America to remove those liens before we paid the remaining portion off, so we can move forward with those sales.
great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Motion to approve?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. B21.
Yep, this is my item. I pulled it because I'm so impressed with the work that Parks is doing. Landon in particular, working with Nathan in particular, to go out and look for funds. We've been historically so short. This is over $200,000 from the state's Land and Water Conservation Fund. And to my knowledge, these are first sets of grants that we're getting from that fund. I don't know if that's accurate.
You know, I can speak, Landon Miller, Fund Development Manager for the City of Reno, for the record there. Yeah, so this money that we got here, $207,000, is to replace a path right along the Truckee River. And it's a neglected path that's been kind of overlooked, including a bridge, tree roots removal, and getting it up to snuff for everyone there. So, yeah, last year we were able to apply for this grant.
Right.
Along with another project here in Parks and Rec. We were awarded this, I think it would have been maybe about April, but we actually were not formally notified of the award until June because of the issues at the federal level. So, yeah, we're trying to go out, get a little bit more grants, do more research, and put some more time into getting some of these taken care of.
Right, and are these federal funds that are administered by Parks, or are they state funds administered by Parks?
So they are federal funds that are passed through the state of Nevada that then go to us.
Okay, so at my briefing, I asked if we could, one, be notified, because this coincidentally, I went on a tour with Mr. Oliot. We did see this park, we did discuss it, but I didn't know you applied for the grant, and I didn't know it was awarded until I saw this agenda item. And I just wondered if you guys could make a little extra effort with all the council members to let us know that you're advocating for a park project in our district, and we could be supportive in some way, write a letter or whatever. And then the second thing I wanted to ask is, in particular, and this is no longer my ward, but we started a Virginia Range Trail project. It seemed like the kind of thing that people want to support, and I wondered if it could get onto our next list of submittals, and you said that it was going to be opening again, I think, soon.
Yeah, so my understanding is that another round of applications will open up in the fall.
Yeah.
And what we are able to do is take a look at some of the priorities within the department and see if that trail, if that project were to land on it, and see if that would fit some of the criteria.
Well, it said in your overall, is it called the pros plan, that we were woefully short of city trails as well as ball fields. And I hope you can, because as you might have heard in my previous comments on the RCVA, this would complete a whole ring of trail around the entire Reno, Sparks, Washoe County area, just like the Rim Trail up at Tahoe is a real appealing thing for a lot of people. So I think it'd satisfy a lot. So hope you'll consider it. With that, if there's no other questions, I would make a motion to approve this item.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries
I
unanimously.
had, it's an aye, but I just wanted to throw this out because I always like to make sure everybody hears me complaining. If we could just keep our eyes on what's happening with Virginia Lake too, and if there's any way we can get additional grant funds for that. I know the banks around there need some repair. It's a beautiful park, great community asset. Just want to make sure I keep that on everybody's mind. If there's a way to apply for grants, I think the last estimate we had to replace it was like over $1 million now. So just, it's a big project. Reno itself is probably not going to be able to lift on its own, but just every chance I get, I like to talk about that. So thanks.
No, for sure. Thank you.
I want to thank you.
Okay,
Thank you for
item
highlighting it.
B25.
So for B25 was also mine. I wanted to highlight this because I don't recall, I'm in the minerals field, but I don't recall a minerals company actually supporting a city initiative. They're usually focused out in the rest of Nevada. And the fact that they were drawn in by our Relief Reno and that they wanted to support, and you had a little backstory, I think, when we talked about this at my agenda briefing, but with or without a backstory, I just wanted to acknowledge first mining exploration or mining development company I've seen help the city of Reno with one of their initiatives, any initiative. So I wanted to thank them. Any other comments? All right, well, with that, I'd motion to approve, we accept this donation.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. B26.
Thank you.
I did not pull this.
That is mine. Sorry, I was just writing something down. Okay, B26, that's the, like, hazard. Yeah, multi-hazard mitigation plan. So I am not looking for a big presentation today, but just to get it on public record for people that might watch this in the future, where would they be able to find this information for a hazard mitigation plan? Like, is this for public to, know about, or what is, can you just
It's on the
explain
Washoe
this?
County
Okay.
website,
So-
and you can actually just type in Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan on Washoe County's website, and
Okay.
it'll pop right up, yeah.
So not on City of Reno's website?
We have links to it,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so that was really kind of it, just for people that are curious about that type of thing. I know that there's a lot of concern about different kinds of issues that can happen, so just want to make sure people know where to find that information.
Sure.
Thanks.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, I had a question too. So at my agenda briefing again, I brought up about this too, because we had just gone over and approved this. And I said, why is it coming back to us? It's within the same year. And what I recall is that you guys said that FEMA had an exception to our plan, that it didn't provide a certain amount of flexibility for staff to amend the plan or for them to without coming back to council. And that was the whole reason. The
Yes.
plan is ginormous. It's like
Yes.
this big. It's
So-
like 1,000 pages.
Last
Or more.
week in the agenda briefing, we did discuss this. So if this looks familiar, it's because it is. I was here June 4th.
Right.
Before this body, asking for approval and adoption
Right.
of this plan. Subsequent to your approval, FEMA came back with a revision saying this doesn't have the required flexible language in the plan. Now, this was an oversight by the third-party vendor.
Right.
And so this is not Reno-specific. All the agencies that participated in this plan have to go back for readoption. So the language allows for these small revisions to get this plan over the finish line with FEMA, right? And without having to go back with every little change for the respective agencies, city councils, and commissions. Otherwise, it would never get done.
Right.
And so by taking this new resolution with this flexible language, what you're doing is you're entrusting FEMA, the regional partners, and the third-party vendor to make these small revisions without coming back for adoption every time.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You bet.
To you.
Oh, yeah. Make a motion to accept? Is it approve? on this
Second.
one?
Adopt.
Adopt. Motion to adopt. Thank you.
We have a motion, and a second. All
Second.
those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thank
And I believe we are on our last item of B27.
Yeah, and this was mine. The reason I pulled this item was I was so pleased to see that this is Record Street, this is the development of this affordable housing project, and we're making a decision to put all of our bond volume cap for this project. And it was one of their uncertainties in terms of their financing, was whether they'd be able to get this across the finish line in terms of this kind of financing. And here it is on our agenda, and I thought it should be remarked upon that, we are making progress with that project. I was just really happy to see it, and I thought we would all cheer. So,
Great. Well, thank you for pulling it. For the record, Elaine Wiseman, Housing Manager with Housing and Neighborhood Development. Yes, the Prospector Apartments is the apartments that will be built on Record Street. I have the developer here. Ulysses Development Group, Tyler Hurst. He's been waiting. If you have any questions about the progress of the development or the financing, it is on track. They are doing well, and it's very much going to move across the finish line.
well, and I just wanted to say, when we voted to support this, we were making a leap of faith. We had not worked with them directly, and this is such an important visible site to the community, and what happens there matters, and it's really a reflection of our ability to execute, our ability to follow through, our ability to work with developers, and the fact that we're now here was a significant milestone to me, and I want to thank you. I didn't realize you were with Ulysses, so thanks for being with us. How much more milestones do we have to pass before?
I'll turn that over to him.
Okay. I should have said how many, not how much, but.
All right, Tyler Hurst with Ulysses Development Group for the record. Thanks all for having me. So Ulysses Development Group has formally applied for all project financing from the Nevada Housing Division to make our project financially feasible. This happened on July 10th, just a couple weeks ago. And so essentially the approvals that we have applied for is the award of our remaining balance of private activity bonds. The project is estimated an approximate amount of $28.6 million total. The award of federal low-income housing tax credits of $25.3 million. Nevada state tax credits in the amount of $2 million, as well as a subordinate growing affordable housing program GAHP loan of $5 million, which will complete the project's capital stack. Nevada Housing Division has approved this request at the staff level by both Christine Hess, the Chief Financial Officer, and Maggie Marshall, who is their Senior Managing Consultant with PFM Financial Advisors. UDG is expecting formal approval of these financing commitments at the Nevada Board of Finance next week, Wednesday, August 20th. And the Nevada Housing Division has continuously voiced, strong support for the Prospector Apartments, and we expect the project to do very well and be very well received by Board of Finance. Also important to note that UDG is currently tracking for a first permit submittal to the City of Reno by the end of September, and on track for building permit issuance and project financial closing by Q4 of this year. This timeline would not be feasible, obviously, without the continued support from the City of Reno and all of our stakeholders, so just want to thank everybody for that. But yeah, there's a kind of a holistic financing and project update.
All right, thank you, that was so helpful. Well, I'd love to, I don't know if anyone else has comments?
Madam Vice Mayor, I want to say thank you for being with us today. I know it's been a long day probably for you and you've traveled. Great update. Make sure you pronounce the state of Nevada correctly, because this is one thing that will grate like chalk, nails on a chalkboard. It happens because various places do pronounce it differently, but here we say Nevada. Can you say it with me? Nevada.
Nevada.
Nevada. You're the best. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so excited for your project and really thrilled that you've taken a leap of faith with us together. So thank you so much.
Thank you all. I'm really
Yeah.
excited about it as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of echo that too. We're all looking forward to seeing it completed, so thank you.
Of course. Thanks all.
Okay, I'm like, made a motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have any, council comments? Council members, comments?
I just have one. With JW's team's support and with the mayor's support, we've been digging into the e-bike data and issues, and we have a plan. We have a media event tomorrow to kind of discuss what we've learned and what we're working on. And Madam Manager, the mayor has asked if we can bring that information to the council and do a presentation in the future, in the next month or so. So just wanted to formally request that.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Other council members? Okay, do we have any public comment?
Madam Vice Mayor, we don't have any public comment registered, but let me just verify what type of public comment we have for the remaining. We did receive one comment after 4 p.m. yesterday. It has been distributed to council as one letter of concern, and with that, we have no additional public comment.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.